Mic check, mic check. How my levels is doing. Happy Sunday realm. How we doing out here? Yo, what's going on? What's going on? All right, I see a couple of y'all already early. That's what's up, what's up, what's up. Shout out to Lydia Master, what's going on? Salute. J Mac, the OG, what's going on? Oh, hell, ILP, salute, salute. We gonna keep it respectful. You already know Bay Area, Coast 927, what's going on? Dante XV, what's going on? How my levels are sounding? Danny Passion Official, what's going on? Necromancer Zale, chilling, man. You know, it's a little rough week, but we getting through. We're trying to get through as best I can. What's going on, Zach Riley? What's up, man? Takata, what's up? Another one, Nintendo. Yeah, we gotta talk about it. It's crazy. Appreciate Zach Riley for the mic check. Sound in on the feedback. Yeah, we got some fun with Nam Omar. What's up, bro? That's my guy right there. Salute. Appreciate y'all. Yeah, we got the intro. What's up, Gabrielle? What's going on? You know what I'm saying? But yeah, we're gonna shoot the game. We're gonna get this rocking, get the rest of the lords up in here, chilling. A lot of fun topics, and yeah, there's a couple of ones I can't wait to get into. I got thoughts. Switch 2 looking beefy. Yes, we gonna talk about. You gonna like me, and then you gonna hate me. We're gonna have a love-hate on this one for the Nintendo topics, but got your Patreon. I'm definitely gonna throw that up in there. I like what you did on that. You know what I'm saying? Much love on that. There was no rap guy. He said I want King to go off. Yeah, King gonna go off. You know he gonna figure a way. I spoke to him earlier. We gonna get Attic up in the room, and obviously the Sostradamus, full strength, like when we full strength talking these topics. Yo, we got some bars from my man Dallas, and then yeah, we gonna be right back up in the mix. We'll get the rest of the ones up in here. See y'all in a minute.
Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I'm addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter but I'm anti-social. Love my city but I'm still bi-coastal. Let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do,
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. Feeling to be your dog, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold ya, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for ya. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I'm addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter but I'm anti-social. Love my city but I'm still bi-coastal. Let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do.
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold ya, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for ya. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddy and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rains. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter but I'm anti-social. Love my city but I'm still bi-coastal. I got let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do
Don't
here.
stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that
super nervous.
going, keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold ya, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for ya. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddy and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rains. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter but I'm anti-social. Love my city but I'm still bi-coastal. I got let's switch that up.
What is you
What I
doing?
wanna do
Don't
here.
stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that
super nervous.
going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold ya, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for ya. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddy and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rains. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter but I'm anti-social. Love my city but I'm still bi-coastal. I got let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do
Don't
here.
stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep
super nervous.
that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold ya, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for ya. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look, y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal, and haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rains. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter but I'm anti-social. Love my city but I'm still bi-coastal. I got no, let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do
Don't
here.
stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that
super
going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look, y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal, and haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rains. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter but I'm anti-social. Love my city but I'm still bi-coastal. I got no, let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do
Don't
here.
stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that
super
going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look, y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal, and haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rains. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter but I'm anti-social. Love my city but I'm still bi-coastal. I got no, let's switch that up.
What is you
What I
doing?
wanna do
Don't
here.
stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that
super
going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal, and haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason, I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I'm addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter but I'm anti-social. Love my city but I'm still bi-coastal. I got, let's switch that.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep that going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold ya, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for ya. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars, and I'm going places. Better tell a Uber, cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal, and haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason, I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I'm addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter but I'm anti-social. Love my city but I'm still bi-coastal. I got, let's switch that.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep that going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold ya, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for ya. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars, and I'm going places. Better tell a Uber, cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal, and haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason, I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I'm addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter but I'm anti-social. Love my city but I'm still bi-coastal. I got, let's switch that.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
Just
Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold ya, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for ya. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars, and I'm going places. Better tell a Uber, cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So, look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter but I'm anti-social. Love my city but I'm still bi-coastal. I got, nah, let's switch that up.
What is you
What I
doing?
wanna do
Don't
here.
stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that,
super
keep that, keep that going, keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's, whew. Let's do that again. Here. I'ma just chill and watch them and eat snacks in the attic. I wanted to chill with the pack and be like a young whoop, but then they would mistake me for addict. If I can imagine it's cool to give you some advice, then invite your girl to your squadron. Cause if you don't give her that option, you gon' be single player like Sovereign. You gon' get tossed in the bushes by King David. Royalty and not a pretender. Detrimental to an elemental, what's an avatar to a knee bender? I gotta be me though. I know it's my destiny, word to Cognito. Who cares if you fly, if you still a mosquito? You swear you ain't stuntin', but really be Steve-O. You like to collect stuff and that's cool, but I got bad news. Even if you really was that dude, King David still be the king of the statues. Since a juvenile, I've been cursed with a curse to be musical. And if you hate it, we'll meet in the crucible. Other than that, then it's cool and it's beautiful. We let you know that your dreams are pursuable. Whatever you wanna do, then it's doable. If you got work on a Sunday, it's suitable. Cause you can listen to this in your cubicle on the Lord's Day. Woo. If you got work on a Sunday, it's suitable. Cause you can listen to this in your cubicle on the Lord's Day.
The mics will be the hottest of mics.
These mics.
Yes, we were talking a lot of stuff right there, you know. Let's mic check real quick because I know we had some technical joint last time. I know, Attic, real quick because I know you got the little sound thing going on in the back.
Yeah, so you guys can't hear that at all?
Nope. Oh, the cat ears is back. Oh,
okay, here's the deal with the cat ears. Okay, here's the deal. All right, so the individuals in my stream, they fought with me because they said, "Addicts, you agreed that we could decide the color, and it's not my fault. The color's not the color I bought. So okay, guys, I got you. I'm gonna wear one more ILP, and then the cat ears are done.
And that's it. So basically, they said you frauding because you didn't have a color. What was the color you supposed to have?
Purple?
Pink and not purple.
Wow.
You're supposed to have purple. So why you chose pink?
No, I chose purple, but they sent me pink.
But why they do that?
I don't know.
You ain't giving no pushback.
That's a then question. You have to ask
I cannot.
That didn't have prime delivery. That's right.
If I order purple shirts and they send me pink shirts, nah.
So here's the thing. Though. When I got the pink shirt, when I got the pink ears, I knew I was gonna hate this stuff regardless. So I was like, I'm not going to sit here and wait another 3 or 4 days for them to send me purple ears. I want to get this done as soon as possible.
Jay, now you're fraud. It was a month, and he broke the rules.
I just want to know. I just want to hear from you. So you just accepted the pink? That's right.
Yeah, I just accepted it. I mean, at this point, now they want me to dress up as Ken from Street Fighter.
Wow.
Oh, that's what's up. Oh, You gotta get the wig and all that with the headband.
You gotta get the blonde hair and everything.
The
yes.
wig,
The gi. Oh.
the gi, the wig. They want it all.
Well, those gis ain't cheap.
Yeah, that's
Well, no,
not cheap.
that's why I said this gold ain't gonna be cheap.
That gold gotta be at least $900.
Yeah, unless you want to just dress as like Bum Ken from Street Fighter 6,
I won't be Bum
and you
Ken.
could just
I'll be Bum
and you
Ken
could just put
before-
on like dirty clothes and whatever you build. Right?
Nah, don't do that, Addict. Be real Ken, boy. Be real Ken.
All right. Okay.
They tried to get me to do that. They wanted me to be emo addict. Like, we ain't doing that. We ain't
Emo.
doing that. But,
I want to see Addict with long hair.
Wow.
I will entertain the Ken stuff. I'll probably make the.
I got something dope. All right.
Why do I think it's not going to be dope for me?
It's gonna be dope. It's gonna be dope. Community. For
I am
Halloween-
not dressing up as Cammy. It's not.
No, you're stupid. For Halloween, I want the Lords to pick 3 people that they can dress up as, right? I want the Halloween show that we're going to dress up for Halloween. Because
This is not going to go well for me.
Every Halloween,
This is gonna
I'm
be
the
some-
only idiot dressed
Yes.
up.
They're going to do some little beefy foolishness and want me with no shirt and all this nonsense.
You pick.
Oh, I
3,
pick. Okay.
And you put it there, and then they by the consensus, that's what you got to be, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then we can, it'll just be a Halloween stream. But I think I want to do something dope for Halloween. I want us all to dress up because every year I'm the idiot that's dressed up. So I want other idiots to be dressed up.
So having a team thing.
So okay, here's my thing. I'm like, yes, we should entertain that.
Right. Thank you.
But one thing I will do is Realm paying for that. The bank ain't paying for that.
What?
No, we're gonna raise. The community's gonna raise for it.
That's what I meant. Realm paying for that.
No,
if I'm gonna sing because I know what's gonna happen, I'm gonna end up with the shit end of the stick, and no, it's not happening.
No. You know what's even better?
What? I know what he could be doing.
I know. Check it out. So each of us gets to pick one character for one of us.
Oh, God.
Right? So, all right. So we pick one for ourselves, and you can pick one for me.
Gaming.
And then, Sav can pick one for me, Attic can pick one for me, and we do the same, right? And then we let the community decide who we gonna be, right? That works that way. So it's not like you don't pick your 3 and it's 3 that you really love. No, you get to pick one that you really love, and the community really like you.
I want Saul
Stop it, even feeling this already.
I'm not feeling this because in some way, shape,
know
or
what I
form, we're
want
going
Saul
to be
to
wearing
do?
less clothes.
Yeah,
than
that's
we
what,
want to
all I
be.
just see is pepperonis out
I
on
got-
the
I got
stream.
one for
That's
Saul.
all
I
I'm
got one for
seeing.
Saul. Let me
No
start out with the one for
nakedness,
Saul.
no nakedness.
I want Saul to jump us as an Eggman from Saul.
So you would put that. You would put Eggman, and then I would say I want him to dress up like Jesus, right? So then,
this is
the
gonna
Messiah.
end
well. Oh,
right?
this gonna well.
So you have the Messiah joint right there. Then
Cog said, but the chat saying you being Bear from Final Fantasy.
Cog, who would you want him to dress up as?
Oh,
You know what I can do?
Solve. Let's just work on Solve
You know
right
what
now.
I have to do? I put gaming black bald people. You could.
You're so bad. You're so bad.
Why I'm typecast?
No. So who would you want
Solve to be? Oh, man. Oh, like some, I don't know. It's like
anything. Just anything.
some with a baseball outfit.
Why he said Preston Garvey? No, I need to be the most annoying dude in all.
I need Solve to be something baseball. You know what I'm saying?
you would want him to be.
Hold up. I know King got to be.
What?
He got to be Black Kratos.
But you would pick that, right? So you would pick Black Kratos,
Right.
And then you said you want to
shorts Cog. You see?
There you go.
They don't pick.
They
We
don't
pick
pick.
for each other, right?
Right.
And then the community picks out of those 4 because you would pick one. You know, Saul will pick one for you. Attic will pick one for you, and I will pick one for you, right?
What
And
he's
then the
saying is we all
community-
pick one, and we all pick one we all agree with, and the community picks one of those that we agreed on.
Right. That part happens. Okay, cool. And then you'll be that person. But who you said something
So with baseball. Attic,
So
I want
who?
something
Who,
with.
who would it be for baseball? But you got to be specific.
Like any Yankees, something in the Yankees, something like that.
Just Jeter. Just say
Jeter. You know what I'm saying? That's what it is. But Attic, we need him in a hot dog, a glizzy. Like, you know how they have the hot dog? Like the Nathan's. Yeah, like the Nathan's joint.
I don't care.
Yeah, that's because he's Team Glizzy.
All right, so you want him as a glizzy.
Yes.
Pause. What would you want Attic to be, Saul?
Attic to be? I don't know. I gotta think about this.
We got to think it's on the spot.
I totally can rock a Goku with the.
I would want you to be the crow.
The crow.
Oh,
Okay.
Yeah,
Solve is a
okay.
crow too. That would be lit.
Yeah, see, this is how fun it can get. We can get really cool and goofy with it, and then let the community pick, and then that's what we got to do, and then we got to work towards that goal. So remember, October's around the corner, guys.
That's gonna be soon.
What goal would it be to do this achieving that you would want?
Well, all right. First, we got to see how
Attic could
much.
be Jeffrey Dahmer.
Hey, yo.
Right.
Nah, that means we won't survive.
Hey, Jeffrey Dahmer had a thing for black people.
Yeah, exactly. I'm trying to be around. I don't need him imitating art, imitating life.
All manner of it.
but Jeffrey Dahmer like McRibs, so I will give you a ton of McRibs. All right, so yo, let's move on.
All right, let's move on. The greatest prelude prologue in the show. Welcome to the Iron Lord's Halloween podcast, LLC.
Attic that's Blade. Yeah, let's
That
do
would be
it.
funny.
Yo,
That would be funny.
what was that joke we did? It's one of our funniest clips, and it was like, Viva Wakanda.
Yeah, Wakanda. Oh, 'cause it was a Dominican
I'm
black.
See, I don't really care about the only thing I would condition is like don't dress me up as no girl. That's the only thing I would
That's all
say.
your condition.
Well,
But I
you
don't
gotta
even
talk
care.
to us.
But if the community want that, what if
No,
the
it's
community-
not the community. It's us. We pick for each other. If
See,
we
I
let
know-
the community pick, it's gonna be hard.
It's gonna be crazy. It's gonna be
We're
crazy.
all gonna be dressed up as some wild stuff.
Yeah, for sure. So yeah, welcome back to the ILP Halloween stream at LLC and Lords of Gaming. This is episode 369. How appropriate.
Ooh,
69.
Hashtag no Diddy.
No Diddy.
No Diddy.
This is the no Diddy stream.
They said Attic should dress up like hip hop gamer.
That'd be funny. The glorious.
Get-
That would be
get-
funny with
get
the
the
chains.
spinning thing. What's
Yeah,
going
that
on,
would be kind of lit.
guys?
Yeah, that would be crazy.
If I dressed up as hip hop gamer, I would have to like shadow him for a whole day just to get the mannerisms.
Just to
down.
get everything
What's
right.
going on, guys?
What's going on? You already know what it is. The glorious
Hip hop
Sunday.
gamer.
We are back at the round table, the Lord's Day. And today we've got Nintendo and Palworld lawsuit. Oh boy. Switch 2 leaks. Concord reportedly costing $400 million.
Wow.
Yeah. Dead Rising Deluxe Remastered and EA's AI system to discuss. I told you. So we gonna get right into it. So let's introduce the 4 horsemen of gaming. Those original knights of the realm here at the round table. My co-host with the co-most, my brother from another mother, the difficult game conqueror, Lord of the Spin Clap, and the Howl of the Young Wolf. Lord Attic back to back. How we doing, sir?
What's going on, guys? It's Attic from Iron Lord's podcast.
I'm dead.
I'm dead. I can't with him. I can't.
I appreciate you guys all coming out.
Why he sound like that?
Too much. It's too much.
Too much right
Man,
now.
I can't mimic people very easily. Nah, what's going on, guys? We had an eventful week, man. We had an eventful week. It's gonna be crazy. Yeah.
Yo, they said hip hop addict. I'm done.
Ridiculous.
Anyway, what you been playing, sir?
Yo, it's funny if if I dressed up as like a hip hop thing,
That
I
would be
would have
lit.
to make up my own thing. I'd have to like have a chain of controllers going around my because I couldn't just be hip hop. Okay,
Iced out addict can be kind of lit though.
Only hip hop could be hip hop.
Yes.
But hip hop addict sounds that sounds
That
nice.
sound
Sounds like
fire.
a ring to it.
Yeah, got a ring to
People
it.
don't know your pedigree. People don't know that
He
the
get this.
Xbox Frontline News intro, Attic introduced me to Wonton and them.
Yeah,
Attic,
salute. That
Attic
beat is
listens to
hard.
hip hop in the background,
I
bro.
love your intro. That's
Well,
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
I know that I've seen other work he's worked on, like the Weapon Wheel stuff.
Yeah,
So
shout out
like I
Will.
knew that you would vibe with him.
Shout out to
pretty
Weapon Wheel.
Shout out to Weapon Will. Salute BG&M. No
good.
doubt.
Shady Addict, stop it.
What you been playing, sir? Besides Dead Rising?
Been playing Dead Rising. I've been also I am going to stream Starfield for the majority of this week on Addict Arena. I want to start a new account. I thought about it, and I actually do want to start a completely new account. It doesn't really matter at the logistic of things because like they don't normally like in other Bethesda games, like if you wanted to play different play style, you'd have to like literally play a new account.
Correct.
But this game's not really like that, which I hate a little bit because I like that like locking into the way you want to play. But I do want to like experiment because for those of you that's called me frauds, you know, people love to try to like drag me through the dirt because they think they got a gotcha moment. You don't got nothing. Okay. When we got the review codes for Starfield, it was on a pre-built, and we didn't get the achievements for it.
Right.
And I'm not one of those people that went back for the achievements. I'm like, you guys can hold that. What's funny is they're like, Addict didn't beat the game, but Addict's level 50. Okay, that makes a lot of sense.
Listen, I didn't beat the game, but I don't give a damn about them worrying about what I do. Worry about another man. Don't worry about me.
So, you know, I am going to go back because there are a couple, you know, since it's out, I want to get some of those achievements.
Did you get the achievement for landing on a gas planet?
Yo.
Not yet. You know, I was trying to find it, but it doesn't exist, King.
It don't?
No,
I was told they got that thing there.
That's wild.
Well, you know,
that guy's
maybe it's a side quest that you form something on a gas planet.
Y'all know what y'all doing.
It must be in the DLC.
It might be.
Y'all know what y'all doing. We gonna move on though.
It might be in the things that didn't happen for 1,000.
Oh.
Shout out to the shattered space between their ears.
Whoa.
Space between gas planets. Say less.
We are gonna move on. How we do it?
Messy love.
Very messy.
Jokes.
Anything else, sir? So you got that going on? That's it.
Yeah, for the most part, you know, I played a lot of Dead Rising. You know, I do want to go back and play Mario Wonders. I kind of want to go to Cyberpunk. I didn't really get to jump into that a whole lot. You know, Rand kind of like me and Rand have similar taste in gaming. Some tastes I don't agree with him. I'm like, well, but we do have similar taste in gaming. And when Rand like co-signed it, I was like, you know what, that's what I kind of want to try that out. And I also want to go back and stream the original Dragon Age for the new Dragon Age game.
Yeah,
because originally my expectations for Dragon Age was like kind of like at the ground floor. But now people sit there and say, oh, this is their Mass Effect 2. Or which I guess in my case would be
I got a question to ask you. How do you feel about the boobies controversy?
Oh Lord, here we go.
I don't care. Like, I'm gonna be honest with you. Look, here's the thing. I will say.
So you more of a bottom.
Well, hey, no, but here's the thing. If you let me finish my statement, I don't care about stuff like that, but I do think that these character customization that is a trait that is on women, and if people want to go around looking crazy, why should they care? You know what I'm saying? Like it's just like Cyberpunk. I ain't gonna go into it, but there are certain things that you can adjust to on there.
Yeah,
to me, why does it matter?
You gotta make it
like,
true to life.
Yeah,
it's just like, because here's the thing, like it'd be different if they trying to make like how a woman wouldn't look, but there's women in the world that look like that.
Yeah, true.
Like, so if anything, let's take it out of my perspective. Who cares about Addict's perspective how a woman looks like in a game? Right. Let's put it into a woman that actually looks like that wants to look like how she looks like in real life.
True.
Yeah, and they telling you gotta wait till GTA 6 to get that cake. There's gonna be cake in there for sure.
I can't wait.
You sound like Bart Scott. Anyway, that's it, sir.
Yeah, that's it. You know, there's been a lot of stuff going on. This is going to be a very eventful show, man.
Yep.
That Concord cost $400 million. And just to clarify, that wasn't King's topic.
No. It damn sure wasn't.
And of course we have.
Real quick.
What's up?
Chat. I want you guys to put in the chat what topic you think belonged to King. Okay, good.
They already know that, bro.
And of course, we have our most technical gaming lord, the solo gamer who lives for the single player selfish experience, and also the Sostradamus, the Lord of Clarity and Messiah today of PC, Lord Patriarch of the Iron Bank, Mr. PC's Master Race's own Lord Sovereign. How are we doing, sir? Some technical difficulties?
A little bit, yeah. I can't, after I usually don't touch my laptop the whole week until the next show. So I turned off after last week's show. I turned everything off, but there was a Windows update, so whatever, left it. Came back today, turned everything on. It's like, oh, my taskbar is gone. And I was like, okay, is this some new kind of feature where they hide it, to declutter the desktop? But then I'm scrolling over it with my mouse. I'm like, nope, because the icons are there. I just can't see them.
Wow, that's
so
crazy.
a nice little reset, which probably fixes 90% of tech issues. Is just restarting stuff.
Restart the PC, baby.
That's it. So I'm good. I'm back.
Good.
Not too much gaming except for Dead Rising. So Addict and I will talk about that.
Yeah, got bars on that.
Yeah, nothing else really. You know how it goes for me.
I feel work. I get it. No doubt.
Yeah,
Get to see
there's gotta be someone here who needs some Hispanic help, man. Hit up my dude.
What? Wait, hold on. What is Hispanic help? We gotta get it.
Translated.
This feels like black jobs. Black jobs and Hispanic help. What are we doing, Addict?
Yo,
I'm just being real. I'm just being real.
No, you didn't hear with the black job.
Nah, I didn't say that. That's racist.
Let's get into Hispanic help. I want to get into that.
Because why they putting tacos in the chat?
What I was referring
Hispanic,
what I was referring to, so people don't sit there and say I'm racist. I was referring to like PR companies that work with English.
It's the cleanup, y'all. It's the cleanup.
They need someone that does both language. That's what I was saying.
It's the cleanup, right?
Obviously, I'm a white guy, so it's easier
He knew the clip. He knew the clip was coming.
We trying to get more Hispanic.
We tried to get him canceled, but he wiggled his way out the cancellation.
That's what he get for hanging around the king. God bless. I like that, Addict. Keep moving, baby. You gotta put the baby all over the body.
Hey, yo.
No, did he?
I'm available. I'm available to interface with the Hispanics and Latinos.
Why they putting Puerto Rican flags in the chat? Hey, yo.
Hey, as long as it's not the Cuban flags.
That part. So glad we have Hispanic help on the show.
Miles Morales needed some Hispanic help.
It's the thing that takes ILOs to the next level.
I bet you Saab would have caught that flag.
Definitely would have.
Yo, somebody said Addict need a PR guy.
You know what's funny? You know what's funny? That's like a definition of Hispanic help. I would have caught that. I would have thought that was a go.
That was a go.
Addict walked right past the flag and said, "That's nice."
I remember me like that's not it.
It was funny. It was funny because me, I'm always behind on what's going on online. So the discourse had happened already, but I didn't pay attention. I didn't know. So I'm playing the game, and I'm me. I like to walk around the games. I'm walking around Miles' apartment. I'm like, and I'm huh? And I'm like, oh, wait a minute. I'm like, and then I'm like, hold on, let me look this up. And lo and behold, Twitter was ablaze.
Addict saving himself because they mad Puerto Rican flags in the chat right now. Like they was ready to ride right now. Sending stuff in there. I see the Latino community.
That's not happening.
He learned from the best. How the hell did you get downstairs?
That was hilarious.
Hispanic
help. That was great. Anyway, that's been it, sir.
Killing zombies.
No doubt. Hoggy said Saab is available.
Wow. Gotta keep you guys on your toes.
Now you lit today. And of course,
you gotta keep those Hispanics on their toes.
Oh my
Let's not do that.
You the one that was a generalization one. You the one that made that racist.
That was different.
That was wild different.
I can do it because I'm behind the lines.
And of course we have the Incredible Hulk of this, aka the XS Gamer.
Ooh.
The prophet of Xbox.
Swami.
King of the statues. He demands nothing less than that premium experience and is the ascended one of the Xbox platform movement. Beloved. Lord King, how we doing, sir?
I'm doing better than Anthony Joshua.
Oh, boy.
Oh, Lord.
Oh, Lord.
All right, so let me give you a little backstory. Daniel Dubois was Anthony Joshua's sparring partner. Now, I want you to understand something when it comes to that dynamic, that fight. Somebody said that was a cherry pick. That was not a cherry pick. What's going on in Riyadh season, shout out to the Excellency who's getting these fights together over there in Dubai. Now, he picked him because he elevated. He won. He won a fight that people thought that he wasn't going to win. Daniel Dubois is a very good heavyweight. He's athletic. He has a good jab. He has a good defense. He has a great right hand. And the problem with Daniel Dubois is he's susceptible to right hands. What he didn't do yesterday in the fight was drop his left. You know who did drop their left? Anthony.
All over
Now,
his face.
now the problem with Anthony is he learns. He's a good like he's like Batman.
You said he dropped his left and he got dropped on his right.
Yeah,
yo, for real. He dropped his left and got dropped by a right. So the thing with it is, going into that fight, Anthony should have respected Dubois' right hand. It's a difference when you're sparring with somebody and you're sparring with them with 18-ounce gloves, opposed to fighting with them with 10-ounce gloves.
Right. Addict check, ILP check. Continue.
Yeah, completely different thing. And you fighting with headgear and stuff like that. So I think Anthony, because the lead up to the fight, Anthony wasn't respecting Dubois. And Dubois said, you're not going to intimidate me. You're not going to bully me. I'm going to get in there. I'm going to handle you. So they had to be separated by security.
Oh, wow. This pre-fight stuff?
Yeah, and I honestly believe Anthony did not respect Dubois. Because there's a stigma on Dubois because Dubois quit in a fight because his orbital socket got broken.
I heard
right?
about this. Yeah.
So the stigma on him was he's a quitter.
Yes, I did.
Right. So Anthony felt like, I'm more of a man of him. I'm going to make him quit. And that sparring familiarity to it gave him the comfortability in disrespecting him.
Yes.
I respect Anthony for fighting back after he got dropped 3 times.
3 times.
He got dropped.
He was terrible in that fight. Dubois, heads up, the next fight you're gonna have is a tough fight. They might have you fight Zhao. Respect to you as the champion because he was the champion. They disrespected him so much that he came out second. And he came out first. Anthony came out like he was the champion. It was his own time. So it was so much disrespect for Dubois. Dubois earned his respect, made Anthony give him respect after the fight, and that's how you handle it. So shout out to you guys. You made money. But I'm gonna say this to Anthony. You could afford Deontay Wilder long time ago. Both of you guys lost to people that you shouldn't have lost to, and you should have fought each other, and it would have been a great trilogy. Y'all would have made boatloads of money, but now you're fighting for less money, getting beat by people that y'all should have beat a long time ago. So this is what happens when you don't take those fights that's presented. And I'm happy now that Turkey Al-Sheikh, that's the excellency, he's getting these fights done. Now, I got to say something real quickly.
Okay, what's up?
I got to give man talk.
Uh-oh.
All right, and may Ra guide my words. Praise be due to Ra.
All right.
I am my brother's keeper, and I've seen something that's going on on the internet right now, and in our community. And in our community, there are people that are creative, and there are people that are innovative. Right? The creative make and the innovative take, and they innovate off of the creative. There's an ecosystem in which we work in. And in that ecosystem, we all eat, we all live, right? Now, sometimes you may not like somebody, and that's cool. Not telling everybody to be friends with everybody. But I make content, and I'm knowing that individuals will either exploit that content, use that content to make more content on their stuff, and regurgitate that content and put that content out. And this isn't a known thing. And I'm gonna give you a for instance from my side. People make videos every day about my content. I do not ever take it personal. I always look, and if it's really funny, I will retweet it out, because I know they have a demographic and a group set that I won't reach. But maybe that group will see this, say, wow, what's this about? Let me go to the source, check out the source. Now, for hood guys, because I know I'm talking very corporate right now, for hood guys, we're all pumping on the block, right? And I got that Bolivian cool and uncut. And what they did was they purchased from me. They took that, they added some chemicals, mixed it up, turned it into crank, moved that out to everybody else on that demographic. I would have never hit that demographic. That demographic over there now says, you know what, let me go to the source and let's go see that. What we won't do is, and I'm gonna say, and I gotta give the names, because I gotta respect these individuals. I respect Weapon Wheel for being the OGs when we came in the game.
Factual.
The OG did not gatekeep anything from me. Shout out to BG for always being and standing on business as a man for me, as a friend to me. Now, one time, you see that intro that I got for Xbox Frontline News? That Xbox Frontline News intro does not happen without the help of BG. So out of the respect of that, and that's my brother, that's the only reason why I'm talking about this. Now, remember that stuff that happened with Erica?
Yeah.
Shout out to Fatanga. Fatanga was always in my corner at all times. Not one time did he leave me alone and leave me isolated while other people was talking in the background, being rude and disrespectful, and I did not know. My man stood up for me, stood there in my corner and rode for me and repped for me. So a lot of you guys say some weird stuff about him. I don't give a damn. I can only go by how that man treated me and has always supported me and has always pushed my content. He had no reason to do that. And also when he used the hold the line thing on his show, I spoke to him. He doubled back on that show and gave me the revenue from that show that he made. I know how much each video makes on YouTube. He gave me 3 times more than that video made for him. All right, so I'm going to respect that man on how he treated me. What hurts me the most is I saw a Weapon Wheel content through Fatanga. So Fatanga joint came up. I saw it. It was hilarious. It was Jack Move Johnny going off on something. And I wouldn't have never saw it, right? But it was dope. It was dope as hell. He used your content and reached me. And I went back and watched the original. So see, he got the view. You got the view.
We got to get Jack Move on now.
We got to get Jack on. Shout out to Jack.
But let me finish. That's how that works. Then I found out that it was copyright strike. I could copyright strike each and every last one of you dudes that do anything with hold the line. I don't, because I understand that high tides raise all sails, all boats. We're all in this together. We need not agree with each other. If y'all dudes think I agree with what King Thrash does, I don't. But I also understand that somebody has to put on, you got to eat, you got to put the lights on, you got to do whatever you got to do. And I got to respect that he's making content in this space. I could have did that to Erica. I didn't. I retweeted, if anybody remember. You understand? Regardless to what. I may not agree with certain things that are happening, but I understand in this ecosystem that we all have to live and survive. And we may not be friends. And I'm not asking anybody to be anybody's friend. Right. All I'm just saying is respect each other's content, because I respect both of you. And being a big brother, I'm not an OG over BG, because Weapon Wheel was here before us.
Factual.
Being a big brother and friends of both. Yeah. All I'm calling for is peace, because I am my brother's keeper. And if I sat idly and just took out my camera and watched 2 people that I respect and I love both of their content go at it, I'm doing myself a disservice. I'm not that person. So all I'm calling for is peace. And I'm not saying be friends. I'm not saying call each other and shake hands or whatever the hell. All I'm calling for is peace in this situation, because during this Discord, it actually weighs heavy on my heart.
Now, real quick, just to add on.
Y'all want to do that?
Just one quick add. Yeah, no, I just understand what you're saying, because when there's you basically you feel you have a responsibility, because you are so cool with both parties. Yes. And the only reason why I will say I can relate that, because I'm not going to put this business out there with the names on, but there are 2 individuals that's also other individuals that was beefing heavy in the street that Addict know about, they're really big names. And I kind of felt what you felt, and I kind of set the DM up and said, look, I got love for both of y'all. If there's any way we could kind of solve this in-house or whatever, let's do that. And I was able to get these 2 individuals that were really going at each other to jump on the Discord. And I said, look, I'll mediate. And one was like, yo, as long as you there, Cog, I'll feel comfortable. And the same with the other person. And then they was able to ever come to understand. They may not be the best of friends, but they came to the understanding, and it was respect. So I understand when you felt that moral responsibility to be like, because I know these 2 so well, kind of thing. So I feel that part.
And because I tweeted, I felt kind of bad, because I tweeted it out because I thought it was funny.
Right.
And I really thought the content was made well. And I also went back and gave Weapon Wheel a view. Oh, yeah, you understand? Because I thought the homie had a moment. Yeah. Like you have a moment on your show.
Oh, that Jack joint was crazy. Yeah, that Jack.
That's the wildest thing. Well,
enough of that. Let's go. What you was playing?
What I was playing this week. Shout out to my Twitch, King David at ILP.
Oh, King David at ILP has the Twitch.
Yeah, go check out my Twitch. Now,
you mean like Lord Addict ILP?
yeah, that's what we do.
Yeah, yes,
What's the problem? What's the problem? That's
Yes,
how we
sir.
live. You don't like your tattoo? You don't like your brand? Cut it out.
You got the tattoo, not me. Do you like the tattoo?
Yeah, dude. So are you really down for ILP?
Continue.
Anyway, all right. So I was playing Astrobot. For all you fakers out there that don't support Astrobot, that didn't buy it, I want them to get their sales up. So I'm trying to get a different demographic to go purchase. You know, so listen, you ain't too cool to play Astrobot. I'm doing that, and I'm doing Fortnite. If anybody's watching my stream earlier, I had to get my Fortnite fix in before I got on the show. Yo, I had to knock that down. I'm upset that I didn't get a chance to jump back into Space Marines 2. I'm gonna do that this week. Shout out to the Fight Night. Fight Night was lit. Valicon came through.
Valicon came through.
Yes. Yo, I missed Kaibatsu this weekend. I wish he was there this weekend because I would have had most of the team there. I talked to Dave. Dave is going to come through. But Fight Night is starting to get to where it's going to get to. What I want to do on the community.
And apologies to me. Me and you talked on the background of what's
what's
going on with me. If the realm wants to know, like, there's a lot of personal stuff going on with me. And I spoke to my brothers. And I just said, right now, my mindset is just not there. And he understands. So eventually it will happen. Just I got to get some cogs going through some things right now.
But they dressing up as you and they fighting. So it's right. Yo, they had you in some booty shorts, oiled up. No Diddy.
Why?
Yo,
Why gotta be this?
If you see this character, I think Dip Down made this character.
It's gotta be Dip Down.
If you see this character, Zoe, I just had to laugh. I had to walk away because he's oiled up. It's the most.
Why we got the 1,000 bottles of baby oil version?
He's like
Dip Down. Dip Down. If you're in the chat, share it on Twitter. Share the picture on Twitter, and I'll share it.
Why we gotta be encouraging this?
Yeah, just go to Xbox Frontline News. Y'all can see Beefy Cog fight all day.
Wait, what game was it? It was Tekken.
Tekken.
It was dirty. That's
yo, and it's so dope because honestly, they got your shades, they got everything down pat, bro. It look just like you.
Ridiculous.
So don't worry, take your time. They got you. They got you. They got you there, and they got Solve too. They got Solve too.
Oh,
so yeah. They got you. They got you there. So this week, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to get to a big game of Halo. I want everyone to show up. Now I know that's going to exclude a certain demographic.
I'll join that.
It's on PC.
Yeah. Oh, it's on PC? All right, so I heard they all got high-powered PCs.
They all got NZXTs.
Yeah. All of them got high-powered PCs.
Yes.
You know, the 4090s. I want y'all all to show up. This Friday, we're going to be doing a large stream of Halo. I want the whole community to come out. And we're going to show these dudes exactly how us Xbox dudes get down, how us PC dudes get down, and us PlayStation dudes that got high-powered PCs get down. So that's what I was doing this week.
All right, no doubt. Shout out to Stage One. Bro, I was in Discord like 20 minutes trying to get in.
Yo, he was.
That's crazy.
We got to fix it for these dudes.
No doubt. Of course, we got the gaming ninja himself, the Shinobi, LordCognito. Spread that realness in the realm of the ILP. Not telling you what you want to hear, but what you need to hear. Shout out to Mr. Matty Plays, the final dude. Had a good one. Had Aura, History Untold, the developers from them on, talk about what's going on, the latest in the 4X strategy scene. Also talking that Shattered Space breakdown. No last word this week, but we should be back next week, full strength. And then for me, not much gaming except Starfield. I've been in ever since I saw the Shattered Space trailer, man. I got the fever.
I got a question now.
Yes. What's up?
So on the last word, right? The last word. What are we looking for? What's the next DLC going on with?
Yeah, that's the question. There's basically gonna be two. They're doing something called Frontiers, and then they're doing two. Instead of like they not doing a big expansion anymore, they're doing like 2 DLCs a year. So not one big expansion a year, 2 DLCs. And they're supposed to be reworking all the content minus PvP, which you ain't hearing nothing about because you clearly that's going towards Marathon. And we'll see. They got one of the OGs left. His name is Tyson Green. He's been there from like one of the day ones around, the old team. But everybody's like, bruh, it sound nice. You know what I'm saying? Until we see it, like, the player base is... And I heard they giving Gallahorn away for free. You know what Gallahorn's giving away for free? They in trouble. Gallahorn has always been press the red button and get out of like save us, please. Yeah. So when I saw Gallahorn for free by Zer, I was like, oh yeah,
they trying to
they in the mix. They in the mix. So yeah, we'll see. They did give a roadmap. Now it's the execution, and then obviously we got to see how Marathon do. That's another big part of their success, because if that don't pop, who knows what's going to happen with Destiny.
I think, and I just real quick, because I wanted to talk to you about it, never got a chance to. I think they've done dead Marathon and just go straight to Destiny 3. I think they're going to double down on something that's sure than something that's unsure.
The problem is that's what we thought, but then all the reports came out and they were like, no D3, and that it all hands on deck. And then the studio head from Marathon got caught up with the sexual situation. So now it's another studio. And then that dude, I think, came from Valorant. It is crazy over there. You know what I'm saying? I wish them the best. I've just got to be realistic. I had to pull away. There's a reason why I haven't done the raid. Me and Attic have had this conversation, is because if I do the raid, which is supposed to be the greatest thing, and Final Shape is the greatest thing, there's a part of me that when I do it, I know it's over. And it's like, because the best thing about being a Destiny fan is always what's coming next. You're looking forward to, all right, this is coming. Stop smiling, style. I don't like smiling that I said over.
I just feel the same way about like a lot of games. I'll play like a Red Dead or something like that. I'll play everything in the game and not touch the story because I don't want to see it end.
And when you love something, you don't want to see it end. So we'll see what's going on. But as far as, like I said, the Starfield, man, that Shattered Space, oh man, that trailer was so lit. So I've been hyped. I've been on my New Game Plus, just getting a couple of achievements, like Attic said, because obviously when we played the preview version, when you do the story, you don't get any of the achievements when we was playing that review copy version. So now I might
play some Destiny this week.
Yeah, some new joint, and then they got this new faction that they fleshed out called the Trackers Alliance. They like bounty hunters. They like little Boba Fett's, and you go around searching for people and quests and stuff. It's lit, yeah. And then I was really getting in with the Rev 8, which is like that Mako joint where it got the vertical boost, the physical is lit. So yeah, I'm just getting everything ready. And then I would highly recommend, if y'all gonna go back, if y'all didn't have Romance and Draja, or you don't want to, that's fine. At least have her around as a companion, because her quest, her background is tied to House Varun. House Varun, they worship the Great Serpent. They on some cult joint. And this whole DLC,
that leads to the DLC.
Because that's one of the only factions in the game that it did not really get explained. They're very mysterious. The Great Serpent.
I like the fact that on this planet, that is handcrafted, opposed to procedural
generation. You see, and it's funny that the people said, "Hey, Starfield, we didn't like that procedural. We like when you go back to the handcrafted king." Isn't that something?
So.
Yeah. I was gonna say I would have preferred them to have made the game and then because here's the thing, like they couldn't have necessarily the vision that they had for Starfield, like not everything could have been hand drawn, because they wanted like the feeling of exploration in like a universe type of thing. But like, to me, what you could have done, and I don't know, obviously I'm not a developer, I'm just speaking from the outside looking in, is build the core story, build the core side quests, and then expand out of that with the procedures generated.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because to me, that's where you were losing me, where I felt like there wasn't consistency in playing the game.
Yeah, in full transparency, I think that's where the disconnect between me and other people. As a person who loves Starfield, I don't go and do random land on planet in this game. Yeah, see, because that, to me, it's not enough there like a typical BGS game where you just walk out into the distance and explore. You know what I'm saying? Right. That's the procedural generation. That part, I'm like, okay, random a bear house and searching for minerals. And at the time, also no vehicle. I was like, I'm good on that. I'm going to go to these planets where the quests are driving me.
Yeah, but now you got the vehicle now.
Yeah, and now I got the vehicle. Or how I explore is I jump from system to system, and I run down on people, or I talk to other ships. And I'm like, yo, what's going on? That type of situation. And then sometimes dynamic quests happen. But anyway, that's all that. So I've been rocking that, do a lot of that, and
I'm a menace on Starfield.
Yeah, you are.
I'll go into a space station or an orbit, and I'll just kill anything that's there. It don't matter if they're good or bad.
Did you steal Grandma's ship? Did you steal
kill Grandma?
I didn't steal Grandma's ship. I shot down Grandma.
Oh man, this guy's a menace.
And you know what's funny? I don't remember, but I'm pretty sure there's a companion on a random ship somewhere too.
Yes, there's this
down. And I
got him.
I ran and one of the biggest things I didn't like about that, I don't know if they fixed it, is I found this like space station in this astral belt, and I never found it again. And people went back and looked. Like,
that's one of the best quests.
I never found it again. It was like it was one of the spaceship.
The zero gravity joints.
and I could not find it. I went back and I kept looking and I just could not find it again.
My joy is when you got to make the moral decision when you are exploring a planet, and like King was the one that put me on when you see somebody landing on the planet. And you're like, oh, and I was like, okay, you go over there, and they say, hey,
I didn't know that.
Yeah, I didn't know that was something you could do. Until King told me. And then when you go up to them, and they like, yo, man, we really, thank God, we're really hurting out here. You got these ship parts, and you got a decision. You can do the jukes, or you can take their ship, or you can be a good Samaritan.
Here's the thing: if I shot you down, what makes you think I'm gonna build you back up?
Anyway,
but see, it's so much random stuff that happens in the game that you gotta respect the randomness of
it.
Like, I'm just doing something in my mind, and I said, "What? This ship is coming down." I said, "Let me get over there." So remember, I have a car at this time.
Yeah, we walk.
So now I run over there, and I see people outside. So I walk over there with my gun on the side. I don't have it out. And I'm like, yeah, what's up? Yeah, yo, we need some water. We was traveling, this, that, and the third. And I'm like, how many of it is y'all? just two of us.
Yeah, nobody gonna know.
This ship is mine.
He looking around like, oh, word?
It's just
y'all? That's the fun part of Starfield.
Y'all don't got a defense bot?
Yeah, the best. I ain't gonna front. When they added robbing and boarding someone's ship is the greatest feeling in the game. Like that, I love that ship. Anyway, enough about Starfield, so I'm getting on that. But solve any super chats, sir, before we.
Oh yeah, we got a few. Hold on one moment. All right, we got Hollywood. You go ahead, Attic.
I was gonna say, so for some reason, Doctor Strangelove got banned in the chat.
Why?
Look,
why?
I don't know, because like here's the thing, like
unban him.
Well, no, he's already been unbanned.
Oh,
there's
good,
a couple
good.
people in there that I ain't seen in the chat a while that was banned. Like, look, it doesn't tell me who banned people, but I am telling you now I'm going to be keeping more of an eye on it. I'm not going to be saying anything.
Taking wrenches away.
Yeah, and if I catch you doing something that's out of pocket for no reason, there won't be a discussion. Your wrench will just be gone.
So Strangelove is back in the building?
Yeah.
You know what? I gotta look at my channel because I heard about that before on what was it, On Point channel. I'm gonna tell you now. On Xbox Frontline News, if any of you guys are a moderator over there, you do not ban anyone at all. All right? I mean, let them say whatever they're going to say. You can time out their words if you don't like what they said. But you do not ban a soul because I don't care if they're a PlayStation dude. I made this channel up to troll them. I want them to show up and I want them to interact.
Want them to have the platform to
That's
troll.
right. I want them to be able to have the voice.
Oh, there goes Strangelove. He said I had so many freaky messages I wanted to say. He back. Strangelove is back, y'all.
Here's the thing. That's on Frontline. We don't want that disrespect over here. Okay, be respectful.
No, appreciate that.
Save it for Fridays. Save it for every day. Frontline takes it. Bring it over there.
Strangelove, thanks for reaching out to us on Twitter.
You guys can joke in the chat, but that's fine. Just don't be disrespectful to each other.
Yeah, that's it. That's what we got.
And especially us. Don't be disrespectful.
Don't do that.
Disrespectful to us.
Don't do that. What else we got?
All right, we got Hollywood Rules, $5 super chat. Happy Sunday to my New York City and West Virginia cousins. Can't wait to live Lady Hollywood birthday weekend, but gotta support my boys. Salute King. Hashtag no PS6 and chat. Go see Transformers 1. Yes, we probably doing that next week.
Next week, right?
I did not say that. I did not tell people. Yo, listen, I'm gonna keep it a buck with you. I've been a Transformer dude my whole life.
Yes, sir.
I'm not even gonna hold you. If you ever loved Gen 1,
that's me.
If you ever felt disrespected by any of those Transformers movies, and I thought the last live action movie, the one with the beast, I thought that was the one that came pretty much close to a good Transformers movie. This movie here surpasses Transformers the movie in every way other than musicality attached to the movie. If you want to know what I'm talking about, remember the first Spider-Man Miles Morales movie?
Yes.
That movie went super viral because of the Post Malone song. The second movie was good. It was really good, but it didn't have that song tie-in that could take it to the next level. This movie suffers from that same thing. You can never beat You Got the Touch.
Oh, yeah.
But it was it had to be a song there that could have elevated it to that next level. But I think they wanted to save that for probably the sequel. I'm telling you, it answers every question us Gen 1 dudes have ever had. This is pure Gen 1 love.
Yeah, for Tigers in the chat. This is wild. He said, "Can we blame something on the series yesterday?" He wild. Stupid. Anyway, yeah, man. So what else we got for Super Chats?
We got Hamish K, $2 super chat. Lordy, look at the day. That's funny. Lordy, it reminds me of Jack Tripper. Lordy.
Oh yeah, Lordy. Salute.
Then we got Hamish K again, $2 super chat. Good day from the land down under, 3 a.m. Shout out to Hamish.
Salute.
Hanging out at 3 a.m. Australia time. Let's go. And we got Darn Thread with the 50 sex.
Yeah, we like that currency.
I don't know about if I like this currency today. I don't know about this currency
Bring
today.
forth your sex.
Hey, Sav. You coming next Friday?
Whoa.
Question.
Whoa.
Me and Cog are having a freak off.
Oh,
yeah, you ain't about that sex.
I ain't about it
right?
now. I ain't about it now.
I like the sex, but I don't know what y'all doing.
Too much baby oil in that chat.
P.S. Don't forget to baby oil. if I can find any, I'll be sure to send it your way, Darn Thread.
Hey, yo.
So bring your own baby oil. Hey, yo.
There we have TG Bar with the €2 super chat. RoboCopper, greetings from Delta City, Lord. Shout out to I still haven't finished damn Robo. I know I'm
get it. I haven't played it yet.
I am at the end of that game and I'm not beating it. I gotta go back to
RoboCop. I need that's so mean. I need to get that game.
Yeah,
I did beat Space Marines this week though.
Oh,
you
that's
did?
what's up.
Yeah,
gotta
me
play
and
that.
Smooth and Bless beat that on the hardest difficulty.
You know what it is? For some reason, I feel like Xbox is going to jump in with a Game Pass bag, but it don't look
On
like it's
RoboCop?
happening.
Yeah, it kind of feels like it.
But I was like, it just still hasn't happened. So I'm like,
I would wait kind
I
of
have
at
it.
least to the end of the year. Yeah.
Yeah.
I have it. I'm not interested.
I mean, you don't have if you don't.
You don't have the
But it is just the fun. Like if you're talking about a 360 type game with blood and gore and stuff, it is all that. So maybe the RoboCop stuff doesn't matter to you, but it is that kind of game where it kind of feels like a 360 game with just unnecessary
So they got the classic
blood.
music.
Oh yeah.
They got it.
Oh yeah. They got all that. They got all
that's
that.
my joy. All right, continue.
Yeah. Let me see. Then we got Hargeet Chani, member for 38 months, Lord Gold. 400 million plus acquisition, studio location, and marketing, upwards of 600 million lost.
Yeah, it's a
Add
lot.
the cost to create, cancel factions, Twisted Metal, and Spidey multiplayer. Bungie is a mess. Billions wasted, can't manage their studio.
We're gonna get
We gotta
to
talk-
it later.
Yeah,
That's
we're
for
going
sure.
to talk about stuff. We're going to talk about stuff for sure.
Yeah. Then we got Hamish once again. Hamish K, $2 super chat.
Hamish K.
Have y'all seen Twilight of the Gods Party? Party awesome. Twilight of the Gods Party. It is the
Oh
anime.
no, it's the animated on Netflix.
On
I was
Netflix.
I was gonna watch it yesterday, but I started watching something called Tiles with
Yeah.
the gods. So
Yeah.
I'm gonna do that.
Twilight of the Gods, is this Zack Snyder? This is his animated thing?
I think so.
Could be. I think it is, yeah. Then we have Lucius Augustus, $5 super chat. If you're going to provide customizations to make people who are 1% of humanity feel included, that's fine. But take away the cheeks and I'm a fight.
That man want his cheeks on God and them.
See, it's just like my thing is like I might not necessarily care about that, but like to come out there and say that no one looks like this or no one has these features is like ludicrous to me.
Yeah, I kind of see it. I mean, it would be cool because when you see those hair physics too, the hair and the hip swinging.
Hip swinging. Bring forth the beef.
Yeah,
Listen. Hey, I wasn't gonna scream. I was just checking. I said, "Well, what about the other parts?" They was like, "No." I was like, "I'm cool with that," because I am a bottom guy.
Whoa, Tom!
I like.
Listen,
You gonna get clipped.
Pause.
You gonna get clipped.
Yeah, they clip it. Have fun.
They're gonna clip it. They're gonna leave that.
I make
They're
content.
gonna clip it. They're gonna clip it and leave that pause part out.
Yeah, they're gonna leave that right out.
Yeah.
King's a
Listen.
bottom guy.
Listen, I make content.
I feel that.
Go have fun.
Go do what you do. Continue.
I love me some biscochito.
Woo! Get it.
Dr. Strangelove, $2
He's
super
back.
chat. Thanks for the help, Mr. Beefy and Addict. Always.
Yes.
Get you back in the game so
That's
you can
right.
harass us some more.
Free straight love. Free strange love.
Yeah, and
Where's Halo reach around? Haven't seen him.
Yeah, and where's let me play
I
with your
think-
joystick?
I think they're all the same person. They're just-
I don't think so.
Oh,
I think they're individual people with individual tastes.
Yo, Kaiju is stupid. He
Where-
said
where-
beef
where-
and mead for everyone.
Where's King's Guzzling? Where's
Yeah,
King?
where's Cousins King's Glizzy? We miss
We put a
him.
hit out. We put a hit out on that.
He not allowed on Xbox Frontline?
Nah.
He was holding the line, literally.
Let me tell you something. That's the weirdest thing in the world, because that's how I know it's somebody else. That dude doesn't show up to Xbox Frontline. And listen, I gotta respect Apollo Dingo. Apollo Dingo bring that smoke over there, because over there he run buck wild. He's crazy. But and then he shows up over here too. So I don't know. I don't trust that Guzzling King.
That's
I
your
don't trust
man.
that. Something's up with that. Something's up with that.
Continue, son.
Dr. Strange, $5 super chat. Sorry for keeping Sav busy, guys. We had some quick fun down in Vault 69 before the show, and his computer got all messy. Wow.
Hey, yo. Wow.
Keyboard was too slippery.
That man implied fluids was the cause of your technical issues.
Man.
Wow.
You know you got a fluid limit too.
Well, welcome back, Dr. Strange.
My guy.
Did we make the right decision?
That's my guy. That's my guy.
So we have no more Oscar, $2 super chat. Has anyone grabbed Sav from behind on Black Ops 6? There'll be no meat shields here, sir. It's not happening.
Yo, I don't like how he asked that. That was wild crazy.
I'm not. There ain't nobody whispering in my ear, bro. It's not happening.
Did you
what's
get
gonna
him
be
yet?
Funny? You know what's gonna be funny? Now someone's gonna seek Solve out in Call of
Hey,
Duty.
That's
They
why
need-
I play the campaign. Thank you very much.
You don't involve himself
They
with
they're
need
that.
to bring that back more, because
Yes.
remember in Mercs versus Spy.
Oh, they see that because I was really
Yeah.
good at that game. So when I creep up behind you and be like, yo, what up?
We'll be playing that night, and this is Xbox Live just first got there, so we'll be playing at night, and Sav will come out the vent and grab you.
They're gonna grab Solve up and be like, I thought you didn't want to hear this.
Yeah, that's too much. Moving on.
Let me see.
People super chat what you say to Solve in his ears on Call of Duty.
Nah,
Make Solve read it. Make Solve read it.
I'll read it because it'll never happen. I ain't playing no multiplayer. Then we got Necromancer Zale, $5 super chat. Did anyone else watch Tom Christie's PS5 Pro video? 5 stars. It is hilarious. Nope. Didn't
Yep.
watch
I didn't
that.
watch it yet. Yeah.
Okay, I gotta watch that then. Then we got Dr. Strangelove once again,
Wow, he's
$5
back,
super
back.
chat. Cog, we gotta see the booty shorts and crop top fit covered in baby oil for Halloween. Who is he supposed to be? Who is he?
I don't know what's going on.
This is just the Halloween
This is a
outfit.
King Fright Night Friday situation that is expanded into the podcast. I don't know what's
They
going
love
on.
it. They love it.
I don't know what's going on. That's what Frontline. That's what happens over there. That's
Then we got Mr. Irishman, £5 super chat.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of Halo, Jez has heard Infinite has been profitable for a while now.
Yep.
It seems like Halo isn't in as bad of a state as people have been saying. I mean, people.
yeah.
I think after, it's been out for as long as it has, let's be real, those microtransactions were atrocious. So I'm assuming those whales definitely helped
I
get
definitely
that money
contributed.
up there.
I was definitely.
Yeah, so it's like, look,
Shout out
at
to
the end of the
Maury.
day,
Shout out to Space Station. I had that space. I wasn't running with no
I
ashy
bought the
Spartan.
cat ears.
Yeah, I did that.
Yeah, my Spartan is ashy as hell.
Yep.
Like at the end of the day, like I don't think anyone had an issue with like the Halo at its core. It was that they made a game, and I think at the last minute they just said, "Once if we make this into games as a service," but they didn't think about any of that the back end of it, like the dropping the content. That's just my
Yeah,
opinion.
the roadmap wasn't ready. That's what I felt. The game was solid, but the roadmap wasn't ready. What else we got?
Then we got Danny Passion Official,
Yeah.
$2 super chat, dropping some love. Shout out to Danny. Appreciate you, bro.
Blessings.
Then we got the Angry Therapist, MD, $5 super chat. Because of King, I'm going to check out that Transformers movie. The movie from the 80s hasn't been surpassed in my eyes. The soundtrack is awesome. I have it in 4K. I still have to re-sit down and rewatch it. I got to do that.
Same.
The reason I can say it is low points in that movie, like the Omega Supreme. That whole part where bond week, grind out week, mini bond.
It was slow for
there was a little lull
it slowed down in that part. And that's the only way that you can attack that film. You got to attack that film in the parts that felt like empty space and it was just filling space. So I could do that. This movie don't have that.
Yeah. Let me see.
Oh, they got King already. As your very good.
Oh. What do you say?
Told you. I'm gonna put it. Check the chat. Check the chat. Check the chat. They got him already. I told him.
Hold on. Let me hold on.
They found out what type of guy you are. They go with it. They go with it. I can't even retweet that. I can't even do my man like that because Astro Prime is so good that I can't. It's the finger. It's he got the perfect clip. Yo, it is super lit. Hey, yo. I ain't even gonna share that out. I'm gonna spare you. Oh, what's this? Oh wow, that's different. Smash.
I'm gonna go and I'm gonna retweet that. I'm gonna retweet that.
Oh,
I need more super chats. I need more
the bodybuilder.
He's got me as kid. He's got Barrett as
well, technically, I should be Barrett. Technically, but okay.
Now you Beefy. You Lord Beefy. And Sav, I guess, is the baseball player.
Yes. He just has me with a Yankee jersey.
That's it. Yeah. All right, what else we got, Sav?
All right, we got. Let me see.
And you guys know the drill, man. Go over there and hit the like on that, man.
Oh, y'all done got kid.
Yeah, Robot Octopus 5,000. But chat, I can't be the only console player that wants PC graphics without the hassle. Shiz or get off the pot. Give me a $1,200 beefy unit. No puny upgrade. I am sure that there are plenty of hardcore gamers that would be willing to pay PC prices for a console.
Oh, snap.
Hardcore.
Joystick is back.
Oh, Lord, baby. Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, they coming out the woodwork today, baby. Woo.
All right. Robert Kellett, $5 super chat. Blessed day. What games are the best? What games are the best to try now that I've ascended? Sonic Frontiers with mods is fire. Oh, that's right. So Kellett, Rob. Something with mods, something with crazy. Well, did you try Fallout London? Right? Did you try that?
Yeah, that's crazy.
Let me see what else.
Maddie goes in about that Skyrim mod.
Yeah,
Witcher.
Skyrim mod and Witcher 3 with bonkers mods is it's a special thing. So that.
No doubt.
Let me see what else. Robert Kellett again, $2 super chat. Did you ban Strange Love, Saab? Nope, did not ban Strange Love. You know, I'm all about taking the abuse for the almighty dollar. I don't care.
Somebody clip that.
Clip that.
Somebody clip that. That's a clip.
No, what you do?
I'm willing to take the harassment.
No, what you do is you put King's clip in front of that clip where King says, "I'm about to bottom," and he says, "I'm about to take the abuse for the mighty dollar."
Don't give them ammo, addict.
Hilarious.
Here's the thing.
Don't tell them how to do it.
Here's the thing. Like, I don't want people thinking that I unbanned Dr. Strangelove just because of like my monetary value thing. I unbanned Dr. Strangelove because there's zero reason to ban him, and I have no clue.
I don't know how that happened. Yeah, we don't know how that happened.
Well, I would have unbanned them just for the monetary. But I'm just saying, no. The fact of the matter is, freedom of speech is definitely valued over here. And I don't want anybody to think that just because somebody has a difference of opinion, we will ban them or block them. That is not what goes down here. And listen, as much as I have disdain for Guzzling King's Glizzy, I personally will not ban him.
I got disdain for
because
man loves you.
I don't like what he believes. Change your name, sir.
Then we have a Mescalito, $5 super chat. No issue with them adding options for people, but they are clearly subtracting options for most players. You want to play female without a Chad jawline, no option. Okay, so they just they have time maybe to add some stuff to it. We'll see. And we have let's play with each other's joystick.
He back.
$10 super chat. Sabi, baby. Haven't chatted in a while. I've been keeping a low profile after Diddy got caught up. I'm short 1,000 bottles of oil now. I'll be sticking to co-op sessions with you from now on.
That man trying to get indicted in the freak off.
he on the Diddy list.
He on the list. 1-800 freak off. I heard they got the hotline. They try to catch y'all now.
Did you quit your job like all the other CEOs?
It's so funny hearing like a district attorney say those two words.
Bro, when you hear a district attorney say freak off, it is multiple times.
You know what threw me?
What threw you?
When he said we opening up the phone line. When he said we got a 1-800 report the freak off. He said, and then it turned into an infomercial. Have you ever been a victim of the freak off?
Of the freak off.
Has Diddy ever told you to take that? If so,
I've never seen that.
Freak off.
Yeah, that was wild with the DA.
Call me now.
Operators are standing by.
Yeah, it's crazy out here, man. We understand you had to keep it low. You know what I'm saying? It's joystick. It's crazy.
Then we got Dr. Strangelove once again, $5 super chat. I can't lie, PlayStation might have got me with the 30th anniversary PS5 Pro. That thing looks nice. It is pretty. That's our favorite PlayStation generation. Is that first one?
It's only 12,300 made. You are never getting one.
It's going on sale at the same time.
Oh wow, it's over. Yeah, it's over.
Yeah, Thursday is gonna be wild. Is it Thursday? I think it's Thursday. Yeah.
It's stupid.
There we go. Dr. Strangelove, $2 super chat. Cog, you've been doing a bad job as NYC mayor. A lot of corruption going on, Cog.
We got Diddy. What is it? Brooklyn House. We doing it. Slow them down. What else we got?
That's it. We're caught up.
All right.
For now.
Patreon question is kind of long. It is tied to the Switch 2. So if we can do this now, or you want to do it when it's Switch 2, it's up to y'all. It's my man Donna Taco. He's got some questions for us. How y'all want to handle this?
Whichever. Isn't Switch to the first topic? Or that's just how you put it?
Yeah, I got it as a combo topic because of Palworld and then Switch 2. So as the first, it's a combo. But however y'all want to do it. Y'all want to do the Patreon questions now because he has a lot of Switch 2 questions for us.
Real quick, we did have a loss in the community.
Yes, I forgot to go into that.
Yeah, Big Mike. He passed away.
Yeah,
wow.
Yeah, so
platform podcast.
Hate to hear that. One thing I will say that I love about this community is we foolishness 24/7, 7 days a week, 52 weeks out of the year. But what I will say is like when like serious stuff happens, like the whole community's there.
Yeah, they
like,
came through.
It's not just one, but I'm gonna drop in the chat his
the
GoFundMe for his funeral costs. They've already hit their goal.
They hit the goal.
You guys, if you guys want to toss in a little bit more, because the hardest thing is not even the funeral. It's after the funeral.
Yeah.
Like, trying to like, his family trying to go back to work with going through a morning, like that stuff's not easy. And if you guys got something, definitely put it in there. This is an individual that's been in our chat. He's been there years. Like, I saw him. I talked to him like a year and a half ago. It's just been a crazy time, and I hate that happened.
Yeah, I just want to shout out Big Mike, man. It was tough because I found out the news like 2 days late. I didn't even realize it, and I saw what was going on, and I obviously contributed to the movement, and everybody came together. Shout out to Big Cloud, you know what I'm saying? Shout out to Platform Podcast and everything, Platform Real, who put that up, and I believe the gentleman's name was The Whole Man. He's also that helped with the to get the thing going for the GoFundMe, and I did the same thing, Attic. I just looked at my DMs with him, and we always had good interactions. It was always like, hey, Cog, love what you're doing. What can I do to help get in the industry? So I would give a little advice here and there and stuff like that. He was a big supporter of LordCognito.net. He was a huge supporter of that. And again, his passion for gaming was real. So salute to him. And again, rest in peace, his family. And if anyone wants to do anything, like I said, Attic put the link in their description for the GoFundMe. And it's one of our family members in the community, man. So definitely a tough loss. We want to say prayers to his family. So back with the Patreon stuff, you want me to just jump into or save it for during the Switch joint? Or just wait.
Save it for the Switch on it.
Okay.
Not for the Switch.
All right, cool,
we got 2 more chats here. So
all right, cool.
Do those. We got Donald Taco member for 16 months. Lord Silver. No one talking about Nintendo fans and nostalgia when a colorway change is enough to make PlayStation fans spend $1,000 on something they ridiculed a week ago.
That's crazy.
It is true.
That's crazy.
It is
That's
true.
crazy.
I what I appreciate is most people who fell head over heels of this acknowledge their fraudness. They did.
Yeah, true.
From what
true,
I
true.
heard, they were like, "Yeah, I'm a fraud. I want this." Like that was it.
Yeah, fair enough.
Then we have Mario M, $2 super chat. Do y'all prefer freak off or get your freak on?
I take free golf for
Free golf for 400.
no. It's free golf for 1,000.
For 1,000. Yes.
1,000 baby oils.
Yo, you stupid.
Yo, I want to know when the cops came in and they said, "Oh Lord," I know in any police officer's head that was never a possibility, and that it happened, and we heard about it. Not saying that it's a crime to have baby oil. Sometimes,
Yeah, we gotta do what you gotta do.
to be lubed up. I'm just saying. But to come in and see it, you like, man, this dude was hardcore into all his stuff.
He wasn't gonna miss out on the action.
dedicated.
He was dedicated to the situation. We caught up, Tom?
Yeah. Hold on a second. Yes, we are.
All right, last week's poll results are in. The people have spoken to the question with the latest reveal of the PlayStation 5 Pro. Do you think this emboldens Microsoft to not take a loss on next generation hardware? The winner of the three-way ILP poll at 51% of the vote was no. Microsoft should make their hardware competitive as the challenger brand. In second place at 29% of the vote, yes, PS5 Pro and the market have set the tone on next generation hardware. And in last place at 19%, I don't care. Nintendo charging $700 for that Switch 2, we gon' riot. So that is what's going on. Lord Addict, the realm feels they want Xbox to have competitive hardware pricing, no $700 consoles like matching the PS5 Pro.
It don't matter what that price is. You fiends are buying that.
Yeah.
So let's be. We could sit here and we could dictate not buying a $700 mid-generation refresh, but that next generation, if it's that price, you guys just not gonna game. Let's be honest. You guys just not gonna game.
Yeah, they're doing it now, but they're doing it now. A lot of them dudes are still on the PlayStation 4 and the Xbox One, and they got to be forced to be pulled over. So, yeah, man, a lot of dudes will hold off waiting for a deal, and somebody told them that they was going to get a deal when this PlayStation Pro came out, and I told y'all years ago that it was going to be $700, and God bless, no deals for you. Now you got to pony up and go get it. Let's go, man. Let's go. Let's get it.
Messy. Anyway, we are all caught up. Solve. You are
Yes,
setting
sir.
off Nintendo throwing out lawsuits. What's happening out here?
There we go. So yeah, if you guys may recall, in January we got the release of Palworld from a small company, Japanese company called Pocket Pair, and it Xbox exclusive and PC, right?
Yep.
And yeah, and it was a huge success. It was a huge success.
Yes.
Simply because it was doing what Pokemon wasn't doing with its license. And the last couple of Pokemon games have been very sort of run-of-the-mill, what you expect from Pokemon, and they haven't been great performers in terms of actual performance, right? They sell well because it's Pokemon, they will sell well, but there was discussions about whether there would be some sort of copyright infringement lawsuit coming from Nintendo as a result of the game Palworld being similar, or the pals in Palworld being similar to Pokemon. That never came about because from what we understood at the time, it was, you can't really question infringement when it's something that looks similar to what your thing looks like, unless you can prove that it was created from your source material or something was literally copied from your source material. Especially in the US, it's very hard to prove that level of infringement. So we thought, okay, it's over. Palworld is going to continue. But no, it seems that this entire year up until this point, Nintendo has been getting the chamber ready to come at Pocket Pair and Palworld, not in the United States, but actually filing a patent infringement lawsuit in Japan. not in the United States, because again, the United States is a little more willy-nilly, and it's harder to prove. So the interesting thing about this is that it's not a copyright infringement, it's a patent infringement. Again, indicating that Nintendo owns patents that they believe were infringed upon by Pocket Pair and Palworld.
I was told that it's the Powerball ball and the Pokeball. Like,
well, that's part of it, right?
That's what I was told that they were going after.
And also, it seems like people are sort of inferring that it could be that in some way, shape, or form, they're seeking to prove that the creation of the PALs in some way infringes upon whatever the process was that Nintendo utilized to create Pokemon, right?
Can I give an Exhibit A, Saul?
With the final product, we've seen the final products in the comparisons. We know this, right? So what are you trying to? What's the Exhibit A? Is it Lucario?
Don't help Nintendo with they case.
This is Dragon Quest in 1986,
Oh,
and this is
you
Pokemon
said
in
okay.
1996, 10 years
Okay.
apart. And look at some of the difference. Like, look, there are some here I think people are reaching a little bit, but there's some here I'm like,
There's some influences. Yeah, there's some influences.
I'm looking at that Breakfast Club, but like bar for bar. Like, look at Ghastly.
Yeah.
Well, you guys don't know these names. I do. Ghastly's this one right here. Like, that, look, is that technically Ghastly? No. But I would say you can make a strong argument
Inspirations.
that is heavily inspired. Look at Zubat. Like,
The
a little bit
question is,
bigger,
can you-
Golbat.
The question is that can you prove that they had Ghastly drawn on the table and they traced over Ghastly?
But here's the
That's
crazy
problem.
thing is to
I
what.
don't know if you put him over him, it'd probably be close to
But
close.
the crazy
Like,
thing is we thought they were going to go this angle with Palworld, but to Saul's point, they're not going this angle.
Angle.
Because this is the angle we thought they going to lose.
Yeah,
they going,
exactly.
I'll let you finish, Saul. They going
Now,
with this patent thing. You know what I'm
They
saying?
may partially go this angle in Japan, right? And they were just kind of collecting more information, right? See what kind of changes came to Palworld during the course of the year and stuff like that. Because again, the laws and even what you consider to be copyright quote unquote infringement in Japan is somewhat different than in the rest of the world, particularly the US, right? So it could be something in the realm of copyright infringement, but it's just differently, they view it differently in Japan, right? But the thing is, it does feel like it is. They have specifically said it's patent infringement, right?
Yes.
So
Look at
some
this.
way, shape, or form, they're saying that our creation process was copied in some way, shape, or form.
Look at this second line. This one on the left. He starts with an O. I can't remember his name exactly. He's like a fossil Pokemon.
Yeah, we look at
You
him.
get a fossil and revive him. This thing from Dragon Quest is literally almost the exact same design. The blue, the shell, like it's crazy. Like, here's Shell. Shell. I think I can't remember his name. But,
Shelly?
almost. No. Shelton, I think. I don't know.
Shell. He just add a Y to it.
I'm sure the chat will correct me. Like, there's a couple on here I don't agree with, like Psyduck and whatever this is called. They don't look at anything alike. Like, I don't think that is. You know, you can make an argument that this dragon kind of looks like Gyarados, but I don't think that's really a fair comparison. Geodude looks almost identical to this dude, except for he's brown and he's gray.
Yeah.
Like, it's just like there are a couple on this that I think is kind of reaching, but there are a few in here that's like, there ain't no way they didn't see this. Like,
I get it.
Like Krabby or whatever. There's just so many Pokemon now. I get them confused.
Yeah.
Like, he kind of looks like him, so I could see an argument with these two. Pidgeot, or that might be Pidgeotto. I can't remember which one.
Names are hilarious.
No, I know the majority of them. Zubat, Golbat, Caterpillar, Nidoran. I just thought of his name. I don't know his. Shelton, Rhydon,
Jesus.
Psyduck, Gyarados.
This is out of control.
I
You don't have to go through the whole
Geodude,
list. We good. We got you.
Coffin.
We believe the authentic
All right.
time on Addict's knowledge of this. We know
Nintendo
you know the
has
names.
soul bars too.
That man trying to go in. He's like, yeah, this went that way. Continue.
Addict
Yeah.
informant.
So yeah, then not too long after the lawsuit was revealed, we got a statement from Pocket Pair indicating that they were disappointed, obviously, at this, right? And they would do everything in their power to sort of protect specifically indies, right? They kind of tried to rally the indies.
Yeah, coming at the little guy.
Right, coming at the little guy. And saying that they would fight this. So, and they have no choice, right? Obviously, they're being sued. So, and then we'll find out soon enough what Nintendo means by patent infringement and what specifically it is that they're.
It's a sealed indictment.
So, I mean, I want to know what you guys think about this because it feels like, listen, Nintendo's lawyers, it's go time. They're about to announce their new console.
Nintendo's lawyers are about that life.
Yeah, they're about that life, and right now they're on high alert because they have multiple things they're trying to balance out. They have these leaks that it could be or could not be real, whatever the case may be. They're having to deal with this reveal coming soon and what they have to deal with that. Obviously, this Palworld thing has been brewing all year long, and it feels like they, from the beginning, they're like, yeah, we're gonna stay quiet, not say anything. But from the beginning, they've been just gathering information to try to build a case. So, what do y'all think about this, and what do you think of the chances?
Say hi.
Of what happens with this, right? Hello.
Wait, what happened there?
She said hi.
They did it.
Wait, they do.
Yeah.
You talking about the Solve joint, right? Yeah.
Solve and King together.
Oh man, you gotta send me the link.
Yeah, this is no good.
Yeah, Addict is out of control.
About
He out
taking
here
the
giving
abuse
people
for the
ammo to
almighty
do wild
God.
things.
Yeah, this is all Addict.
I won't share that one. You guys have to find that on your own.
Just put it in the ILP channel. I want to see what's going on.
Yeah, we need to see.
We need
what's
this
happening.
laugh.
So who's going first? Who's going first?
All right. Yeah, Attic, we switching order because you got the thing going on, right?
No, I'm good now. I'm good
Oh,
now.
okay.
He said that's what I had to say.
No. Like the things that was going on, it's no longer.
Oh,
It's been like an hour and a half. Well, it comes down to I don't think that they should have a case, but the thing is, I don't know Japan law like that because I think that's where they're taking them to court.
Yeah.
And also you got to look at it from a classism kind of thing where like Nintendo's been around for a long time. I'm sure they have a lot of connections there, and I think that's going to probably carry more on. It's going to be more on that than what's right or wrong, because sometimes it's not about what you know. It's not about it's about who you know that's in positions of power that can get stuff done. And I do think Nintendo probably got a lot of clout in Japan. So especially they were like one of the only companies that didn't like really abandon Japan. Like Sony pretty much abandoned Japan. Look, PlayStation.
Yep, Jim took him out of there.
Yeah, so it's just like, but Nintendo never did that. Japan is still a key component for them. They sell a lot there all the time. Yeah. And to me, I don't know, like in the place, we know this, like almost every body of government is corrupt in some way, shape, or form. So I don't know. Because the thing is like Hogue still thinks that they don't have a case.
Yeah.
I would take Hogue's opinion more than my opinion, because even though Hogue doesn't practice law in Japan, he probably knows a lot about the Japan law because he deals with people that's over there to some degree. But I also know is Nintendo about that life.
Yeah.
Nintendo be going in there. How many times have we come in here? Bro, I don't think Nintendo got they got no case. Nintendo done shut the whole website down.
Yo, Nintendo gangster with it, bro. Yeah, shout out to Lisa Hunter. He said that Hogue said the best that Nintendo can ask Pocket Pair is to change a few things, not kill the game. Interesting. I wonder what they would change. Tell them they can't catch the art of catching a monster. You can't
but the thing is like Tim. That's a Pokemon. I would say that's more Pokemon than this game is, but this game's more successful. Remember, I told you when this happened, I said there's two scenarios that's going on here. One, they have no legal bounds whatsoever to attack this company, and they're not going to be able to. Two, They got all the legal bounds that they want, but they want them to get that bread up before they take it.
Yep.
Like they just sat around. It's like, okay, we see you. You think we don't see you, but really we
So
just
you think they like the feds?
Yeah, they
let
always
you-
been
they let you
adding
get
right
your
because
money
they
up.
put a
Yeah.
statement. They said the Pokemon company said in a statement, they said, we are aware that a game was released in January 2024, and we plan to take appropriate measures to address any acts that infringe on the intellectual property rights base related to Pokemon. So they wouldn't even name their name. They just said, we are aware that there's dudes out here doing a game.
To me, they were waiting for them. Here's the thing: Nintendo's not stupid. They will take you to court if you have nothing and take every penny you make for the rest of your life. This is one of the companies that will sit there and they will take one person that works at Walmart and says, you can continue to work at Walmart, but I want 40% of whatever you make from now on. They will make examples out of you. Most of the time when it comes to scenarios like this, companies look at, am I going to gain more than I'm like, is it worth it for me? Nintendo's like, nah, he going to jail. He going to, I don't care what it cost us. I don't care if we realistically don't get the money back. That man going to jail. Like, and Nintendo about that life. And it's like, Nintendo has no problem with the smoke. None. You know, we sat there and said, there's no way Nintendo's going to be able to stop the emulation stuff going on this year. And then Nintendo came out and was like, we good. Like, and then not only after that, they're like, who else doing it?
Well, the only reason why they was able to stop them is because they put it on their paid for site.
See,
When they put it behind
no,
the
it was on their
paywall?
Patreon. It was on
Yeah,
their
it was
Patreon.
on their Patreon,
That
yeah.
is wild. Nintendo's like, yo, send a couple spies in there. We about to see what's going on in that
Yeah.
Patreon.
That's what you're supposed to do.
King, your thoughts on this whole Palworld lawsuit?
Yes.
Tiago's crazy.
So I'm gonna tell y'all didn't understand exactly what was happening. And I'm gonna tell you guys that y'all are absolute frauds.
Oh, damn.
You dudes are absolute frauds. Y'all told me that Nintendo doesn't really care about what Palworld is doing. And I told you they absolutely do care. Well, they don't really care if it sells on Xbox. You know why? Because they and Xbox have a nice deal going on right now. That Call of Duty bag is what it is. And it was like, well, it's over there. That's our friends, their family, extended. You know, Mario sat back and said, Luigi, let those dudes make it their money. let them make it a moolah. And they're working over there with the PC. Even though we're not cool with the PC crowd, our Microsoft constituents
like Gangsta Mario.
allow them to make that money because they are giving us day one a high fire rush. You understand? They are giving us a higher fire rush. And
Higher fire rush.
and they're giving us
Consigliere Mario.
they're giving us the Call of Duty, you know. So Microsoft has been very, very valuable to the family. Isn't that right, Luigi? How do you feel about this, Yoshi? Yoshi said, Yoshi. So with that being said, all hands on deck. We will allow the Pocket Pair people to make their money in the corner over there with Microsoft. And I heard they're running it up over there. It's doing bigger numbers. We are like that because they are part of the family. And then I said, but Mario, do you hear? At the Tokyo Game Show, they're going to have for the PlayStation a PlayStation.
Oh, that's what it was.
It's going to be on the PlayStation. He said, oh, no, Luigi. We got to put the kibosh upon them.
Oh, that's what it was. That's
he
what
said, so, what do you think we should do? We should put the lawsuit, stick the dogs upon them, Mario. Put our bloodhounds on them. What do we think you're going to get them on? The Pokeball. I told you before, I already had them. In the news. I was letting them get too comfortable. So next week, it was supposed to be shown that the PlayStation version was going to be at the TGS show. It was supposed to be announced next week with a demo on the floor. Guess what's not there? It's over.
Are you implying that because of this reveal, Nintendo had enough? This was enough?
When I told you before, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Nintendo said, we got a business practices with this Microsoft guys. I don't want to mess up business with them. We don't, because Pocket Pair, they're selling a good game for these guys. These guys, they do a good business.
So what was it that was too far? Why did it go too?
If you thought you was going over there to PlayStation, you was gonna reach over there to PlayStation with all the stuff the PlayStation did. The North always remembers. So if you PlayStation news thought, yeah, now we get power. Guess what's happening? And from what I heard, this is gonna take years. Years of litigation. So guess what's gonna be locked behind that paywall over there on Microsoft? Because you know what? They pull it off the off of Xbox. Homeboy's still selling. You know where he's still selling to? On PC. You know who's still playing? We are. You know who's not playing next week? You won't. It won't be no new iterations for you guys. God bless, say less.
I knew this was gonna turn into this.
I love.
How did he manage to turn?
I know. How did he manage to turn this into PlayStation getting cloud?
Listen. If y'all watch Xbox Frontline News, I'm 98% right all the time. And listen, I told you. I said, barring any circumstances that might happen from here to there.
That sounds very threatening.
Yeah, I said, apparently, you guys are going to get a chance to play Palworld. And I said, big up to you guys.
He said, apparently.
I said, big up to you guys. God bless. And I also said, with a caveat, hopefully, nothing happens from here to there.
That sounds like a veiled threat. Hopefully nothing happens.
And like I tell you dudes, hashtag no PlayStation 6.
This is.
Listen, like I tell you guys, everything is a plan until it's not. Who shot you? Settle in the roof for the obsolete hard
It's on. And for all that bickering beef.
I told you, you ain't gonna get one.
Heartbeat race like Sasquatch feet, thunder ring across the concrete.
Another one.
Anyway, I'm gonna jump in. Look, I was wrong about this one. I didn't think they had a chance in hell to really come after Palworld. Because again, the thought process is like, yo, they're going to go after these pals that have way too many similarity to Pokemon, but the reality is they won't be able to legally be able to win that joint. And what's crazy is they flipped the game. They laid in the cut, like Addict said, and they waited for a couple months, and now they coming up with this new thing with patents. So what is it? So I think it was 2021 or whatever. They have the patent for the art of, throwing a ball.
Throwing the ball and catching
catching a monster. So this is the new hustle we doing. So now they like, okay. And I don't get me wrong, it's hilarious. The fact that they sat the cut for like 8 months, let they lawyer, Nintendo's lawyer and they ninjas over there, see what they doing, right? They put out the statement, we are aware of a game that is doing something, we go investigate. So now the goose is on deck. And look, I will give this to Addict. Like, they lawyers are crazy. Like their lawyer game, their litigation, and then the fact it's in Japan, I don't know how legal law goes over there. Obviously, we want to get Hogan and get, his proper assessment of what he thinks. But from what I'm seeing in the landscape over there, they may have a case. If they have something in place that says the art of throwing a ball to catch a monster is something you can't do without us getting a cut, it's going to get very interesting. Now, the thing that I think was interesting is that, like, you got that part, but honestly, I got to come at you, Nintendo. This sets a dangerous precedent because now you could say like, yo, just think of like Nintendo went after Astro Bot. The art of swinging a boss around like Koopa is something we did and we got a patent for that. Now you can't do that.
Oh no.
Right.
Mario. Mario, did you see that Astro Bot? What he doing?
Like it's a little dangerous to me because it's like you're stifling to me when you do this. It's a dangerous because these patents can now stifle ingenuity. Because let's be honest, some of the best gaming ideas are built off something else, its foundation and expounded upon. Right. So now you got them doing that. What if Sony said, "Yo, What my man Travis? He called it the crevice crawlers. You know, when Sony goes through a loading screen, the guy goes through a wall. You know what I'm saying? What if Sony said the art of crevice crawling for doing a loading screen is something we did? No other game could do that without us getting our cut, right? What if Microsoft says, yo, any game with a chainsaw,
first-person shooter
first
on
one,
console,
that, or with a chainsaw that cuts and dismembers, or curb stomps an enemy from gears? What we did, you got to give us a cut. Now we get it. Yeah.
Didn't they fight for Rumble? Didn't they try to fight for Rumble, saying they invented Rumble?
It's a dangerous precedent, and it's very bully-like behavior. So it's just like, look.
But at what point in time does flattery turn into thievery?
No, I get that.
I mean, we got to test the water.
But here's the but my thing is, if you're sitting on that patent, let's be honest. I'm rooting for Parker Perry. Because at the end of the day,
hold on. What Cog is saying is equivalent to Microsoft taking Bungie to court and said, "Yo, Destiny is literally Halo, bar for bar. Those are brutes. Those are that's Cortana.
Right.
Your Ghost is Cortana.
Yeah, like literally, like that. Microsoft. I mean, Destiny could go after Towerborn right now." Right? You clear? Remember, Addict? They got the Umbra, they got the Tower, they got the thing. So again,
shout out that check out that content.
Check out that content. It's lit.
Guys.
Yeah, check it. It's lit. So again, what I'm saying is a dangerous precedent because again, from engineering standpoint, especially Nintendo, if you are not doing anything with said patent, you're sitting on it. You're not. The reason why people like Palworld because they're like, yo. Even a guy like me that don't like the QC game stuff like that, I was like, you talk about, little cute characters with the gat, with the toast. I might be interested now. That was, you know what I'm saying? It's out here with the violence. I might be interested. So, and to me, that's them adding on. Like, it's just like, bro, that's how the game industry has kind of been this whole, since we've been in the game.
We got to see exactly what the sealed indictment is about. Like,
that's what I was saying yesterday in the voice message. Like, there's a lot of info we don't have on it.
True.
But at the same time, it's like, you know why I'm for, this lawsuit not going anywhere? It's how I feel about the Nemesis system on WB. You should never be able to patent an ideal, a process, a thought process, because, the fact that when, the way the Nemesis system works, there is 0% reason that WB was able to patent a thought process as the Nemesis
and here's
system.
The thing.
But because the law at that point failed us, and they're able to do something like that, we didn't evolve the Nemesis system past that because let's be honest.
That's what I was about to say.
Competition is important.
It's important.
They would have took the Nemesis system, be like, I like that ideal.
Let's add on
that and make it better.
Let's make it better. That's how gaming has always been. Like we take some of your things, but we're gonna make it better, and that's how some of the. And let's be honest, it's survival of the fittest. The fans are gonna decide what's the better product. And the thing I don't like about it, they're coming off on some real bully joint because at the end of the day, we know Nintendo money.
Your elder.
We know Nintendo's money is long, and they could stall them.
And
out.
So this is the only part
they could stall Pocket Par out.
This is the only part that I'm with.
Okay.
That you.
I don't want Nintendo to win it. I just want them to stall them out for a little bit. Just to keep it off that PlayStation.
Listen, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. The reason why I don't like this game is because they
Pocket Pair to take this L just
so they don't get it. Yeah, you want the company to go under.
I want them to lose. Listen, I don't want them to lose. I want them to win. But I want them to take like 5 years.
Yeah.
I want you guys to see this real quick. This is the funniest thing ever. It is It's CJ.
It's blurry.
I have to switch cameras.
No, you just got to cover your face.
This camera is not the greatest for stuff like that. It's CJ in Wukong.
Oh wow, that's crazy. That's crazy. Yeah, no. So it's like again, and the thing that I don't like is that they waited for them to get their bread up.
That's right. Get your money up before we take it all.
Here's the thing. I don't blame them for that though.
But you know what?
Because it's like, why would you go after someone if you legitimately think you've been wronged when you know you ain't gonna make no money?
Fair.
That's right.
But the thing that's interesting about it is not until the Sony situation, because the Sony deal is different. King is going being too petty, but the Sony. The reason why they jumping in, you are right. They didn't like the Sony thing because But it's not what you think, though. It's not because of the game. It's because they were signing a deal with Sony Entertainment. The game was blowing up so much.
They want to make movies. And all this
They're
other
taking
stuff.
it outside of the realm. What is it? What is it called? Transmedia.
Sony tried to come in and try to double
and gave
down,
them a
get
bag.
the
So they waited for Xbox to give them a bag with the Game Pass stuff. PC got the bag, and then they waited for this big bag from Sony.
It's like we taking the taking the Xbox money that you just got.
Yes,
we taking the PlayStation. Didn't it just come out?
Because what ends up happening is it didn't come out yet. But at least I don't know yet. But they don't want this thing to be a household name. Because let's be real. If you have a Palworld movie that even touches the realm of a Sonic and a Mario, and exactly, then they become the new thing, and they don't want that.
Yeah, and that's when I tell you your reach has exceeded your grasp. You reached for the stars, Icarus, and we burnt your wings and we threw you back down. You should have been happy with making money on the corner, but you wanted to cross the street and come and pump on my block. Luigi, take them out.
You know what'd be funny?
Yes.
If we think we know what this is about monetary value, but it's about pettiness.
Yeah.
Like the reason that they're doing this lawsuit is because originally they didn't care, but now they're constantly hearing Nintendo influencers, man, we need Palworld on Nintendo. And they're seeing feedback and they're like, no, we're getting rid of this.
Yeah.
You're not going to request us to get something that we already doing on our platform.
It's going to be very interesting when the leaks come out. We find out what the patents are.
Unseal that indictment.
Unseal the indictment. We got to see. But yeah, I just don't like this precedent it sets.
And I think it's like you shouldn't want this to go through, even if you're not a fan of Palworld, because it sets gaming back.
Yeah, it does. Because if they're gonna use the tech and don't innovate on it,
me again right now. I'm still playing it. I'm just trying to figure out here.
Because no one can make something better than it because you're sitting on the tech and ain't doing nothing with it.
Let me put it to you this way. It's equivalent.
I know you'd be a bit messy as hell.
It's a similar vein on what's happening with Madden.
Yeah,
we just locked down Madden, so no one can ever do it. No one can ever increase it. Yeah. There's never going to be a better football game. You should deal with it.
Yeah,
because
all they did was just lock down the license. That's it.
But that's my point. They used the law to their situation to make sure there's never competition in that vein.
In that space.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's what you're supposed to do.
You just I'm
gonna tell you right now. Hey man, I can still play mine.
You're ridiculous.
And then we're gonna blame this on the S today. Go buy S.
Yeah. I mean, I think the timing works too, because my thinking is that next Pokemon game that they announced a while back, that's probably, I'm thinking that's a launch game for Switch 2.
That's right. Can I get a Lockhart, please?
That's probably one of the biggest reasons that they're fighting it, because they probably do have like, if I'm a betting man, I would say they're gonna have like a very popular remake or something.
Sure.
And they're gonna do something like that. Yeah. It wouldn't be surprised if they remake like Kanto region, like the original 150 again, or something like that. Or they're like, you know what, they did like a behind the scene meeting. Like, can we do Palworld better than Palworld with real money?
Yeah.
Oh, we can. All right, let's get the blueprints, the foundation. Let's talk about it, and then once we figure out this is real, we could do this. Then we shutting they stuff down.
Yeah, it's crazy. So we'll see what happens. I just want to real quick to add on to Saab's topic, if he got his bars off with the Palworld, is just the Switch 2 stuff. Just really quickly.
You want to jump into that?
Yeah, okay. I just wanted to give the bars on that. Shout out to our man Okami13, the homie. You know what I mean? So yeah, unconfirmed images of the Switch 2 running around. Saab. They got like I said, they showed a picture of the head. It kind of looks almost identical in a way. You know, just a little bigger than the Steam Deck. And then so far, what we know. The right above the PS4 before DLSS, when it's in handheld mode and it's in docked mode, allegedly between PS4 Pro and Series S before DLSS, with more modern hardware than the former. The RAM is supposed to be slower than the PS5 and the Xbox Series S in the speed department, but more capacity than the Series S. Should have about between 10.5 to 11 gigs of RAM available to games going to the Switch. And storage UFS 3.1 max speed should be just a hair under the Series X and the Series S. And then this is Nate Digital Foundry, lines up with what Digital Foundry and Nate Drake heard about the decompression techniques and fast load times of the Breath of the Wild tech demo. And they said not only is the Switch 2 ARM-based rather than the x86, like the systems compared, it's also NVIDIA. So they stick it with NVIDIA again, most likely. And there are plenty of factors to play it where there are not an apples-to-apples comparison, plus I'm sorry, go ahead, Kate.
It was rumored that
that
it
was
was
me.
backwards
sorry.
compatible too.
Yeah,
so
the
I think
rumors are
that's
that.
probably why they're sticking with NVIDIA.
Yeah, so we got these not confirmed officially yet, but these was the streets are talking. So I give it back to you, Sal, because I just wanted to include this. It was a big one. You know, what's your thoughts on this joint? You know what I'm saying?
So I'm of two minds about this, right? The old school head in me looks at these leaks, whether it's like spec wise, yes, that's good. It feels like they're looking forward. They're saying, okay, how can we get this stuff to look and run better on a television? They're looking tech wise forward in a way that Nintendo may or may not do. But at the same time, it's been long enough where they can make these improvements to the tech without losing money, which they never do, right? So I think that it's good that at the very least they're forward facing in that way, right? What disappointed me, and on one end disappointed me, and on the other end I'm like, yes, is the idea of when I look at the leak kind of the potential of how it looks, right? I'm like, okay, so they decided we're not toy makers anymore. We're not.
You're going the King route.
We're
Betraying
not
me right now.
I didn't.
Yeah,
know
King. I think King is gonna go that way.
But King and I have always talked about this, right? So they are the tinkerers, they are the toy makers, they are the innovators. They're the ones that are not afraid to do something different and maybe fail. And that's always been interesting from just a creative standpoint, right? You know that Nintendo's going to bring something to the table that, you know, whether it works or not, it's kind of in this space where it's like, I didn't know I needed that. Like when they did the 3DS and I was like,
stereoscopic 3D, without
glasses, and it worked. I was like, yo, it works.
It works.
Like to this day. Like I have my 3DS and I have it to play the Sega Classics in 3D because it's awesome. Like it's awesome.
And the fact that they did AR before dudes was doing AR.
AR, exactly, with the little I remember the shooting stuff with your 3DS. So they always innovate in ways that it makes you feel giddy like a kid. Like, oh my God, like even if in the long term it doesn't work. I remember in the HD Rumble, right? Right? HD Rumble was like, that worked. I mean, 1-2 switch is really the only real example of it, but it worked. You know, so stuff like that. I get the idea that, hey, if the kids are in charge now and it's not Miyamoto at the head of it, like it's my ideas, it's this, you know, it means that the idea of being this innovative without financial return isn't appealing to them anymore, and they'd rather stick to the status quo and stick with the thing they know has made them money, right? So so if this is the case and all these leaks are true and this is what the machine looks like and whatever, that's a lesson that they've learned. And which means, like for COG and Attic and all of us, really, when we think about, okay, let's get a real online infrastructure here, the possibility of that is very real now, right? When you see that, like, okay, they're thinking differently about what this machine should be, right? So barring any, you know, that these leaks are just red herrings, and they really have the real thing under wraps, and nobody else knows, like nobody really knows what it is, and all of a sudden, like, ta-da, we got this other thing. It is heartbreaking and somewhat exciting because they're moving forward past the grandpa stage. Grandpa Nintendo, come on, guys! Like it feels like they're moving past it. And they know what's made them money, right? It is that thing, right? It is a business first and foremost, and releasing something that is akin to the original Switch, but just more powerful, backwards compatible, makes it more broadly appealing, beyond the 150 million they're probably going to sell anyway. So I understand that thinking, but if that is the case and they don't come out with some weird gimmick that's still hidden that we don't know about, I'll be slightly disappointed, just because it means that they've changed. They're not the Nintendo that we know. And when you think about innovation in the space, we've plateaued a lot. Everything is about power, how this looks, how this runs. But innovation, hardware innovation, right, is all based on power, as opposed to how do we play games differently? And that's always been Nintendo's thing. How can I make you play games differently? In a little while, we'll talk about Dead Rising. The only version of Dead Rising 1 that I never got was the Wii one that had the Wiimote controls that you swing or whatever. And again, whatever, I didn't want to get that version, but it was interesting that they applied that to all of these different games or whatever. The Wiimote was a cool thing. It would be somewhat disappointing and heartbreaking if that isn't the case, even if nobody uses it but them. Like, so I hope under the hood they have something, but the core of the machine is what they know has been successful with the Switch, and they don't deviate too much from that. We can have both, I think. So I'm hoping for that middle ground where I'm still wowed by something they try to do, even if it's an abject failure. So that's where I stand on it. I'm kind of in the middle. Both things could be true, but I would laugh and like it if they come out and it's like, oh wait, remember the 2 screens? Remember the 2DS?
Flip up.
Back, I remember one time. What was it that you said, King, about projection
screen?
Yeah, the projection screen built in. Like, if they do some wild stuff like that, I'd be like, okay, Nintendo's still Nintendo.
Yep.
But I think both things make sense, and I feel for the dudes that is like, I just want a machine with modern sensibility.
I have a feeling this is going to be one of the very few times me and Cog 100% agree on something.
I think so. Yeah, I think we're about to go in.
That's where I stand. That's where I stand. Like,
all right. I'm sorry. Oh, real quick. Realm, put the crest up for the Realm of the Dukes, Realm of the Lords, for the newly married Mr. Matty Plays. You just put up the Twitter, put up the rings on the account, put the crest up in the Realm. You know what I'm saying? The holy matrimony is going down. The Finding Duke's own Mr. Matty Plays holding it down with Lady Matty Plays. The holy matrimony is complete. So we want to salute that right quick. Addict, you are up. Switch 2 leak announced. We're getting specs. We're hearing things. What are your thoughts, sir?
I'm happy if this is bar for bar the Switch. I think the thing is, like, I've never cared about their gimmicks. I care more about the games that they play. I don't care about swinging around a rope or projecting onto a wall.
You don't care about the innovation?
Leave all that for accessories.
You don't want that to be the core mechanic?
The core thing needs to be the core thing. If you want to do all that excessive stuff, that's an accessory, Nintendo. That's not part of the actual experience.
You don't want that as far as the core experience? You don't want to jump outside the box?
But here's my thing. It's like,
fix your face.
I want them to make a box. Yeah. Like, I want them to make a Switch. I want them to build on part of my issue with Nintendo is they never built on anything. Every generation, they're like, we gotta do something different. And has it worked out well for them?
That part.
Sure.
That's why they're still around.
No, they're still around because they make good games. It has not. Look at the Switch, the Wii. Well, the Wii did very well. But how many generations has Nintendo actually beat anyone at anything?
They're not there to beat you. They're there to teach you.
No, but my point is like from a perspective on one of the reasons that they're not truly leading this market in every aspect is because Nintendo want to do everything else.
And it's crazy. They lead it now, though, when they're kind of more refined.
That's my point. The N64, that controller was atrocious. Like the Wii U, we gonna try something completely different. Did not work out for them.
The Wii U was the same.
Was the Wii U was the starting point for the Switch?
But the point is the Switch came from concepts that they tried out with the Wii U that didn't succeed, and the only issue was had to be home. My issue with Nintendo.
But if they didn't try those concepts, the Switch never makes it to market.
But
see, if they didn't try and fail, that Switch never shows up. But they stuck to their bones and say, and I'm gonna let you speak. But they stuck to their bones because I still have my Wii U now, and I still every once in a while
they didn't stick to their bones. They stopped support almost immediately on the Wii U. They jumped the generation mad fast. How long did that Wii U live? Like 4 or 5 years? Like they were out. They were out before they even started.
It was longer in Concord, but I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
Hey, yo.
That's like somebody standing on the corner. You just walk by and slap them.
Yeah, why they gotta catch a stray? Like what this?
Because he said they pulled support, but I was a stupid idiot that was there supporting. Right, so it felt like forever for me.
I felt like the Wii U was so bad that they were like, every time they talked about making a game for the Switch, and they're like, well, that was on the Wii U. It was on the Wii U, though. Like,
they had to reintroduce it. They had a whole catalog of games that acted like they were brand new that nobody bought.
Games,
but I can tell you this.
No one bought that stuff. Like,
yeah, but I can tell you this: you ain't gonna see no rehash Concord stuff. So I mean,
we got a topic for that, my dude.
Yes.
On the bones of the Wii U, which was a very good machine, it was just poorly marketed. That's the problem. So we're not going to sit here and say that the Wii U didn't bring innovation to the market, and had it adopted, had it hit, that the Switch could have probably been better because it would have made the tail of the Wii U a little bit longer, and then the next Switch you would have got probably would have been a little bit more powerful, and it would have probably had those sensibilities that you're begging for now. But the fact that they had to ditch, cut bait, and go on to the Switch, you got a joint where you got to use your cell phone to talk to your buddies. I'm just saying, I got to support them, bro.
But the thing is like, I feel like one of the reasons that they don't like crunch down and like innovate in terms of like online infrastructure is because they're too busy doing this crazy stuff behind the scenes. Like,
Thank you.
We don't got time to talk about anything else because we trying to get you to buy cardboard.
Stuck in the 70s.
Like,
that cardboard's lit. Stop playing.
But it's just, my point is like, look, do they innovate? Yes. But let's be honest here. The innovating, it would be different if it just hurt them. It cripples them when they do it. Like, it's like do what you're good at. Making a console or a handheld console that plays games. We don't need none of this extra stuff. We don't need none of this crazy stuff. Just do what you're good at.
You're telling Mozart, don't be Mozart. Yo, listen, Mozart, you made that song that was dope. I want you to stick to that. If he sticks to doing that, you don't get a chance to see all the wonderments that's inside of him.
It failed.
Your man, listen.
The wonderments are failing.
Well, you know what? In this world, in order to grow, you must fail sometimes.
And in this industry, you fail, you don't come back. Your studio closed.
If we never got Robbie the Robot, right?
Yeah.
Robbie the Robot. You know what happened? They realized Robbie wasn't working. They said, if this thing worked, they left Robbie out the box. Nintendo got no problem with doing that.
When I saw these leaked concepts, obviously none of this is confirmed, but when I saw these leaked concepts, I'm like, damn, straight in the tail.
Yeah, I was like, yes. Oh, wait till it's my turn. I can't wait.
Stick with the bar for bar.
Do what
that
works,
doesn't
baby.
mean I don't want them to like innovate on certain things. Here's my thing, King and Saul. I want them to build the foundation that works for them and build off that foundation. I don't want them to look at a house and be like, that house was nice, but this house. I want them to stick with what does well, because here's my thing. I don't want another Wii U generation. I don't want another generation that bleeds halfway through, because to me, I don't know if they survive another Wii U.
That part.
And look, I want them to continue to rise. I don't want them to deadline and then rise in 6-7 years.
You mean flatline?
Yeah. Whatever.
No, I feel you.
Flatline. Yeah, flatline.
It's flatline.
You don't want them to flatline.
Yeah, you good.
See, I accept when you say stuff like lukewarm, and
So you should accept hashtags on PlayStation 6.
I don't.
Why is Sony catching strays every topic? And that's why we get labeled Addict. We gotta solve Addict. This man shared this PlayStation every week, and then we get labeled as a PlayStation hating podcast. We would be one individual.
You know what King act like he says a couple minutes, this is my opinion, act like they care about this.
Yeah, they'd be like, nah, those Iron Lord dudes, you know how they do.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
I gotta defend y'all dudes online all the time. I'll be like, it's just me.
We got the Xbox people coming at us because we not complete extra
Xbox
like King.
enough. Yeah.
And then we got the PlayStation people saying we Xbox fanatics.
Exactly.
Hey man,
King Ford. That man threw like 6 strays today.
When it comes to Switch, man,
man.
I guess to me where I differ from King and Saul is I care more about having a healthy ecosystem than I care about them doing some innovation stuff that may work, may not work. To me, the possibility of it flopping and being like, and then another thing, like, this is Nintendo we're talking about. I don't want no extra stuff because to me, they don't know where to draw the line. Like,
They do too much.
Stick to what does work for you because I want their games more than I want their hardware to do some weird stuff. Like, but I am with King on, like, I do want them to innovate, but it's just like, look, don't hurt your overall concept of how things work with your infrastructure. Leave that for an accessory. You want
But accessories don't sell. Man.
Oh, well, okay. But you know what's better than accessory not selling? A console not selling. Continue.
Hashtag no PlayStation.
King is up. King, Switch 2 leaks. Lot of power talk, a lot of DLSS talk, and a lot of lack of innovation talk.
You know,
so where
King, I will agree with you. It would be cool if they had a dock that did the projection thing. Like there was a dock that you can put in.
I think so. I think the console itself will have the projection thing. I'm still standing on my square. I don't. When I saw that thing, I was so disgusted. I damn near threw up in my mouth. I was so disgusted. I looked at the render. If anybody saw Xbox Frontline News that day, I didn't even take the time out to blow up the picture, crop the picture, save the picture, talk about the picture. What I did was just go straight to the Twitter page and said, this guy said that. I don't ever do that. And because I just want to highlight the dudes that are saying this stuff. The problem with it is I look for Nintendo to be the house of innovation. I look for Nintendo to continue to push that creativity. Don't be like these other two dudes. These dudes lack a soul, right? And I'm gonna be real with you. Like, I'm an Xbox dude, 100%. Is Xbox the place that you go for with super ideas? No, you go to them for super tech stuff. Like, they're going to push the envelope when it comes to online infrastructure, how you talk to somebody, or how we share games and all that other stuff, and making sure that there's connectivity around the world, because that's the core of what they do over at Microsoft. The core of what Sony does is they copy everybody else's stuff, and then they go and they try and they refine it. You understand? They sit there and they take what you do best and they give you an Astrobot after they copied everything from the innovator. The innovator is Nintendo. And without that divine inspiration, I realize and I say, damn, is Miyamoto's voice still heard in the building? Because he's always said it's his job to find new ways for you to play.
But I'm glad he ain't being listened to anymore.
No, see, because that mindset there changes and hurts the core of Nintendo. Do you continue to keep that same fan base that you've cultivated all these years that look for Nintendo? Because
that clearly buy games, 10 million plus every game.
True, but they don't do that for the sake of what you think. They do that for the sake of that innovation. There's a reason why somebody was passionate enough to go to each picture and each boss encounter of Astrobot and say, he got it from here. This is the originator. Do not forget who did this. There's a reason why they say, oh, you like that haptic feedback? Hold my beer. They did that here first. These guys came and stole that from there. So it's little things like, you like the 3D? Oh, you like 3D? Well, try this Virtual Boy, because they did that there. And if anybody come out with cardboard, we know who did that, right? My thing is, I don't want to lose that. And I don't want the people in the building to lose sight of that. And I think they threw that out there on purpose to just see and gauge how we interact with this conversation. This conversation is split down the middle. If you see two guys over here and there's two guys over there with two different opinions of it. The reason why they were able to do the switch, because remember, they took the home market and their handheld market and they merged the two. The reason why I think this could be the most innovative they need to be is because they still have the Switch. It's not like the Switch 2 comes out. And that's another thing. Why I call Switch 2? Don't call it Switch 2. Like, Nintendo, to see.
I feel that. I'll give you that one.
Right.
Switch 2 is kind of lazy.
So, no, and then I just saw you just made a bigger screen. Like, you literally turned into what you hate.
What about Super Switch? You would have liked Super Switch?
Yes.
All right.
I like Super Switch.
Yeah, I like the Super Switch too. That would be a nice name. I think
Right.
Paris was saying something
Yeah,
about
we've been
that.
saying that for the longest.
For the
It just-
longest, yeah.
the acronym just comes out to SNES though, so maybe they don't want to do that.
Yeah, but it's okay. It's just was I heartbroken? Yes. And do I looked at it and said, liar, seize him. He's blasphemous. This guy, chain him and let's not see him until actually the Switch is unveiled. I pray, Nintendo, I pray that there's still some hope in that building, that you guys are there. Remember when
I want them to fall in line. I'm completely
No, I don't want that because I got a Steam Deck for that. I got a ROG for that. Don't do that.
But none of
Nintendo.
those have the games that I want. So
See, and that's the problem. You
what the games are driving me for a console and not the innovation.
Yeah,
I want them to continue to
innovate.
make me feel like a child. Again.
My favorite.
Like
I know where you're going.
when I brought a Switch, and I said, wow, you know, when I put the because that was a little stupid thing. Yeah, when I took. Well,
you was very disrespectful in that launch.
Oh yeah,
You was very disrespectful. I got the receipts, but we're gonna let you get ahead.
I was using amiibos in my game.
Real quick, King. Like the thing that like I guess the reason I'm so like against them innovating to any degree is because I don't want them spending half the generation like. If the innovation I was guaranteed was good, it was lit, then I'd be one thing.
But you want to be sure.
But I don't want them to spend half the generation trying to like stop the bleeding and then the funding for certain games get cut. Like I don't want none of that. Like it's like I've enjoyed the Switch's generation. I've enjoyed the games the Switch has generated. Just give me that, some more of that. I'm cool with that. Like
no,
like,
how many times I gotta call fraud alert on you too?
Okay.
How many times has this guy said I sold my Switch, I got rid of my Switch, and it's catching dust, and this Switch over here. Okay, I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna go get it. Yo, Jamie, get it.
Get it. This is the Switch from 2017. So keep talking about something.
I don't believe you. Anyway, I know somebody gonna pull it up.
Yeah.
I'm just
pull
saying.
it up because they ain't gonna find it.
Yeah,
I'm just saying, man. Nintendo, don't listen to these dudes, please. God, please. Please do something a little bit different.
You know what the crazy part, Cog? I think it's already pretty much confirmed Nintendo listen to us, dude. So,
no, see, because our personality, see, this is where your personality and my personality differs. I'd rather them take that big swing and hit. And I'll grab them, I'll hold them, and be like, yo, you swung at that dude. You did that. See, Anthony Joshua went out there and he took big swings. He missed. He got knocked out. He got knocked out.
Wii U.
But if he would have dropped old boy and laid him out, y'all would have been like, it's the greatest thing I've ever seen. I was dead. It's happened. He got dropped and he got up and he fought hard. That's what I want. I want a champion. And Nintendo's a champion in my eyes. And if you're not trying to innovate, that's what they do. This is what we go to them for. We do not go for them for the same stuff, because if we did, their numbers is going to look like Steam. Their numbers is going to look like ROG. Their numbers is going to look like that, because then they're going to start smelling like that. And then somebody's going to say, you know what? Why the hell do I need these dudes?
I think my thing is like, I would prefer we have like similar issues, but in like different ways. Like you want them to innovate more in like hardware, and that's where they generally innovate. I don't want the innovation in hardware. I want the innovation in gameplay. Like I want Zelda to play differently. I want Pokemon to play differently, but I want it to do it in ways that
they gave you Pokemon Go. They said go outside and go touch grass, and then they gave you
cool.
Zelda, actually Zelda instead of Link playing this time. See?
And I'm never gonna I do think those are innovations that make sense. Like a Pokemon Go type of thing on your phone makes sense. Zelda's been in the franchise for decades. That makes sense to give her own game. But my thing is just like, I want more of that and less of I want to but I'm cool with like, as long as it's like accessories or maybe like a SKU. Like we'll give you a SKU with the dock and because I'm with you. I think it would be cool if you could just dock and play on a wall anywhere. But at the same time, like, what's that going to? It's going to raise the price. It's going to outprice it in certain areas. And to me, it's like, I care more about Nintendo being successful to fund the stuff I actually want than Nintendo try some weird stuff that doesn't work, and then they're spending. Okay, we're gonna take all the profit we made from the Switch to fund this mistake that we made, and now they're cutting funding. Okay, we were gonna make this spin-off Pokemon game, that's gone. We were gonna make
the form factor made me throw up. Like I said, man, when they went from the Nintendo to the Nintendo 64 to the GameCube, I was like, oh man. And nobody liked it, dude, because he looked like a lunch pail and he had a little handle in the back. Nobody liked that guy. But then the games, though, it was lit.
For you.
Did you get GameCube?
For you. Yeah, I got that.
Yeah, you was there.
See, that's the funny thing.
That's right.
Like,
from them.
I played like the GameCube, the N64, the Wii U, like, and I liked these, and I felt like these were solid consoles, and I enjoyed the software that came from them. But when I think of N64, I think of playing Super Smash Brothers, playing Mario.
But you hated that controller, right?
But I didn't like the controller, but I dealt with the controller because I enjoyed the games.
But you know what that controller did, right?
What?
That controller actually changed all controllers going forward with that analog stick.
With the analog stick,
for sure.
And that's cool. And I'm glad that Nintendo made the innovations on that. But see, the analog stick was related to the gameplay. Like, they wanted to do gameplay differently. They had to innovate in certain areas. To me, look, it's cool if you want to put a projector in a dock, but that's not necessary.
But no, let's say the projector is on the console. And let's say you go out to the woods, you're out there with your friends, and you put your joint up on the night sky or on the trees or whatever, and you're playing your Mario or whatever. That's just my thought of it. Miyamoto made that Nintendo 64. That Nintendo 64, that controller, the way you grabbed it and the way you controlled it, was all made for Mario. One game. And one game gave life to many games, and those many games gave life to other consoles that adapted the analog because they realized the analog was the way to go. If he doesn't have that level of inspiration to try to change something and craft it around, that's just that one game, then we don't get the innovation in the industry. I don't want to lose that because I don't trust Microsoft and PlayStation. I don't trust Microsoft and Sony to do anything that's innovative. I expect them to do remasters and remakes and be the same people and keep regurgitating the same stuff out. And I look over to Nintendo to change and make these dudes catch up.
But they
technically have done that.
I guess to me, I don't want to have our famous conversation. Well, it was Nintendo being Nintendo.
We gonna have that topic. Yo, Nintendo's out of here. Rest in peace. How was it, y'all? Yo, let's talk about our favorite moments for the thing that died.
I don't want a scenario
because they swung their best shot. And they did their thing, but they're out of here now.
I don't want a scenario 3 years ago where like, well, it sounded good on paper.
Yeah, man. Let me go. I've been dying of this thing.
Sorry, hold
on. First of all, this they leaks is crazy. When is this announced coming? Because it's like these leaks are all over the place. But
this is clearly about to happen.
Yeah, this is
wait
wild.
For it to be a rectangle.
Look,
I
man,
don't care what it is, as long as it's good.
I get what y'all saying, in terms of innovation, and they have always been the champions of jumping out the box, doing something different. And the majority of time when they've done this, they've pioneered something that people have now taken, like the analog stick and so on and so forth. Of course, I'm not going to take that away from them. It's just that for me, it's thank God the young guys are in the building. Thank God, because here's the thing. When you play that innovative game and you do new stuff just for the sake of doing new stuff sometimes, we will have things like the Labo. We will have things like the Wii U. It's like, I just don't want that dude in the building. Yo, you know what'd be hot? You know what I'm saying? If we do this, you know what'd be hot? If we do Virtual Boy, like, I get it. This climate is not conducive to that anymore. You make one mistake, you are out of here. One cataclysmic mistake, we will be having eulogies about how great they was and what could have been. Miss me with that.
So console mistakes are some of the worst mistakes you can make.
We about to have a topic about one of the worst mistakes in gaming. In the history of gaming is like the next topic. We about to have that. I don't want that for them.
It low-key might be the worst mistake in history.
Yeah, like, bro, like when we get into that cataclysmic mistake, and that's just on a game. Could you imagine in this climate, you make one of the worst pieces of hardware that no one adopts, you are not coming. They are lucky to be here after the Wii U. So for me, here's the other thing. I'm the target demographic because I don't buy them on the bad generation. And those are the ones that flop. Anytime they do something stupid, I say, Nintendo, nope, I'm not doing that. I am not doing that Wii U. I'm not doing that Virtual Boy. I am the guy they need to convince because I am not an enthusiast in their ecosystem. And I'm the guy, unlike Addict, who I don't really go for them outside of Zelda and Metroid. I don't really go for them for their first party exclusives. That's not me. I'm not that younger demographic. They'll always have that. But if you want a guy like me who's really on the periphery, who was a Sega kid, who just comes for certain things, you got to have the third parties. I got to be able to play popular things on your device. And that's what Switch did. When I saw Switch, I said, they got it. They understand. And to your point, King, they did innovate. They said, yo, we're not doing that high performant console nonsense. Yes, y'all. We over here, we want to be in this portable space. And I saw that commercial like it was yesterday. The guy was in his house. He picked the Switch up. He jumped on the plane. I said, yup, that's me. That's me. They're speaking to me now. And guess what? It's the most successful generation they've ever had and arguably the greatest system they've ever had.
Why do you think that is?
Because they actually stuck with what's working and who they are. Instead, you know what? We're not going to chase everyone else. We found this lane. I think this is identity. They found who they are.
I think it's bigger than that.
All right, let's go.
I think it's really the handheld market is the one that's pushing it. I don't think the console market, the home market is the one that's pushing it. I think
it's both, to be honest with you. I think it's both markets.
I think they realize by looking at the internal metrics that the house market, the console market, is really divided between Microsoft and Xbox.
Right.
I mean, my Xbox and PlayStation. And then they said we are dominating in this field because just real quick, Sony tried to jump into where they were in the handheld market and realize how strong that Nintendo is in the handheld market. Nintendo said we combine the two.
Yes.
We use the strength
of
this
the game.
These handheld dudes will always be down for us.
Yes.
And then we could dock it for the TV dudes, for those dudes like me that want to do it in a house. That's innovation, right? That's innovation. So continue innovating in that manner where the handheld is still primary because you still own that market, but also for the innovation, let's do a little bit something. Let's try a little bit something because we still need to be able to push forward. Now, I'm not totally against what y'all saying, but what I do want them is I do want them to do something because I don't want the stagnation to happen.
I get that. In fairness to both guys, I'll let you finish.
I see where we are coming from, and I don't disagree, right? What I worry about now is that let's big brain this and think about, a couple years down the line, right? Let's say 5 years down the line from here. We see that everybody's following suit with what they did.
That's what they're biting Nintendo now. Everybody want to do a handheld.
Everybody want to do a handheld, the Steam Deck. And I don't know that PlayStation and Xbox jump on that unless the Steam Deck and the ROG Ally and those type of PC-centric, more powerful machines don't show that they have a place in the market, right? If those things flop and fail, I don't know if they follow suit with what Nintendo did, right? But they did, so that wave is continuing. So my worry is, let's say the old heads aren't in charge anymore, and the new kids are like, well, okay, let's go back to where we were, right? And start thinking about power and start thinking about trying to get these third parties in a real way back on our platform and not focusing on what works for us, which is our first party, which is what people come to Nintendo for. My worry is that that this is the beginning of something like that, where it's like, okay, we're going to get back in this rat race with these two other ones that showed that 3 machines that do the same kind of things don't work in the market, right? So that's my only worry with them. them not thinking that the innovation part is still important, right? Because problem is now they're in a lot of ways they're behind the 8 ball, because no matter what comes out, I almost guarantee you that whatever portable PlayStation has, whatever portable Xbox has, will be more powerful than what the Switch 2 is, right?
But I don't think
they care about
it will
power.
just because of when they come out, right? That's my hope, that they still just care about the great games, the art direction, stuff like that. But you worry about that because, again, now everybody's playing in the same ballpark, right? They're not alone over here in this hybrid space anymore. It feels like everyone else is following suit.
The thing is I feel like they don't care about third party anymore. I'm going to be honest.
I disagree.
I think that, their mindset is, here's the platform. You can develop for it if you want to. You don't have to, but this is the platform for us that you can use.
Right.
I don't think they're making stuff for other people that they also use. I think that they're making a platform that it's like, this is the power specs. This is what's going on. If you can make your game, we love it and we'll help you. But we're not making our platform for you. We're making our platform for us.
I think, to Saul's point, I think we're underestimating the fact that they are smart enough to do both. We are at the point now. The fact that I love what they're doing is the fact that when I hear the DLSS stuff, and I like that they're sticking with NVIDIA, that's showing me that, look, we don't have to match y'all power for power, pound for pound. We could still do this, and we could use these amazing techniques to still simulate. All they're doing this is on a 720 screen, a 10, you know what I'm saying, and bringing stuff down. Like, that to me is perfect for them, because here's the thing. We can't avoid the elephant in the room either. We keep saying we don't want them to follow the Jones. They just got a 10-year deal with Call of Duty. They need to be able to play Call of Duty on this machine. That is going to drive a lot of.
I don't think that's a Nintendo thing. That's an Activision thing. That's a Ubisoft
but you gotta
thing.
have the power to run these games. You can't make a deal if you can't run it. They've already done as much sorcery as they can to do.
Do you guys think like a $400 or $500 Switch would sell?
That we're gonna get into that. That's what we're gonna get into the Patreon question.
That's my thing. Like, when it comes to the money and the power, that comes with money. And I think one of the biggest reasons that they've ever been able to push the Switch is because it's easy to go on like a holiday and buy
just pick
Joe, Mo, and Johnny all Switches.
To your point, that's why I think they're naming it Switch 2. Because they like, look, if they're literally doing the high performance model right now. They're saying, hey, this is the high-end Switch. You already know what the Switch Association is. If you don't care about that, boom, we still got this for you. And guess what? Most likely, this thing going to be backward compatible. So they're not leaving that part behind. I get what I do get y'all. Even though I am not team, do something new all the time, Nintendo, I do understand that you don't want them to lose the sight of what got them there in the innovation. I get that. All I'm saying, in fairness to them, we seeing leaks from papers with no context, and we have not seen what their presentation is on their end. They may have some innovative. They tend to always do so. Come on, we was doing ARMS and 1-2 switch and all this. They always going to do some out of the box joint. But to Addict's point, I want that in the games. Just do that. Please be around. You are necessary. We need you. You know what I'm saying? If you go away because you make a critical mistake, and let's be honest, when they used to be getting on their hubris, when they feel themselves too much and they think they could just get us to get anything, it can have disastrous results. That's all I'm saying. But it is a good point, and I do understand what y'all say. I do want to get Donald Taco's Patreon question because he got a lot of things for us. I know this went long, but we got it.
Well, let me just do this one super chat, right?
Please.
I'm break protocol because he did it specifically for Addict for right now.
Mm-hmm.
Donald Taco, $5 super chat. Addict, third party on Switch 2 is a real focus. You forget that they hired Gio Corsi, who was legendary in the PS4 era for his third party relations. Yeah, PS4, Vita.
Wait, he's with Nintendo?
Gio's with Nintendo now.
Oh, that's a power move. I didn't know that.
Yeah, he's
wow, that's Vita legacy right there. Continue.
Yeah, so I mean that it does feel like they realize they need to be more in that pocket, right? So I think this machine is going to be more geared. Again, just by the tech behind it, you know that it feels like, okay, we need these games on here, right? Whatever the case may be. Just my long-term worry is just like when everybody's doing the same thing,
then what separates
they'll
them.
be the odd man out again.
Right, because they're the least of the thing. And I get that. And all I'm saying is I have enough faith in them that they always going to be that kid at heart.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to do something and do innovation. We go, oh, that's that Nintendo thing. But real quick, let's get, because this is relevant to what you call it. So he says, Don Taku, what's up, Lords? With the announcement of the Switch successor imminent, I thought you guys could play a guessing game. I will ask questions about what we may see at the reveal, and whoever gets the most right will be crowned the winner. So he's doing Crown Your Lord
Crown Your
with
Lord
Nintendo
with
Switch 2.
reveal.
All right, question. Okay, question number 1. Get ready. What's the name of the successor? Will it be A, Nintendo Switch 2, B, a name based on the gimmick, example, Nintendo Switch, or, Nintendo gimmick, or C, something completely different? Attic, what's the name going to be?
This is the big thing where I feel like they don't want another Wii U moment.
Mm-hmm.
I think if the Switch is in it, it's got to be to the point where people aren't going to confuse it in any way, shape, or form.
So Switch 2
Switch
or another
2,
name?
I would say Switch 2. I don't think they're going to go with
so,
Switch.
What's the name of the successor?
Yeah, if it's, again, the confusion from the Wii U era, I do think it's either Switch 2 or it's Duo Switch, like a DS Duo Switch, or Switch Duo, something like that.
So basically Nintendo Switch gimmick. So you're basically saying B, a name based on the gimmick?
Based on something that they've, right, whether if the gimmick, it does turn out to be like a double screen thing, which again, there's been no evidence to that, but again, in my heart and mind, kind of where it goes, yeah, it's either straight up Switch 2 or it's like Duo Switch or something like that.
King, what's the name going to be?
Switch Pro, because it's going to have a projector.
All right. And then I'm going to go with...
Switch Pro, I don't think they would do that.
I like Switch Pro.
Yeah, but then that doesn't make it seem like it's the new thing.
Yeah,
because
like
it's a mid-gen refresh.
But what if they are considering it?
Projective.
What if they are considering it, or maybe we think it is like it? I don't know. It's interesting. It is interesting.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna say I'll go with Nintendo Switch 2. All right, question 2. What first party games franchise will we see? I guess I'm assuming at launch. Pick 2. A, New Mario. B, Zelda Remastered Remake. C, Metroid Prime. D, Splatoon. E, Mario Kart. F, Splash Brothers. G, Fire Emblem. H, Pokemon Legends. And then I think he has A, Animal Crossing, or J, a new ILP. So pick 2 franchises I guess we will see around launch for the new Switch. Start with Attic.
Give me 15 seconds. What I'm going to do is share my screen so people can see all the choices that he has. Because he
got a lot.
Brought a lot of choices. So. All right, do you see this?
We waiting for it to load. Yep, we got it.
Oh my God.
Let me blow it up.
That's a spreadsheet.
Yeah, you got questions.
All right,
for
so
Look like Booms.
we answered
notes.
this one. This is the one he wants us to answer
he's
now.
up on that one. Yeah, that's
So I actually think there's going to be 3 here that's going to show up.
okay.
I think we're going to see a new Mario game because they're always developing a new Mario game. Metro Prime 4, I don't believe, because I think that's coming out this year. I think we're going to get a Mario Kart.
No, he said
And
just
I-
pick
You gotta
2.
pick 2, bro. You gotta pick 2.
just
Pick
pick
two.
two.
I would say
2 for the launch. For the launch,
Yeah,
you
let's
mean?
say
Yeah.
launch.
Launch or around launch?
I'm
Launch
saying
window.
3. I'm saying 3.
But you got. He said to pick 2.
I think I don't care what he says.
That's
I
the
think,
that's the Patreon.
You gotta
Listen
follow,
to
you
the
gotta
patrons.
follow the rules.
That's
Follow the
Then I'm
rules.
picking 2 and I'm picking 1 for myself.
Yes. Thank you.
So I think Mario. My pick would be Mario and Mario Kart because I think they've definitely been working on a Mario Kart for this amount of time, and I also feel like this Pokemon Legends 2 has been rumored for a while that it's been development for a while. Okay. I think that's going to be there as well.
All right, no doubt.
So you
Solve.
said Mario and Mario Kart. All right, next.
Yes. Solve. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I do think. I think Pokemon at launch.
Oh, that's why they got the lawsuit. That's why they got the lawsuit.
Yeah, I think Pokemon at launch. Second at launch, I do think it's Metroid Prime. It's going to be cross-gen, but I do think it's Metroid Prime 4. Maybe along with the collection at the same time, maybe a little bit earlier. And then, again, this is just saying it, but I think just like with the Switch, I think we get a 3D Mario at the end of the year.
Ooh, okay. So what the 2 closest
The 2
to
up
window?
front, the 2 closest to launch, I think it's Pokemon and Metroid. Those are the ones that are ready.
All right. No doubt. King, what 2 franchise?
I got a cheat sheet. I'll be honest with you. Is Mario and Mario Kart?
We're gonna double it up.
Because I already heard that the Mario Kart looks phenomenal, and then I also heard that the Mario that they doing is gonna push innovation. So Mario Kart.
Oh, this is tough. I want to say Metro Prime for sure. That's one of them. But I'm struggling because there's a part of me that feels the Tears of the Kingdom gonna come back.
Okay, for sure.
Yeah, there's a part of me that's like they're gonna milk that Tears and show you the difference.
I don't think they're going to because it's backwards compatible.
Yeah.
The first thing I plan to play on my new Switch is Breath of the Wild, just to see how
Just to see it run better. Yeah, like so I'm gonna go safe. I wanted to say new IP in Metroid, but I cannot front on the power of a Zelda Tears and a Metroid.
Can we guarantee, like, just because it's backwards compatible don't mean it's gonna run better?
One would hope. One would hope.
This is Nintendo we're talking about.
We're asking too much.
We asking too much. Speaking of which,
to assume that they're gonna make Tears of the Kingdom, Breath of the Wild run at like 60 frames or something, I think is assuming a lot.
It is.
I'll check. Just
Speaking of assuming, moving on, will voice chat and messaging on the console be shown or mentioned? Yes or no, Addict?
I think it's gonna be Discord.
Oh, that's the hustle. So yes. So then yes, do Discord.
I think Discord.
Oh, I like that.
No, I don't think anything native will be there. I think they will just let you launch in a Discord.
Oh, get Discord
I
app.
think at this point, Nintendo has to see, PlayStation's got Discord, Xbox got Discord. Why make your own Discord thing when you can literally just partner? I mean, why make your own voice chat when you can literally just partner with Discord?
That actually would be lit. All right. Soft. Voice chat and messaging. Good old Nintendo. Is it time?
I think so, but I think they're gonna message it in a very Nintendo way. So it's gonna be one of those things where, did they say that? Like, is that what they meant? Like, it's gonna be one of those things where you're gonna have to wait for the interpretations for them to clarify. Like, they're gonna say it in a very and you'll be able to do this, and then you're like, but the details of it are what's gonna be very blurry.
We're gonna have the cup and the string again with this platoon.
Right. So it's like I have a feeling yes.
Okay, yes.
But it's not going to be as overt and clear as someone like you would want it to be.
King, yes, no. Voice chat messaging. Is it finally time to jump into the new world?
I'm with Addict. I think that they allow certain apps on their platform like Discord, and I think Discord is going to be the de facto for them.
Man, I would love this. I hope y'all right, but
yeah, I hope I'm right too. But here's the thing: right. I don't see them doing it themselves. I just don't. Like, I see that this is one of those scenarios. If it happens, someone else provided it.
Yeah, so I'm going to say no as well. This is the thing I want from them the most. And my only caveat is if you can't do that, give me some damn achievements or something. Moving on. All right, next one.
Yeah. Actually, let's put one below him because I am interested, and I think will they have achievements? Like I want to add one. Will they have achievements at launch?
That's what I'm hoping, but we'll see. Which I
King,
think.
yes, no.
Do I think they have achievements? They will have something, I don't know, something Nintendo like.
So it's a Tinder app on Switch.
Somebody said Tinder. Yo, they wildin'.
Wow.
That's crazy.
Grindr.
That's wow.
That's
different.
The crazy thing is we laugh at that stuff.
That's an understatement.
That's different.
We laugh at that stuff, but have y'all ever really taken a look at that eShop?
Yeah.
No,
there is some wild stuff in that
Really?
eShop.
But
wow.
Tinder.
I'm just saying,
Tinder.
if you look at the eShop, it's not being regulated, shall we say.
If it's loose out there in these streets.
Loose out
That's
there.
why them switches is selling.
Look, man.
Innovation.
Look, I'm a Tinder scroller, and it's this phone. It's not going to be on the Switch.
Let that man scroll. Let
Let him get his scroll.
All right, 4. We got to move on. Will 4K or DLSS be mentioned?
No.
Sorry. Will it be mentioned?
In the reveal? No, that's not Nintendo.
Yeah, I feel you.
No, absolutely not. They're not going to talk about anything that. They're not going to put expectations on anything.
They might say it'll look better on your TV, something to that effect. But they might say 4K because it's a broad enough of a statement. They won't tell you about how they get there. Right? So yeah, maybe 4K, but DLSS, I don't see that coming out of him.
You'll see them.
Dip down to 4K 720i.
You'll see them having the tech breakdown.
No, I think they're going. I don't think they're going to talk about resolution at all. To me, they're going to do the talking with their games. These are how our games look on our next.
Also, their 9 minutes is going to be 9 minutes of actual information.
Yes.
King, your thoughts? 4K or DLSS be mentioned on this reveal?
Oh, they're not going to tell you they got a piss in the box. Nah, they ain't gonna say nothing like that. What they're gonna do is tell you that you can play your games here. Nintendo's not gonna tell you the secret sauce on what they're doing.
I 100% agree. No.
That's definitely not.
Yeah, that's not their bag. What publisher developer will make an appearance at the reveal? Take-Two from this list: Activision, Blizzard, Bandai Namco, Capcom, Square Enix, EA, Epic, Take-Two, Rockstar, Ubisoft, and CD Projekt Red. Attic, which two publishers will pull up at the reveal?
So I'm gonna say two that I think is gonna be there. Activision, obviously, because of the Call of Duty deal, and probably Square Enix. But I'm thinking all of them are gonna be there.
Oh, everybody go piece.
Yeah, because here's the thing: Switch was extremely successful. All these publishers are looking at this. What's that reference? It's like the little like hand things. Like what's that reference?
I know what you're talking about.
They looking at that. They all looking at that. There's no way.
Are you talking about rubbing their hands together like Birdman?
Yeah,
Birdman. Yeah, that's it. They all looking at that and seeing money. The only people I could see maybe not there is Take-Two and Rockstar.
Sony's gonna be there with Horizon.
Maybe
Sony's everything is Sony, bro. Every time this man took a shot.
No, Cog, I'm pulling a co-host move. Next time that topic is first because he won't stop talking about it through other
man
topics.
wants to get his Sony bars off. He's shooting all day.
Maybe not CD Projekt Red because their real game really ain't coming out, but I can see all of these. Like realistically, I could see everybody publisher besides maybe Take-Two being.
Let's move because we got a lot of questions and more topics. So everybody's at the cookout. So what's your two?
Definitely Ubi for the streets. So they're there.
Oh yeah, they got the good relationship.
They are there 100%. And Activision Blizzard, I really do think like showing a Call of Duty on that next thing again. To me that is a Geo course. He like this first thing. Let's show them we can do this right now.
And he messed up because I think Microsoft might be there with like some of the smaller IPs that didn't go right now.
Okay, I like that. Could be King. Who pulling up? I already assume Sony's gonna be there. Yes.
Well, I'm not gonna bother these guys. I'm gonna leave them over there. Astrobot gonna be there. I'm just joking.
That would sell well on Switch.
It would sell amazingly on the Switch.
Yeah.
It would sell better than selling on PlayStation.
That's true because they call a fan base is built on that. But I mean, flattery. Anyway, Microsoft is going to be there and Xbox is going to be there. Microsoft Studio. Well, when I'm saying Microsoft, I'm talking about Activision Blizzard, right?
Yes,
they're going to be there with the Call of Duty, and then you're going to have 5 Rush from Xbox Studios, Microsoft, Xbox Studios.
Okay. Yeah, I'm going Activision Blizzard. That's where we're going to get that card. Look, to Alex point, yes, everybody I feel will be there. I'm gonna go safe with Square Enix and getting some of those Final Fantasy titles on the thing as well. So I'm going to say Square Enix and Activision Blizzard have a big presence.
What's Final Fantasy?
I say they probably give them
7.
I mean, we got to start them with maybe a Crisis Core. Is Crisis Core ain't over there yet, right? Attic, the prequel. I don't think it's over there. Anyway, the price, the big one. What is the price? $350, $400, $450, $500, or a no price announcement? What do we got, Attic? He stepped away, I think, for a second.
No, I'm here.
Oh, okay. So what do we got? What you think the price is going to be? Nice little 400. 400. Okay. Soft.
I'm going to put a poll in the chat, too, by the way.
What's this price going to be?
Yeah, Saul, you going to get your knees on this one? I don't know.
I think...
What's it going to be?
I think it's 5.
Whoa, Nintendo jumping out the window like that.
That's a lot.
Ooh!
Yo,
but they can blame inflation like everyone else is.
You can't hear Cog because Cog voice just pitched out.
Ooh!
Dude, here's the better question. Do you think there's a chance that they don't talk about pricing in this? Because
if it's 500, it might be a chance you don't see that.
The polls in the chat, guys. I put the
What's
exact.
What's it gonna be? So 500.
I think it's 5. I mean, when you talk about Sony not losing money on a $700 console, I think the paradigm has shifted a little bit. And again, Nintendo ain't about losing no money. And
Facts.
when we talk about DLSS
They've
and all
never
this
lost money on a console.
Tigra 2, and if all of that is true, right? Assuming that is true, yeah.
PS4 Pro like power.
Yeah, I think it's 5.
It's okay, all right. King, what is this price gonna be?
$450 is gonna be $449.95.
Wow.
The reason why it's gonna be that price is because the battery that they put aside is smaller. AMD got that bid because they were able to get the power specs lower. Nintendo didn't want a thick frame. The thick frame is a lot that costs a little bit more, so they're not using that much plastic there. The screens that they're going to use are not OLED screens. They're going to use LCD screens.
No OLED,
So what they're doing is to get cost as low as possible. I honestly believe, and DLSS, that is not going to significantly raise the price in the box. I think NVIDIA will give them a break because NVIDIA has made a boatload of money with them. I think the
plus it's a good thing to show off the feature too. So
yeah, and I think the $449.95 is a good price point. It's going to come with the dock. It's going to come. It already has a stand in the box. And what's the other thing? It's going to have a built-in game in it. Yeah, it's gonna give you all the bells and whistles inside the box, so you're not gonna feel cheated. We're not gonna be upset with the price. I think if they go $499, I think $499 changes the conversation, but I think $449 makes it a little bit more palatable. And the only reason why I'm saying that because of that marketing class.
So question. Is there a possibility then for a 2 SKU approach?
No. Yes.
With storage, with less
More storage,
and then you hit that $399 price point one, and then the $499 price point.
Dual SKU?
Same machine, not differences, not that craziness.
Just a storage difference.
No.
I think there's a chance that at the gate they have a light version on top of the version.
That's too much money. That's money on the table. The light version is a whole new.
But see, the thing is I think they're going to use OLEDs to do rehashes. But I do think that they saw the difference of giving people choice between buying the lights at the gate, and I think that they're going to take advantage of that. But you're right; they might try like a year later to drop the light, so. But I think that they're going to look at it from the perspective of, the timing that we're in now, and I think if they do the 4, they're going to try to hit the 3 with the light to make it more accessible at the gate.
Another reason I'm thinking the 5 for the base is because remember there's talk that the dock is adding some sort of horsepower to what the machine can do. So that's an additional thing that the old dock.
They said that about the dock we have now, and they didn't do anything.
You really bent them knees?
No, I'm not doing that. I'm thirsty for the bent knees. I'll just gloat when it's true.
This is a tough one, man, because the climate is different, right?
I don't trust this.
The climate is different. I mean, I can see Saul's point in a sense, but man, that's a big price jump for what's in there. I guess my thing is I was thinking that maybe they got like a huge, because the relationship with NVIDIA is so good that maybe they got like a good deal and it can subsidize a little bit there. I will push back on the 2 SKU approach because but my thought process is if they stay with Switch 2, then I feel they could use Switch as the lower end model, and that's the dual SKU, so to speak. I think OLED will come later in the generation. I agree with Attic there. I do think Switch 2 Lite comes later in the generation. But in the beginning, I'm gonna go with 4. I'm gonna go with 4, even though they could charge 5 for this. And in this climate, they could. I just a part of me that's just like, does that price them out of their own market, which is kind of a family-friendly market, and it's the high end. But Saul, I know you got your. I see your point. You are saying logical things, but I will be shocked, I guess, to see it. Yeah,
I think the only way a 4 works is if a light's there at the start for 3.
But to me, light is Switch. Switch 1 is light to me.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
The only thing a light is just a non-dockable fence. I think that a Switch 2 is definitely a possibility at 5 if they have the Switch 2 Lite at the gate for 3. Because they're going to hit both audiences.
I understand what you're saying. That the problem is if you're trying to sell this new thing with a new dock that does performance thing, I think you don't want to introduce the non-dock one immediately.
I don't think that the dock's going to do that. Right? It might do some slight performance upgrades, but I don't think it's going to be as drastic as they say all kinds of stuff when they try to sell it to you. But I think realistically, it's not going to do like a huge performance. It might be noticeable a little bit, but I don't think
what they said.
The thing is,
okay, sorry.
The thing is that they're going to want to make sure, because they know for a fact that most people use this on the go. And they're going to want to make sure that Go experience is just is as close to the dockable experience.
So how much you think that the Go version is going to be for them then? If you think it's still coming at the launch,
3.
3. So then, if you do 3, what happens to OG Switch?
Yeah,
I think they abandoned that almost immediately.
They going to discontinue?
That's not Nintendo, bro.
You don't know Nintendo.
That's not Nintendo.
I think within 6 months, the majority of games will be Switch 2 only.
Wow, they gonna cut off the market?
Hell no.
Yeah, they gonna want that old money. They gonna want that old money.
I'm talking about Nintendo games. The majority of the games will be Switch 2 only.
Nope. No, oh hell no. You mean you gonna lock out the whole base and you gonna make they gonna want that old money, man. You gonna be able to play those old cartridges, man.
From what I heard, that the handheld joint that you be able to walk around, they only going to use 5 hertz of power in it.
But it's backwards compatible anyway. They're going to come out quick with reasons you need the Switch 2.
All right, we're gonna see. This gonna be a good one. I can't wait for the reveal now. I want to know where they go.
But when it's docked, I heard that it's in like freestyle mode and you use whatever power drawers that you want to use off of it. So Colin might be right on that aspect because that's the same thing I heard.
We'll see. Look, it's gonna be a forward.
Once again, it's like Nord said. That's the reason most people are on PlayStation 4, and Nintendo knows this. They know if they keep these cross-gen games for a year or two, no one's gonna upgrade to that degree.
It's gonna be interesting. We gonna see. I can't wait. Anyway, that's
like that. That's one of the reasons the console market right now is in the catastrophe it's in.
Yeah, people that jump over.
Cut the cord quick enough.
It'll be interesting. Now that's a lot of money on the table, but we will see. Saul, super chats to be able.
Yep, let's go. Hold on a second. Let me see. We got. Hold on, let me roll back just a little bit. Okay, we got Alvin, $5 super chat. Look on the cops' faces when they saw them 1,000 bottles of lube was the same look Hiroki, I'm assuming Hiroki Totoki, had when he saw them budgets. It's a situation. Once again, PlayStation catches strays.
Once again.
Then we got just Spartan, $5 super chat. Just got back from the movies. Y'all watched Transformers 1 yet? Third half was fire. Also, Cog, we getting freaky tonight? I got Diddy's oil and toys ready. Why?
Who's that? Who is this?
Just Spartan.
Who is this? All right, so why are these new dudes coming out the woodwork?
Because of you on Fridays. Fright Night Fridays, we got you out here oiled up and booty shorts fighting. And it's crazy. You got to come defend your honor, son. You got to go beat lubed up Cog.
This is wild. This is wild, crazy.
He's a mini boss, lubed up Cog.
That's wild, crazy. I don't want to be part of that freak off, but we're going to move on.
We have Black Ronin 357. He lets this rock.
Let it rock.
No banning.
People are having their fantasies of his situation.
I ain't banning lubed up Cobb. I can't catch him. I can't hold on to him.
Wild.
Then we got Black Ronin 357, $10 super chat. I may be blessed enough to buy an $800 console, but I want that value in the price that value in the price reflected to match some higher end rigs, i.e. an APU, NPU that combos an i7, an RTX 4080, and 2 terabyte standard, and Diddy 4.
And what?
Diddy 4s. I don't know what Diddy 4s
I don't know what that is. We don't know what that is. We gonna move on.
Then we got Spartan661 again. Put the crest in the chat. Gifting 5 ILP memberships. Thank you,
Spartan. Salute. Spartan. You already know. You're just doing too much with your other endeavors. It's a little too overzealous.
Then we have Nissa Hauer with the $5 super chat. Hogue on Bitcast today did a great breakdown on what could be in the lawsuit and what is not.
What'd he say?
He talked about the differences between copyright and patent. So no more details there, but I guess, yeah, absolutely. I usually listen to Bitcast Saturday morning as I'm making breakfast, and I didn't today.
Yeah, they back on the Sundays, but it's all good.
Yeah. Oh, Sunday. Sorry, not Saturday.
You good.
Then we have Mario M, $5 super chat. Patent still pending. They submitted it in August, and Pokey claimed that they're the first. But creature catching genre started in the 80s, and Pokemon started mid-90s.
Interesting.
Yeah, so we'll see.
We will see.
Let's put the question in the chat once again for Nissa Hauer. Welcome to Lord Bronze.
Salute.
All right. Then we have Woden's Throne, $5 super chat. Nintendo patented the gameplay mechanics of Pokemon, not just the Pokeball. They also patented the breeding mechanics.
Oh, I don't like that terminology. We got
breeding.
Wow.
Don't be you talking about no breeding mechanics.
We gotta breed them Pokemon, bro.
Talk about breeding, nobody in
We gotta get the babies.
Put patents on it. I don't like
That's
that.
right. We'll patent that.
We the ones that lay things
style.
down over here.
It's called Pokey style.
Pokey, chill.
Pokey style.
There we have.
What's that joint? Stick and pass.
You outside sticking and passing.
Sticking and pass is going over
You
there.
ain't outside sticking and passing. I don't know what you're doing.
Patented breeding. I don't like how that sounds. I got it. I'll be back.
Stick. Get that
That
fire
sounds
stick.
horrible. Forget to get the fire stick.
That's crazy.
Plug it
he
in.
got the fire stick. If I can hit once, I can hit twice.
Wow. How do you what are the blueprints on the breeding mechanics? Like what?
I have no idea, but that sounds wild as hell.
Then we have Don Otaku once again, $5 super chat. This lawsuit isn't defendable. It's nothing but bullying because they have real competition. They're going back to the NES Yakuza days. I see. That is right. I don't see people forget. Like we talk about Nintendo. Oh man, Nintendo. Oh, the nice, lovely kitty games.
Boy.
Nintendo are the worst. They are criminals when it comes to
They are mobbed up. Dudes think I do that little mob reference as a joke. Nah.
Yeah, I love them to death. But when they was top dog,
Yeah.
they
You
ran
couldn't move
this.
no weight. You couldn't move no
No
work.
weight,
right?
Yeah.
How many
Facts.
games you publishing on NES? Nah, you
Bro.
publishing 2 a year. That's it. But
Nah,
then
when you only could buy your cartridges from them.
From them, and that's how to seal and all
Yeah,
that.
that's what happens when they top
Yeah.
banana. Pause.
Yeah. And then they go after what's them Tenjin? They used to come with them bootleg cartridges.
Yeah.
Tenjin,
Tenjin.
they had made their own
They made
their
their
own
own
Tetris.
Yeah.
Oh, and their own Pac-Man.
Yup. They don't play that.
Yeah, you buy your casings from us.
They are gangsters.
Gangster with it.
Bottle up, no place else but here.
Mhm.
Then we got legendary Yobi, $20 super chat. Pokemon stole their whole style from Shin Megami Tensei, Dragon Quest, and Tushin Toshin. Then they came out 10 years later. Those Pokemon-like games that came out over the years, Game Freak and Nintendo were quiet.
Wow.
So I just really do feel like they're trying to see if they could just make Pocket Pair sweat, I think.
Yeah. They're stalling them out.
Yeah, stalling them out, trying to take them into deep waters and drown them. But they may have too much money at this point in Pocket Pair.
Yeah, it's crazy.
They got just enough money to keep it off PlayStation.
Ba-dum-dum.
Wait,
Is it working?
Then we got-
Yeah, it's working.
There it goes.
I can't hear nothing.
Oh,
Yeah,
sorry.
I heard it. Then we have Lady Foxfire, $2 super chat. These super chats are messier than oh no, it's Alex's chat.
Yeah, it's crazy.
This is
Nah, his chats is wild. Bro.
We're approaching. We're approaching. We're not there yet.
approaching.
We're
Yeah, we
approaching.
just don't get the vulgarity. Here.
Listen, the day Saw takes those pepperonis out,
Nah, man.
We gonna hit that new demographic.
we're gonna have 75,000 subscribers that same day.
Oh, jeez. Then we got Lucius the Augustus, $5 super chat. The problem Nintendo had with Palworld is that it was popular in Japan. It was very popular on Nintendo's block.
Yeah, they were pumping over there in their neighborhood.
Not about that.
Dudes like that work. They like that work over there.
Everybody don't eat on Nintendo block. It's just Nintendo.
So y'all trying to make movies too?
He said, what bag is that you got over there, son? He said, I got that Tango and Cash. Yo, you just threw the pot of here, son.
Pandemic.
You're send the feds. I said, oh my God.
They doing that what? Yeah, Palworld was too much in Amsterdam.
It's having too much. I'm done.
There we go. Legendary Yobi once again, $10 super chat. Nah, Nintendo Game Freak is mad because Palworld made a game that we wanted them to make when Switch first debuted. Facts. Nintendo can kick rocks. Pokemon ain't been relevant since Pokemon Black 1 and 2. I mean, they've been getting away with it for a very long time. Let me see. Donald Taku, $5 super chat. But I will defend Nintendo if they sue PlayStation for Astrobot, though.
How you about that?
So that was another thing of the conversation we didn't really talk about, how there's kind of a split in the fan base about like in Japan. I guess they're really defending Nintendo, right? Something to that effect. Maybe I'm saying it wrong, but there's a split in the fan base. So we'll see how this goes.
Yes, sir.
Let me see.
The Hot Tour girl said that the Astrobot is just copying off of Mario, and they didn't innovate at all.
Did she say that?
Yeah.
Because the way she said it was so it seemed like so educated. Not that she's not a smart girl or whatever, but the way it was written, it seemed like it was sarcastic because it felt like it was like something that Hogue would say. Like, it was so well elaborated on. So it was like, did she say that or they're trying to make a joke? Nah. I saw the quote.
Yeah, Hot Tour girl outside, boy.
Why is she the authority on this? That is hilarious. Continue.
She knows everything about Astrobot.
Then we have Hamish K, $5 super chat. King Mario is out here breaking bones and digging whole Shy Guy assassins at the ready. Hopefully this doesn't get messy. Yes. You're gonna send the goons out there.
Send the goons, yeah.
Then we have BT Maverick 707, $10 super chat. I just want to thank Sony for bringing their Ragnarok DLC for God of War 2018 to PC finally. But I can see why it's getting mixed on Steam reviews because it feels very Midgard. I see what you did there.
Port not good?
Mm-hmm.
It's all shine. The port, from what I heard, is great. It's just kind of, I don't know, maybe it
Did
could
my
be
boys
just,
Nixus do that?
Could be, yeah, probably.
We gotta look that up.
They're saying it's a good port. It's just that people are like, oh, it's more.
It's already been hacked. It's on the dark web. Shout out to them. 12 hours in the street. We done got him, son.
That's what I'm hearing. But I like Ragnarok. So
he ain't had no security with him, so we got him, son. Grab Atreus.
Okay, so hold up. So do you know the Hawk 2 girl, whatever her name is?
Yeah.
She actually ranted about Astrobot.
Yeah,
we just talked about that.
We just talked about that. You missed that part.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, it just came into the podcast.
Welcome
to the podcast.
But no, I got a lot of stuff going on over here today.
Nah, we literally just saw it's all good.
The thing we were questioning was because the quote that I saw, I didn't hear her talking about it. I just saw a quote. And it just felt like it was so well. It was such a great quote that felt like it wasn't.
She read the script we sent over.
Yeah, probably. That's what it feels like. She read a script and it was like a whole answer. So I was like, did she say that? Or is it just a joke? But
no, it was from Xbox Frontline News. She read the script perfectly.
From the script that you sent her.
That's right. Good job. Sponsored today's Xbox Frontline News.
Next up, let me see. We got Donut Taco, $5 super chat. If you saw the DS to 3DS models without knowing about the stereoscopic 3D, you'd think it was just a more powerful DS. There's probably a gimmick.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Give them time. We hearing they bars from other dudes snitching. We gotta hear the album. Let them tell them they album first from their own.
Yeah, for sure.
That's what I'm saying.
Then we got Kit Smove, $5 super chat. Addict said Nintendo doesn't build on the Wii U, was a build on for the Wii. It just failed because it didn't know it was a new console because no one knew it was a new console. That was the problem.
Yeah, poor marketing.
Then we have Donut Taco, $5 super chat. Fraud alert on Addict.
Oh.
He only wants Zelda to play like Ocarina of Time and complains about the franchise changing after 20 years of staying the same.
No, to be fair, I said that the Zelda Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom are good games. They're just not good Zelda games. I've always been very vocal about that. And I even said I enjoyed Tears of the Kingdom more than Breath of the Wild. Did I not say that?
Yeah.
You did say that you love Skyward Sword as the best.
No, that's still Ocarina of Time, but Skyward Sword is a good. Skyward Sword is better than Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom.
We gotta get these topics and these chats going.
And we got Spartan661 gifting 5 ILP memberships. Thank you, sir. Much appreciated.
See, addicts off camera so you can oil up. I'm done. Yo,
Wow.
stupid. Wow, continue.
Yeah, we got Donna Taco again, $5 super chat. Developers and media were invited to Nintendo of America last week. Yes, they were. Reveal is coming very soon. It should be. Yes. Next couple of weeks, it should be. Yes. Then we got Donna Taco.
I was gonna say real quick, did you guys see that Rockstar hit up Kai Cenat to do like a behind the scene, and they assume it was GTA, but it was buried in his DM, so he missed it.
Oh, that's great. Oh, that's crazy.
Then we got Donna Taco, $5 super chat. Addict third party. Oh, we already read this one. This was about Gio Corsi. Then we have Briaris, $2 super chat. What's a man to a king? What up, brother? Salute.
I like that. Salute. That's love.
We got Donna Taco again, $5 super chat. These PC handhelds are hitting $400 without subsidizing like a console would. The Switch 2 would be no more than $449.99. Even that is a stretch. We'll see. We'll see. I don't know what they're subsidizing. What are they subsidizing?
Wait, what was the thing?
He says about subsidizing. I don't recall seeing any advertisements on my Switch or anything like that. So I don't know. Spartan Ghost 17, £2 super chat. Concord going out sad with a $400 million budget is crazy. We will talk. Then we got Dr. Strangelove, $10 super chat. The next Iron Lord's Freak Off will include butt naked baby oil racing. Why gotta be baby oil racing? Starring King and Cog. The floor and racer is covered in baby oil and must run to the finish line. I'm rooting for you, Cog.
Thank you for your patronage and your very vast imagination.
Thank you so much. So lovely to see you again.
King is muted in Zoom. King,
Hold on. Cog is gonna win because King forfeited and did not show up to save himself, bro.
Nah, you in there. I heard this is part of your Fight Night Friday. This is what y'all do. They get inspired by you.
I heard that's how you define the Duke.
I heard that's how you on the front line. Oiled up.
That's how they determine who's the boss.
I heard that's how you get the last word.
If you're on the front line, man, you gonna be slippery. That's for sure.
Oh man, that was wild, crazy. Continue.
And then we have Champagne Supernova, $5 super chat. Are we big in Japan this week, boys? Oh no! One last thing, we ain't going nowhere. We ain't going nowhere. We're Cogs boys for life. Y'all guys are killing me with the punctuation.
Yeah, the Diddy references is wild, crazy.
We ain't
going. Yeah, we know it's going.
I'm reading. I'm like, why can't I see this? And I'm like, okay, we ain't going nowhere. I'm sorry. Like, I need punctuation here. Or at least put it in quotes so I know what you're trying to do.
They say they're Cog boys for life.
What they saw was they're trying to save those characters. That 150 character.
Yes.
You're killing me right now. I could have sung that for y'all, but I'm not gonna do that now.
Hey, Playboy.
Hey, Playboy.
Hey, Playboy.
That's it.
Then we got Spartan Go 17, £2 super chat. Astrobot is just as expensive It's just an expensive Sackboy game, dog. Wow.
Yo, I think Sackboy costs more to make. To be honest with you.
Then we got Back from the Dead, member for 18 months, Lord Bronze. Booty Shorts Cog and Baby Oil King looked good at Friday Fight Night. Sadly, Dora the Explorer wasn't up to her usual performance. Who is running with Dora the Explorer?
That's Sinister for sure.
No, Sinister's not running with Dora.
Oh, he not?
It's Oni. That's what.
It's Oni. Yeah. That's great.
Back for Dead, behave yourself. I know what you're doing.
He's outside.
The Spartan Go 17, $2 super chat. Why Jay-Z been laying low since they got his boy? I heard people are clearing out their Twitter accounts.
Yeah, I heard.
He could be laying low, or he could be pointing fingers. Yo, when you're under the secret indictment, they don't tell you who the snitch is. I'm just saying. He got mad lube over there. Check him out.
Messy.
Then we got Jorvar Ingi, $2 super chat. Just sending love, guys. Keep on having fun. Yes,
salute, Jorvar. My vids. What's going on?
There we got Briarius once again, $2 super chat. King Black Bible? What does that mean?
What does that mean?
Black Bible.
Facts. If y'all don't know about that Black Bible, y'all need to go get that, man. Educate yourself on the anime Black Bible. It's outside for those people. They educated me on Friday, so that night I told you, me and wife, was going to check out Black Bible, and salute you soldiers for actually sending that our way.
What you got?
Yeah, something dope.
That's it. We are caught up.
Finally, topic 2. Yeah. All right, it's me. Shout out to Paul Tassi, but again, shout out to LSM fam, friend of the realm, Cobra Commander Colin Moriarty, outside with a breaking one in reference to Concord. It is a report that he got as far as the actual cost of production. $400 million to make. So I'm just going to give a couple of excerpts because it was this man has gone viral. He said he spoke extensively with someone who worked on Concord, and it's so much worse than you think. It was internally referred as the future of PlayStation with Star Wars-like potential, and a dev culture of toxic positivity halted any negative feedback. So just give you some quick bars from the legendary Colin Moriarty. He said before the game hit alpha state, they already spent $200 million on it. Unclear how much from the original owners and investors and how much it is from Sony. After that, between 2021 and the 2024 launch, Sony spent another $200 million on it. The game was quote in a laughable shape when it was shown in the alpha state, so Sony felt they needed to spend that much time to get it to minimal viable product status. He said another expense that was needed was to outsource a bunch of the game. Some aspects of the game was not worked on, like onboarding and monetization. Obviously, no battle pass, things like that. Ongoing costs to maintain the game would have been additional millions a month. Concord currently is the biggest budget game Sony has ever released and the biggest loss they've ever taken. They said now there are other games that's worked on by Sony that's going to cost more of it, but as far as what's already out, this is the largest. It's a complete and total loss. Why did it happen? Concord was said to be the future of PlayStation. They had it as a Star Wars-like project. There were big multimedia plans between the cinematics and inclusion and things like Amazon's Secret Level. And there's also a culture of toxic positivity there, where you could not say anything negative internally about the game. Character designs, no one was allowed to meaningfully change the course of the game. Also through Colin's reporting that CEO of Sony Interactive, Herman Holtz, it was his baby who was a massive champion of the game. And yeah, I mean, the list goes on. Those are kind of like some of the most quotable things right now. Highly advise you guys to listen to Sacred Symbols on this one. This is big. So I wanted to bring it to the realm. I'll jump off first because I know Attic wants me to jump off first. Sometimes my bars be sometimes last. Look, how I like to say, $200 million before it was in that MVP state, you know what I'm saying, for minimum viability. $200 million after support studios help. Look, this is a colossal failure, you know, and to me, I got to start looking at Herman Holtz different. I have to be honest. Like, I know we also talk about Jim Ryan. Of course, this is his era, stuff like that. But, you know, especially with a Guerrilla live service game that's in the works. I remember Herman comes from Guerrilla, right? That's his baby. I know they think about doing a live service with in the Horizon universe. Look, I am terrified for what's coming from them moving forward as far as the future of live service games, especially if leadership is making these calls and they cannot be challenged. You know, when you look at like what Concord, they looking at this as a pillar franchise, like a Star Wars. Like the fact that no one in the room saw that no one in the room said, you know, yo, this is not it, or
they couldn't say anything,
right? Or could even challenge to say, because even with Redfall, right, they was focus testing. People was like, look, we think it might be a 7 out of 10. Game might be like a 6.5, you know what I'm saying? But at least it was somewhere within the range as far as what people thought it could be with focus testing. This is something that they had such lofty expectation. Like, this is the epitome of mismanagement to me.
I think a delusion.
Right. Like, you saw that. Then not remember, we're talking about $400 million And this is not the cost of you buying Firewall. You copped on top of that. You were like, not only is this amazing, yes, then we go cop this studio. And I'm with Addict, like this is extremely concerning because of the toxic positivity part. That means leadership can't be challenged. That means it reminds me of
say that again for me.
Toxic. I'm with Addict on this. Toxic positivity is extremely concerning. That means that they cannot be challenged. So whatever they think is hot from a stakeholder standpoint, they're telling you we can't be challenged. And this is BioWare magic. We're gonna figure it out.
Whack. That man. He said, "Shut up, sit down, and play the game."
Bro, that is scary. So to me, again, I get a lot of flack sometimes and not, some of the comment boys and all this stuff, because I always say, look, if you want to count console sales and all that, that's fine. I get that. But if you want to look at the generation overall, objectively, they have been coasting to me based on name reputation, brand loyalty, nickel and diming, remasters, and then they're jumping into a space that they really didn't know about. And I'm not saying that they shouldn't have jumped in a space. They needed to. But to me, when you look at them, I'm questioning the future. If Herman Hulst and these guys, this leadership team, looked at Concord and said, yes, they looked at what we saw and said, and no one can challenge them. That is a scary proposition. And to me, I'm not counting when people say, oh, Concord, you bugging, they had an amazing year. Look at what's going on. Look, objectively, Hellblade 2, what's Hellblade? Helldivers, right? That's second party deal, got it. Final Fantasy Rebirth Cop. Yeah, but they kind of, that's a timed exclusive. If you look at what they have done from a first party standpoint, I will give you Astrobot, no question. But as a whole, the output has been low, and people are always like, hey, what's the next thing? What's happening for them? And I am worried about a Fair Games, right? That's another one that's supposed to be coming. I am worried about that Guerrilla joint. You know what I mean? And then when I hear the next thing y'all talk about is Days Gone remastered, Horizon Zero remastered. Look, I'm gonna be honest. Like, I'm not sugarcoating this anymore. I'm not feeling this direction. And then I'm not even talking about Bungie, one of the biggest misses. Let's be honest that that they put to this generation. I could see why Hiroki Totoki is in there, furious. Like, what are y'all doing? Right? He got to crack the whip. So I know I went long. I had to get the pause off because it has been bothering me. And as a person,
it was perfect.
You're funny. As a person who agrees with King in this sense, like, people think it's just, of course, this Xbox dude saying this, that. No, I am a PlayStation 1, Sony, new kid on the block. I love that about them. I love that they would do innovative things. They were challenging, and they were competing in a space with ideas that we didn't see at the time. I don't like this Sony I'm seeing. It's very complacent. It's very lazy. It's very, I just got to be honest. It doesn't feel, what's that term? Like, it feels creatively dishonest. When I get a whole bunch of, you're going to give me a remaster now of Days Gone and a remaster of Horizon. Who really wants that? Because to me, all you're showing me is you're trying to milk as much as you can and then link this to transmedia in a movie. That's what it shows me. So look, rant over. I just wanted to get that off. I'm sorry. Call me, oh, you're just saying that. I just want them to do better. This is not the PlayStation that I'm used to seeing. You could slap a gray console and give me delusions of grandeur that this is the 30th anniversary. But what are you really doing from a first party output? I don't see it. So for me, I'm going to challenge them. I don't care. Yeah, you sold console. Okay, that's cool. But are you truly, look, if you're a fan of Sony, I'm going to ask you this honest question. Are you truly a fan of the games you've been receiving? Are you truly happy with the output compared to past generations? Are you truly happy? And if you can honestly answer that, then me and you are having a conversation. But if you just want to sit there and throw console sales in my face, okay, cool, God bless. If your happiness is that they sold in this market that's really, kind of staying stagnant, okay, fine. But for me, I want them to do better, and this is not better, and this is very concerning. Okay, now I'm done. Sorry. Please.
So
continue.
At this point, it's what I always said, man. Like, all these PlayStation fans that are constantly doing nothing but talk about Xbox from a week-to-week basis, I've said it over and over again. You over here shining lights in your neighbor's yards, and your grass is high. There's snakes in your grass. Your whole backyard's on fire, and you just looking at the next door neighbor. Man,
Why ain't he cut his grass in 3 days when your whole house is about to catch on fire? Like, this is one of the scenarios where I still think I'm right. But King with the no PlayStation 6, all it takes is another 1 or 2 more of these incidences to make that a reality.
I gotta run it up on them bums.
Calm down over there.
Oh, wait till it's my turn.
That's why I had to go first, so I can at least not be associated with what you about to do.
I talked to Cog before the podcast. I'm like, I think you need to stop going last every single time.
True.
Yeah.
Because you're not getting your opinion really. You're just, and then it looks like you're copying our opinions almost every time.
I feel you.
So it's just like,
take control.
Yeah, just once in a while, especially
sometimes he's a little elusive, with all the
All the oil. Wow.
Oh man! Sometimes you gotta tell Diddy no.
Sometimes you got it.
I'm just
Continue at
getting
it.
to the point where we get nothing but remakes on PlayStation.
Yep. Hate it.
The PlayStation 5 Pro looks like a remake of the PlayStation 5.
Hate it, I love it.
It's just like, and there's been, let's be honest here, there has been little crumbs for a while showing this was happening. From saying that they're going to be focusing on nothing but big titles from here going forward.
Yep.
Not investing in the smaller titles anymore. Doing stuff like only making remakes and remasters, upcharging for PlayStation 4 to 5 games. There's no reason to do that. Straight up lying to people about doing that because they said that wouldn't be a thing. And then you just look at like the whole thing they're doing with Spider-Man 3. It's going to be broke up into 3 games.
Yeah.
They are definitely not doing well financially, and we're just looking at it from the perspective of just this allegedly 400 million.
Right.
Now, look, I get people say, "Oh, but knows Colin's a lot of things," but when it comes to the PlayStation brand, if he's usually covering it,
Facts.
That's real.
When it comes to Sony and his passion for Sony, you could disagree with him on different things, but when it comes to that platform, he's not going to hold back when he's seeing things that he doesn't like. And for him, like, if he wanted to be a fanboy, he could not have reported something like this. Technically, as a fanboy, this doesn't make you look good, right?
Yeah, he could have literally just kept his mouth shut.
And he's not going to come out with something that he's not sure about.
Exactly.
At this point, like that's not who he is anymore. Like, he's not a journalist anymore. Like, he's not gonna put something out there and be the first one out there, knowing full well he's gonna get scrutinized, knowing full well the journalist is gonna come out and try to shoot it down, because that's what's happening. I just don't see that happening. Could a mistake have been made, like in terms of where the numbers land and how the numbers are broken up? Yeah, whatever. but because that's what the conversation is, right? But yeah, I don't see that being a thing. So it's sad that that's part of the conversation. That's what's happening.
Yeah, because people accuse me of whistling through the graveyard with certain things in terms of Xbox, and I always tell people, I don't know how it's going to go with this bet in terms of Game Pass and stuff. Like, I don't try to sit there and lie. Right. But what I hate is this blinders, just because they've made good games in the past. There's nothing people always want to deflect on things that seem like warning signs.
They sold 61 million consoles, Cog.
Yeah, that's the new thing. Like, people don't care about the games that we're getting. They just keep regurgitating sales numbers and stuff like that. Okay, that's fine. If you are happy with this output, and they're happy with a roadmap that looks suspect, and they're happy with failed games and worst failure.
Non-roadmap.
Yeah, the worst failure in the history of games. If you are happy with... See, people are quick to tell people who like another platform that they need to speak up. But when it's their platform, I find it quite interesting that they're quick to defend and not talk about the issues or always make excuses for the issue. That's the difference. See, us, you can say, oh yeah, they like one platform, whatever. But when we see something that we be like, yo, Xbox, that's not it. You know what I'm saying? Or whatever platform, that's not it. And I just want to see that energy sometimes, because it is a bit frustrating to see people consistently deflect and defend things that are clear warning signs. Sorry, Greg.
I mean, I've been taken to Xbox court over, my
Ray.
Yeah, and I showed up. I showed up to my court hearing.
Yeah, Ray showed up to my Xbox Frontline ones, beat the brakes off me. So I want you to stop messing with Ray.
Yeah, I showed up to my court hearing. Like, look, I don't like, and let's not even talk about
favoritism or anything like that. Like, I just don't like this energy that like PlayStation's above everything. You know, they only can make good games. Like
toxic positivity.
Like and it's not even that. Like
because they're being positive over all the negative stuff. I'm just saying.
It'd be like they're looking at something like, for instance, like the Wukong thing, and it's like, look, did they do something behind closed scenes? I don't know. But to tell me that there's 0% chance that they did it,
no way,
is mind-boggling.
Mind-blowing. Yeah.
Because you look at it like they've done it with Final Fantasy.
That's literally their MO.
Keep in mind with Final Fantasy VII Remake, when that was first released, it literally said timed exclusive on the cover.
Yep.
Now you could talk about whether it's on the PC, but I was told that was coming to Xbox, but something happened behind closed doors and prevented it. You don't see me complaining because that's how business is, but you also don't see me saying, well, there's no way they would do that. So I don't know what the hell they would do, what they wouldn't do, but I'm not going to sit here and give definitive statements saying they wouldn't do it.
Right.
Because no one knows what they would or would not do.
We kind of do, because when we saw the ABK contracts come out, we kind of know exactly how they move.
Destiny, with Destiny 1 and the timed exclusives that happened. Carl, did they come out publicly say that we're pushing these exclusives that was only on PlayStation that was supposed to come out for the Taken King back?
Nope.
Did they announce that publicly?
Nope. And shout out to Desi Ligari. I will always thank it. I told him to his face. He was the only one that ever challenged Bungie directly about the exclusivity deals being secretly extended that weren't even publicly marketed. And Bungie, as a result, didn't answer the question because this is during the Activision. They were acquired by Activision. They had that deal with Sony in place that a lot of people didn't know the fine print. We even had Hogue on that even told us, like, yeah, that stuff is not exclusively promoted. So to your point, when people say there's no way, you know what I'm saying, we do have examples of this type of behavior. And to be fair, both sides do it. Xbox has done it before. You know, so this is not Xbox bad. I mean, PlayStation bad, Xbox good. But it's also, let's not stop with this, like the pearl clutching and this. There's no way that they would do that.
Let's not bring up Xbox right now.
Let's just
keep it focused.
My thing when it comes down to it, it's like
exactly.
These companies will do whatever it takes to feel like they're on the top.
Yeah.
And it's like when they were going out there to Bungie and they say, yo, here's a bag, don't tell anybody, and getting mad at Dustin, getting mad at him for even bringing it up. Like Bungie was not happy with that scenario. So if they're mad that he even brought it up, why do you think? Because there's a relationship with them at PlayStation, they want the bad heat. And PlayStation went out of their way to restrict people from getting access to those exclusives. And by the time you got the game, what was out?
Destiny 2 came out, and then
didn't even get to play them. Didn't even get to use them.
See, people don't understand if you live on the other side of it. You're absolutely right, but continue.
The Hawk Moon.
There was a strike.
Hawk Moon, Jade Rabbit. I remember those exotics. They would literally get guns and things in the game that you could not get if you played on Xbox. Yeah, they would just remove from you.
I just get annoyed because there's the reason that they do what they do. Because
Sony.
Not only does the industry, to me, it's just my perspective, these big websites, these because I would say like bigger influencers and podcasts and stuff, they're kind of immune to it because no one can really touch them. But like when you have a decent following, it seems like a lot of people just scared to upset them. It really does. Oh, we don't want to lose our access, so we're going to do whatever it takes to maintain that access. And I'm not saying it happens, but I'm saying it happens.
Right.
So it's just like, and then you look at it from this, like, this is such an insane situation that's rumored. And I have seen people cover it, but not a lot. Like, Starfield was plastered on every website for days. IGN literally did a marketing campaign on their review because they gave it like an 8 or a 7 out of 10 or whatever. All of this publicity on a game made by Bethesda, and you could argue maybe it's because Colin's got a bad rep and people don't want to like use him as a source. Okay, I get that, but that's bull. That is what it is.
Someone from Kotaku and a couple other journalists, and they actually corroborated a lot of what Colin said.
My point is
no, but I know what you're saying. I'm not defending.
If this was Xbox, they would be talking about it today.
So you would say this is like a little bit of an Xbox tax, you might be saying.
Oh Lord.
Well, it's not even that's an Xbox tax. It's just my thing is
biasness. Maybe?
We are talking about a game that was marketed, made, released, and shelved.
Yes.
Like imagine what it's like to not see a game like Concord, but like, you know what, I'm away for on sale. There ain't no sale.
There it is. You was waiting for Black Friday and Bloody Sunday showed up.
But the thing is, even when you talk about Concord was talked about in this industry, but you can really make the argument that something like Concord, even before we knew about the finances, which it was rumored 200 million at that time, even before then, a game published and developed by PlayStation came out, shut down in 10 days, and then the industry forgot about it in like 4 days. Stop talking about it.
Let him cook.
Stop. Where was this is what wrong with Concord? Where was is PlayStation not? Does PlayStation know how to make
Are you implying that the SEO benefits certain topic?
I'm implying that the SEO benefits on what's actually getting clicks, and people, for some reason, click on the negative Xbox news. I'm not saying that people wouldn't click on the negative PlayStation news. The problem is you get like one article per outlet.
Well, if they did, I'll have 75,000 subscribers.
In fairness, I will say the PlayStation 5 Pro announced was probably a unified front. I would say I would say in fairness to media, journalism, and whatever, that time I said, oh wow, like they're covering with the energy of the stuff.
And I feel you on that, and that's perfectly valid.
Yeah.
But at the same time, we're talking about a game that flopped way harder than Starfield ever could have dreamed.
No, this is the greatest flop in the history of games.
And
it gets better.
And people talked about Starfield for months.
You talk about
people
the game we can still
article
play?
after article after article about Starfield for months, talking about how many people's playing Starfield, how many people bought Starfield, woke agendas in Starfield. Is Bethesda, because Xbox bought them, is the downfall of Starfield. Like, did this for months. The greatest flop in history.
He on to something.
That could potentially, most likely not,
with the ad libs right now,
bankrupt PlayStation, because we're not even talking about the 400 million that supposedly went in to Concord. Let's talk about the Spider-Man money that they put into that MMO, to that online. Let's talk about the money they put into Twisted Metal before they canceled that. Let's talk about the games that they're working on now. Let's talk about the amount of money that they paid to buy these developers, that their games aren't doing that well.
This is powered up at it.
All I'm saying is the coverage between the two incidences of a game that might have fell short in some areas, did well in others, known as Starfield, was talked about for months. But one of the greatest, if not the greatest, game failures in history was written about, talked about, and ended in 3 days.
Interesting. Lord Sovereign. Concord, or
baby.
King with the ad libs today is crazy. He's too out of control. Obviously you got Lord Colin, you know what I'm saying, putting out the report that is going viral now. Projected that Concord 400 million in cost. What's your thoughts?
Yeah, I think when you look at that, the 200 million already sounded like it was insane for the game that got released. Of which I have a sealed copy of Concord. Anybody's interested? We'll talk about that.
Shout out to the hustle.
Doubling that is just, it points to a different level of,
and that's just the game, so not even
right.
I don't know if that involves the marketing, the studio, all of that.
It's just to get the game to market, right? To in a playable state, getting it to market. So if that all is the case, I think, beyond Herman Hulse, right? Because we'll talk about that in a second. But I think you take this back all the way to Jim Ryan, right? You take this back to the changes that Jim Ryan made in trying to sort of change the culture of PlayStation and change the focus of what PlayStation was. And you start there, right? And then you move on from that and you realize, okay, during that time is when Herman Hulst, was made, put in charge of first party, was kind of, moved from the Horizon team and kind of was focused on Guerrilla and doing this, taking a greater kind of responsibility as to what the future of the PlayStation first party would be. And you look at it now and it's just like, I look at the fact that they don't have a roadmap, and I'm just like, well, it feels like it's course correction in a lot of ways. It feels like we don't have anything to say because now everything that we thought we were going to do, most of it has to be reevaluated to see if it's even going to be a viable product that we should bring out to market, right? And we have to course correct now. And apart from all the sequels, right? And course correcting is not fast. Right, it's not It's not something they could just come up with and be like, okay, just let's make an Uncharted trailer and put it out there, and the game will be ready in 10 years or whenever. Right. There are certain first party, games that I feel are in development. They're just not ready to talk about yet. I do feel obviously the sequel to Ghost of Tsushima is there. Right. Right. So there are those games that are the PlayStation centric games that I do believe are in development, and they'll talk about those when they're ready. Apparently, if they're not ready yet, they're not going to talk about them, even though we may think that it's dire straits for them. They should bring it up and talk about it so the PlayStation faithful know that they're coming. But whatever. I do think that whatever that list of games as a service things were, however long that list was, it has been reevaluated, cut in half, if not into 1/3 of what it was. Right. And each of these projects is being evaluated as to how they should come to market, if they should come to market, what is the plan for these products when they come to market? Is it viable to bring them to market without spending excessive amounts of money? So I think it's just a very slow turning around of the ship that they have to figure out. So that's why we're not hearing anything. When it comes to Concord, the scary part is, why is it that happened internally at a company who up until this point always seemed to show that they had, they had that in check, right? They had that in check.
That quality standard, like
the quality standard, the quality control. What the heck happened there, right? And that's where we start to point to, was Herman Hulst like thrusted to this position, and then he just paused, and then, but in a way that he just kind of said, I'm going to push the stuff that I like, and nobody can, because it's weird. Like, you hear toxic positivity, that comes from the top. That's only allowed to happen from the top.
So would you imply that seems like some type of a culture issue?
Right. It seems like it's a culture shift, whereas now it's like the general thinking about what the company is comes from up on high, and that's supposed to filter down to the different teams, and all of a sudden that's who we are now. And that doesn't make any sense to me in a culture where it seems like everybody at PlayStations, all these studio cultures are very different, but the prize is still the same, and they all sort of figure that out and understand that.
Real quick, Saul, like, you can make the argument that, like, it's like I said, toxic positivity has been around for a while.
Right.
And it's worse with PlayStation, because I feel like PlayStation's quicker on the trigger on like blocking people and blacklisting people. When you're literally having the entire industry at all times, at every time, tell you that you do no wrong, and then on top of that, you're getting the sales that tell you do no wrong.
You start to drink your own Kool-Aid.
You need to change anything.
Hubris.
It's hubris. It's hubris. And the thing is, we don't know. If you look back at something like a Days Gone or whatever like that, and you think about what John Garvin has said about how things happen within that studio, whatever, then maybe you start to think this whole toxic positivity thing goes back to things like that, right? It's not even something that's more recent. It goes back to certain situations like that. So you have to start wondering, is like, okay, what is the thinking at these studios? Or what are we going to see, right? I just finished talking about, I do feel we're going to get your Tsushima sequel and all these other things that we expect, Last of Us Part 3. What is going to be attached to those things? Are they just going to be the third person, beautiful third person action games or whatever that we expect them to be? Or is it going to be something else attached to it? Or was that the plan, and that is now shifting? I don't really understand where this comes from. But the truth of the matter is that this needs to be a wake-up call to them that, A, you cannot jump in head first into a wave that you're already late to, and you don't understand, right? No matter how much Xbox gets called out a lot for like just purchasing studios and not understanding how to make those studios more successful, right? And you just purchase them and you think they're going to bring you what you need, but if you don't know how to handle them, you end up closing them down or whatever, and the products that they put out aren't the same. If that's a criticism, fair or not, the same goes for PlayStation.
Right.
You jumped into a space that you haven't really been active in for a very long time, and you bought kind of your way into it hoping that it would be successful. And
a reliance, to your point, on Call of Duty being an Activision thing. You're not having to even worry about that space
anymore.
We took away your binky, son.
And now that's gone, now you're forced to
now
pivot.
we see you
to do it yourself.
I didn't say all that, but continue.
You're forced to have to figure it out on your own.
Right.
You're forced to having to figure it out on your own, and that's not an easy thing. I'm not saying that's an easy thing,
right.
But at the end of the day, when you feel like your back's against the wall, you will try to do. You may make decisions you may regret.
You do something
right?
strange for some change.
Yeah, things happen in dark. No one knows where the nose goes when the door is closed.
Oh, not that no one knows. Oh man.
So it's kind of baffling to me, and the fact that you hear these things about this was the future of PlayStation,
bro. Star Wars. They saw this and said Star Wars,
and
the
I'm
future.
Like, and it just.
Bro.
To look at the product that came out, right? Even with the knowledge of like what the roadmap was going to be and all the story related stuff that came out, if you're comparing this to Star Wars and it's supposed to be the future of PlayStation, the product you put out up front should be all of that stuff up front.
Yeah.
Like if you're telling me that you thought this was going to gain Star Wars status or elite PlayStation IP status from a multiplayer game that is derivative of other multiplayer games in that same space that you're asking people to pay for, and that from the onset people are already telling you they're not interested in the characters, and your hope is down the line have them care about the characters in a way that is going to elevate this property to Star Wars status and top of the heap in PlayStation. None of that makes sense. None of that. In what world does any of that make sense? It's particularly the order you were doing it in. Like, you didn't come out with like whatever. Let's say the third Star Wars movie, right? You didn't come out with Return of the Jedi and expect people to care about Luke's and Darth Vader's relationship without what happened coming before. You had to build that up. Right. So in my mind, you wanted this to be something that big. You start out with a single player campaign or a multiplayer campaign that tells you about the lore, the story, the world of Concord. And then you hope, because there's another thing, do not ever build something to be an esport or this multiplayer juggernaut. You can't build it to be that. You can only build it to be good and put all the elements in that a good multiplayer game has and hope that the community gravitates towards it. If it doesn't, it doesn't. The community always has the last say.
So they put the cart in front of the horse.
100%. 100%. And the horses trampled the cart.
There it is.
So none of it makes any sense to me. None of it makes any sense.
Did the horse get impaled by one of the spikes?
By one of the spokes on the wheel.
Now we got a dead pony. Let's go.
So
we don't use those words here, sir. That's frontline talk.
Oh, my bad. Yes. I do apologize. I'm sorry. I forgot what I was.
Yes.
My hope is that the silence means there is course correction. They are seeking out a balance with all this stuff that they do need to do. I'm not saying they don't need multiplayer. They need multiplayer games.
Of course.
My hope is, as a fan, go back to the IP that you have and try to bring those forward. Look at what Nintendo does every freaking generation.
Not to interrupt real quick, but you cook it all. The one success that you have, which is held. How about giving that little studio more money and investing in blowing that up? Yeah, and just take away the stupid restrictions on you doing with the Steam and the PlayStation account.
And exactly. And you bought this game in X country, but now you can't play it anymore.
You can't play it. Yeah, like, how about investing in that you got a W with on your first one? Like,
no, we want monthly active users. No.
The idea that you would change the entire course of how your company runs and what's made you successful on the hope that you can have one Fortnite style success is bonkers to me. And I can see a third party trying to do that, right? I can see it because the third party's everywhere and will take this chance for a first party for the first party.
Cop the studio for this.
Right. To do this and for this to be the entire shift, you severely misread the room. And now you have your fan base waiting on what's to come. And I do think the saving graces will be those things, right, that I talked about. You will get a new Tsushima. It'll be great. People will love it. Back to the Herman Hulst thing. Obviously, we're gonna get more. Obviously, The Last of Us will the story. Horizon was never that good. It just wasn't. And granted, it technically, it's a beautiful game. It is super. It's competent. Everything it does well. Does it require a Lego game? Does it require, and that may be dead now, a movie or a TV show? It was never. I just don't know. So I kind of felt like you look at this and it's like, is Herman Hulst just like abusing his power and like?
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about other companies and their leadership should be fired and all this other rhetoric. But we have now tangible evidence about leadership imposing and their decision. We're hearing about things being their baby and they told people, no, we can't. You can't even question. Like that to me is a far worse, scarier situation. But continue.
Yeah. So if these numbers are correct. And again, I just don't like the rhetoric that people are seeking to shoot down what Colin brought to the table because it's him.
Right, of course.
If it were somebody else, there'd be less questioning. But whatever. I seriously don't believe at this point.
I'm happy that it's him because he has more credibility than anybody else.
He does. He doesn't have a vested interest in it.
And his knowledge on the PlayStation platform and his expertise of what you can't question that he doesn't know what he's talking about.
I'm glad it wasn't me.
And I don't see him because you would have caught it and run with it no matter what.
If King would have ran with it,
See, the thing is, we knew about that. I didn't. I was told to stand down and shut up, and I did. And I sat there and allowed somebody else to bring that information forward because I knew the information was going to come out. Yeah. So me sitting back and allowing that person do it, it couldn't set up any better than how it did. But let me just sit back and allow you to continue to cook because you did say they are moving like a third-party company, but they are third-party. But I'm just saying, just continue, sir.
So I really do think the quietness is them trying to figure it out behind the scenes. I don't care what has happened up to this point. We talked about Herman Hulst and the possibility of just making bad decisions because you're in charge or pushing the things you just like or want to like, or following waves after the too late, whatever the case may be. If this is a 400 million plus debacle, right? If that is what it is, at no point in time would this be allowed to continue. Right. So I do believe if that is the case, there's course correction happening. And that's going to take time. It's going to take some time to sort of realign things and give people what they want while also continuing to dip your toes in these waters because there is money to be made. You just have to come out with something that presents something different. And you have to figure it out. I don't know how you do that, right? Because this is a saturated market, and the idea of putting out a multiplayer game that it just lives as an addendum to a single player campaign or whatever the case may be, that isn't something that apparently a lot of studios want to do anymore. They don't feel that it's worth it to do something like that, where it's a multiplayer that just lives as part of this thing and that's it. Right. Everything has to be this huge thing. Everything has to be, how do we monetize it? Everything has to be this thing that lives for multiple years. So they're going to continue to chase that carrot, and hopefully they hit gold with one or two if that happens, and they can continue to keep making the games that they're known for and people really love them for. But I do believe there is course correction. If this is truly a $400 million probably plus failure, there's no way that's allowed to continue. So I do believe the silence means that. I really do believe that.
Yeah, real quick.
Shout out to Kai Cenat. He just beat Sekiro.
Salute.
Shout out.
He
New York in the
he was
building.
stuck on the last boss for like 6 hours.
like most people.
Like,
No,
salute to the man.
that last boss is one of the hardest Souls-like bosses I've ever fought in my entire life.
I love it, man. Salute to him bringing light to the Souls community as a person to get into the game, and that's dope. Lord King, you've been very patient. You've been bubbling, dropping all type of ad-libs.
Muting my mic.
Yeah.
Nah, I need you, baby.
Yeah, so, I mean,
I need you to stick around, Attic. I need your mic hot. Son.
So look, obviously the reporting from Colin Moriarty, friend of the realm, 400 million for Concord. What are your thoughts on this?
Anakin, you was the chosen one, Anakin. Why, Anakin? I have the high ground.
You're ridiculous.
You're not my dad, and they still put it out. It got cut down. It got cut down, Anakin. Why did you make me do this to you?
Ridiculous.
Yo, I love how you guys try to save Kong. I told you, there's no PlayStation 6. Hashtag no PlayStation 6. It's stuff like this that is bringing the prophecy forward. And guys, I want you to sit here in all this glory and check this out. They're reporting anytime a chick told you she only got 2 bodies, triple that. They saying 400, baby. Let's look at a little bit of like 700 Fetty. These dudes they pushing the Billy. They up on that. They up on the Billy. They got the Billy up on their chest. They right there. So they got it. They had to get the stink out the room. Right? These dudes is talking about course correcting and all this other stuff. They had to get the stink from the dead body out the room. So they said, throw Astrobot on top of that. Throw Astrobot. So they try to put Febreze on it, right? But you still smelt it. Because anytime you put perfume on Ish, it still smell like Ish with perfume. That's all it is. So homeboy ain't selling. They're like, oh, okay. No, let's get this pro out here. They're going to let a pro, give them 9 minutes of the pro, 9 minutes of the pro. This is them course correcting, 9 minutes of the pro, put the pro out there. They put the pro, that fell flatter than anything else. So the stink got crazy because the Febreze left, the stink got crazy. Now it's questions in the building. It was like, yo, let's get the 30th anniversary. That'll make everything go away. That 30th anniversary. That's not working. Let's do the PlayStation 6. Let's say PlayStation 6 because this dude is out there talking about we ain't going to show up. Let's put this out there. They're desperate right now. We got them exactly where we want them. You know how that happened? Because we held the line with ABK. You know that? When they took Call of Duty and now you ain't got that Call of Duty bread, we see you exactly for who the hell you are. You're a bumbling, stumbling fool that don't know how to move in this space. You have no idea about multiplayer. None. Zero. You didn't know how to bring it to market.
Zero.
You didn't know. That's
Stumbling,
right,
bumbling.
You like that. That's what I'm talking about. They did have no idea. You know why? Because you know how you can play a dude that don't know nothing about the streets. All he got is money. You'll go and you'll go in the cop something. You'll go do something. Be like, yo, yeah, I need some more money. He don't know how much anything costs. He don't know if it's supposed to be that color. He don't know. He don't know nothing. And they just kept telling her, yeah, it's working. It's working.
That was the Concord development. It's working.
No, it's working. It's working. Just send some more money, right? Did you send the check?
Like that bad contractor that's working on your house? Like that type of energy?
Yes. So he just kept writing check after check after check. It's like, he said, yo, so how much you think is going to cover all of this? He said, I don't know, probably like around 400 mil. He said, 400 mil to get it done? He said, yeah. So the dudes in the building that knew that it wasn't working, they was like, yo, Herm, this ain't it. I think they cheating you, bro. He said, sit down, shut up, face forward, and smile. So they sitting at the computer, smiling, typing away. Toxic positivity.
Ridiculous. Toxic positivity. Your stories are wild.
Herm is in control. Herm is at the Herm. Jim said, I'm the hell out of here, my guy. They was like, yo, Jim, get out of here. You did the ABK thing. Get up out of here. Your key card don't work. Herm was like, yeah, I'm running the show. This is going to be the Star Wars of the joint. Hey, yo, Secret Sector, I got a joint for you. I got a script for you. We was working on this. Here's the script. Slide that over to him. We got a couple of vignettes that we're going to put out. This game is going to be huge. It's going to be big. It's going to be the best thing happening. They said, yo, Herm, so how do you know? Did you see it play? I don't know. I got perfect confidence in my contract over here, and I'm just writing him another check for $200 million.
That's wild.
Yo, it was the worst thing that ever happened. It was the best thing that ever happened. Because at the same time, I told you the prophecy had to happen. This was part of the prophecy on the underlining. They had to have such a loss that Hiroki had to come downstairs and say, you know when your kids is making too much noise and you go downstairs, what the hell is going on? And you didn't expect what you thought you saw. You came downstairs and saw 1,000 bottles of lube. What the hell is happening down here? What are your kids up to? And Hiroki said, okay. No more games of service.
Yeah.
No more games of service. This is it. We got to cut this. I'm gonna tell you who the co-conspirator was in all of this. Because this dude was doing dirt behind the doors. So they put him in charge. So Herm was deferring to Bungie. Bungie, how that look over there? Bungie made sure everything got killed, but they own game. So Marathon's coming out.
I can just see Darius right now saying, "What you mean by that?"
so you got Destiny still rocking right now. Now we found out that it was all this toxic stuff over there. It wasn't
positivity. Yep, same type of energy. And people from there's some ex. I hate to say it because I love Bungie, but they were ex. Tell it. But they were ex Bungie. Firewalk is consistent of a lot of ex Bungie guys who have that culture. Don't worry, it looks bad. We're gonna figure this out. The magic will happen.
What you mean by that?
It's gonna kick in. So you have Fair Games and you have Marathon next. Bungie was in charge of the joint. They was the ride or die. This Herm's ride or die. So they Herm eyes and ears. Herm said, "Yo, you got eyes and ears on that? How that's looking? It's looking great, boss." If he only knew. So now. Everything is dead. Hiroki comes downstairs. He sees it. Y'all all call for Phil to come outside. Phil dominates back.
Yeah, I will say that they're very quick to lose his job.
This one need to leave. That one needs to be fired. Leadership needs to be fired.
What they do is, anytime there's a problem,
and King, they won't even admit that there's a good chance that Jim Ryan got pushed out. They want to go with this narrative that he left on his own accord.
They threw him a party.
After this, no. If that all of this is true, nope. He got pushed out very nicely, but he got pushed out.
So when Phil sits down and he has this town hall meeting and all this other stuff, and he's the guy sitting facing the camera, taking the hard questions, being accountable for the stuff that's going on, why ain't y'all calling for Herm? Why ain't y'all calling for? You know why y'all not calling for Herm? Y'all can't have 2 dead bodies in one day. That's why Jim just left. Y'all just felt good about the fact that y'all got 2 CEOs in the spot. Y'all so stupid. Those 2 CEOs, they just put 2 there because they know they was gonna ask one of them. That's him. Remember when I told you Pete Hines had to go and y'all was laughing? Joe, you're king. You're a funny dude. Oh, so that Pete Hines gone? Exactly. Herm is next. Next fiscal period, which is in March, Herm is out. You don't have a stink of this magnitude.
This is crazy.
Just literally you and
I agree. He's probably gone.
But let me ask y'all this though, real talk, jokes aside. We know Fair Games is next on the docket, right? As far as that. But remember, Herm is from Gorilla. That's where he's from. Gorilla,
That's why you see Horizon everywhere.
Right. And so my question is, what do you think about the rumored Gorilla live service game in the Horizon universe? Does that come out now? Because we have to assume that's also his baby. He's from Gorilla. We got to assume he's pushing for that.
Herm has been fostering nepotism inside Sony forever.
Where's this nepotism coming from?
That's the family. Gorilla is the family. Anytime you see, and you don't ever notice that Horizon's on everything.
I mean, it was on the Lego game.
It was on Lego. It's on the VR. It's on the first one on the PC.
Yeah, it was VR. Yep. And it's now the rumor that it's going to part 1's going to get remastered in less than.
We're going to do it again.
We still have the multiplayer, the MMO or whatever.
Yeah, MMO. That's the live service I think they talk about. Yeah.
So you got to really understand. He came up to bring them up at the detriment of everybody else, right? So he thought he had one in the back, and somebody gassed him up that Concord was it. Concord is Star Wars. Bro, when your execs don't play video games, they don't know what's good or bad. So they have to ask somebody else, how's this? When they ask somebody else, how's this? They could be lied to. They could be fooled. They could be bamboozled. They could also be fooled into writing checks. You do not go out and go get a house and send one contractor in without sending another contract in. You got to have different kind of contractors to see things, to understand things. If you don't know something, you educate yourself.
Yeah,
and I honestly, go ahead.
Speaking of that, you know, because I'm considering getting a house in the next year, and my landlord's considering selling this one. I told my brother, I was like, one thing we're not doing is hire. Well, it's not that. It's we're not gonna have an inspector from in this place that we live, like this town I live in, because the dude knows people, and I'm like, I'm not risking going to someone he knows. Like,
so you're gonna make sure that you have an independent person come in to evaluate your situation because you're making a solid investment, and you want to make that solid investment pan out, right? So you're using common sense that wasn't used when it came to Concord. So you're gonna tell me that's mismanagement over there at Sony, yes?
Yo, no, I've been there with you.
All right, so now that we're at the point with the course correction is this is what happened when a boxer gets wobbled, when he gets off his ding. He goes right back to what he knows. Whatever he trained for before, it ain't going to really pan out when he gets hurt. Right now, Sony's hurt. That's the reason why you heard around Horizon and you're hearing Days Gone, remasters coming out. You dudes don't understand. These dudes don't have an operating budget. Y'all keep saying, oh, these other games is going to come out and they're going to... It's going to be a point in time where it's too much losses is going to pile up and you won't be able to dig yourself out of that hole. I think from the $10 billion that they lost, from that money that they wasted on Bungie, and from this money right here, they're in a hole that's so deep, and you guys are going to have to bail them out. The reason why I'm saying you guys are going to have to bail them out because they come out with a $700 console that y'all didn't see coming. I saw this coming because I see them for who they are. They're going to pass those savings on to you because they're not willing to take a loss on anything anymore. Any upreds, any updates, anything, you are going to fit the bill. Don't ever look for them to give you anything back at any point in time. Right now, they're in a desperate mode because they don't have that Call of Duty bread. This is what happens when Uncle Phil ain't helping you out no more. It's done. And this is the part here. And I know y'all saying, King, you've been waiting to say this and you've been saying this all the time, but they're selling mad consoles. What happens in a world where you price yourself out?
What happens in a world?
And you don't sell exactly what you're doing. What happens in a world where you're bumbling and stumbling catches up to you? What happens in a world where nobody trusts your instincts and your moves anymore? What happens when mismanagement catches up to you to the point where they no longer
the quiet place is what happens.
Yo, they no longer looked at as the golden child. I'm telling you guys, I know I have a bias towards these dudes because they're not the same people. And I'm telling you from a bias standpoint, I'm laughing because this is fun. I'm not laughing at the fact that the common consumer, common consumer, I'm not laughing at you because you don't know. You're just taking somebody's word for it that this is a good product. I feel for you. You toxic dudes that always go at me, console warrior dudes. I'm dancing on your grave and I'm having fun doing it. And Herm did this to you. So I want you guys to call out Herm. The same way y'all call out Phil to be fired, I want to see you guys tweet that out. I want to see if the glove fit. Let's see if the gloves fit. And I want to know who's driving the car in the Bronco. Is it Bungie? Who's in that Bronco driving that car?
That's the OJ references.
With Herm in the back. I want to know. They trying to evade. We gonna find out who's driving the truck. I think it's Bungie, and I think Herm back there is trying to throw out the evidence. I'm telling you right now, we need to find out what's going on. But it's mismanagement, and y'all not calling out. And I'm having so much fun watching y'all right now.
It's very interesting, and like I said, to your point, you know, we're seeing a lot of what I consider the transmedia initiatives, which is remaster a game that hasn't been that old, but also in conjunction with put it with a movie or a TV show to try to regain interest and low
Isn't the Horizon show coming out?
Yeah, I believe so. Yep. So
the anime, I'm talking about the anime, not the live show, because they got the live one too. Yeah. That was they were supposed to be doing with Anna Parana
or whatever. Yeah.
And they walked out, so that thing is in jeopardy.
Yeah, we'll see. But I'm glad we all talked about it. Got our bars off. Let's get this moving.
Give me 1 second.
Hey, Herm.
He said, "Hey, Herm."
Ridiculous.
Hold on.
How you doing?
Yeah. We roll back a little bit. We got a few things. Oh my God, King Black. Okay. Donald Taco, $5 super chat. Horizon was also Herman Hell's baby. Yes, that is his. He came from Gorilla. That's all you need to know. His rep been questionable. Then we got Champagne Supernova, $5 super chat. We finally know what Usher meant all these years when he said, "Let it burn." He was just yearning for a dry run. Concord, you got this. Hashtag toxic positivity.
Wow. That's wild.
Then we got Argit Chani, $20 super chat. And I quote, Concord might be one of the greatest multiplayer games of the modern era. This has the potential to overtake Horizon as PlayStation's most important franchise of all time. Expect to see a lot more Concord in the future. Herman Health. He did not say the Horizon thing. I know this is.
He was popping off, but I would be interested if he said that. Oh, we forgot to even mention that the director of Concord stepped down.
Stepped down, yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Oh, they all gone.
Then we have MMAC22 TH54. I don't know if you want me to say something different, but that's what it says. $5 for chat. To quote the great man at Hargeet Chani, anybody who say Matt Booty is bad at his job, F you, unquote.
Wow.
Wow.
Man,
Okay.
riding for booty.
Fonz Then we got Fonz Gaming, member for 40 months, Lord Bra. Shout out to Fonz. Concord did become the next Star Wars. It was on par with the Acolyte. Keep up the good work, ILP.
Wow. That's crazy.
Then we got AA Ron, $10 super chat. I need game journalists to seriously look at all the fumbles Sony has made this generation. The management seriously needs to be looked at. They wanted Phil's head. Keep that same energy. Hashtag no PS6.
King's guys are outside.
Then we got Hargeet Chani, once again, $10 super chat. E.T. can rest in peace now. Concord has replaced it as the biggest flop in gaming history. Fair Games isn't looking too good. Marathon having issues. No games to show for the next year. Releasing a console with no games.
Horizon.
Messy.
Or Days Gone. Shout out to John Garvin. He's going to love that. J-Mac. Member for 46 months, Lord Silver. The one chance the fan base can regain some integrity, yet they continue to sweep the mess that is PlayStation under the rug. They continue to sweep the mess that is PlayStation under the rug. Yes. We'll see. Champagne Supernova, $5 super chat. The only Star Wars thing about Concord is when Herman saw the day one sales and said, "I've got a bad feeling about this."
That's wild.
He said it'll pick up.
Then we got Jeesh, $2 super chat. Well, I don't care for Horizon Zero Dawn. How did they hit 24 mil? I mean, again, Horizon, there's nothing bad about Horizon. It just, Aloy is like a boring hero, right? And it's just, it didn't, it got railroaded by Breath of the Wild and then Elden Ring, right, with the sequel. It's good. It just doesn't require all this. It's kind of boring. I don't know. I don't get it. Then we have Matt, member for 8 months, Lord Bronze. Pure hubris by the leadership of Sony. They FAFO, and now the Pro has a CPU bottlenecking the GPU and no disk drive, and it's $700. Yes. All those things are true, I guess. Then we have Mr. Eldrick. Put the question in the chat for Mr. Eldrick, Lord Bronze. Shout out to Mr. Eldrick.
Salute.
Then we got Dr. Strangelove, $2 super chat. Horizon is the avatar of gaming, no cultural impact. Yep, a lot of money sold, a lot of things sold, a lot of money made, really no impact. Then we have Fia Marie, £2 super chat. Horizon is the Temu planet of the apes with robots.
Wow.
Wow.
That's different.
Yeah. Yep, that is different. We are caught up.
All right, Attic, you are up. Dead Rising Remastered Deluxe out in these streets. You've been playing. What is going on? Talk to us about it.
Yeah, actually, I never played the original one back in the day. By the time I got into the Dead Rising franchise, it was a little outdated, so I never got around to it. But I actually shout out to Capcom because I feel like they could have finessed the hell out of us with this game. Like, I'm playing this and I'm surprised they didn't try to label this as a remake because it's a drastic. Sure, maybe it looks
maybe 1-to-1 in terms of gameplay, it's more the same from the original one. But when I'm playing this game, like especially seeing from where the original one was, I'm looking at it and it's like it looks like a completely different game. Because I did like mess around a little bit with the original one when it come to when they re-released it.
Yeah.
But I didn't. It still felt really bad. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So it is a really. This is what I consider what a remaster should be. Not like Sleeping Dogs, because I felt like we got a lot of Xbox One remasters that was just like we're gonna just run it to 60 frames and charge you 60 bones for it. Like, like this actually feels like a remake. And this is what the standard should be for a remaster. Like I would go like Resident Evil 4, that's a remake.
Yeah.
This is a remaster. Final Fantasy 7, that's a remake. You know, it's nice because it's just like what I noticed is 2, 3, and 4. Maybe not much as 3, but especially 2 and 4.
Yeah.
Dead Rising feels like a parody.
Right.
Dead Rising 1, I'm playing it. After playing Dead Rising 2 before I played Dead Rising 1, I feel like Dead Rising 2 is a parody of Dead Rising 1. Because
you like the tone more.
Tone, it feels very Resident Evil like.
Okay.
Like the zombies don't walk around like crazy. Sometimes you'd be walking around zombies in Dead Rising 2 and they'll have like crazy someone put like
things on their head and
things on their heads and stuff like, and then that's not necessarily saying that doesn't happen in this game,
right?
But a lot of the time you have to make it happen. Like I ran into a big, overweight cop, and there was like 6 hostages, survivors, and I had to fight the cop without hurting any of the hostages. And I felt like there were some things like that in Dead Rising 2, but it wasn't this serious. I really like the serious tone that this game has. Like especially it makes you feel like missing stuff. Like I remember in Dead Rising 2, there was the psycho that was in the bathrooms that would go through the bathroom stalls and they would pick up glass and stab you with it. Like that, I think that's what makes these games so fun. Is these psychos are like
hilarious,
ridiculous. Yeah. Like they are absolutely. I came across a cult leader in a movie theater, and like, what's funny is I kind of like locked myself out because I only had a certain amount of time to start to continue the story, and I was like, and being me, it's like I think I can go do this real quick. So I went over there and did that, and I didn't have enough time to go and actually start the actual quest. So what ended up happening is I just lost. I had to start the whole game over again.
Oh wow.
But the good thing is you don't have to necessarily start over from scratch. What happens is when you start the game, you keep your level and stuff. So even though I'm starting the game over, I'm not necessarily in the same situation. Right. I got more health. Zombies aren't going to kill me as quick. I have more access to better weapons, so I'll be able to go through it quicker. Okay. And plus, I missed a lot of the quest that was interesting to me. So I'm kind of curious on that. First off, shout out. We did get review copies of this. I've had this game for like 2 weeks.
Yeah, shout out to Capcom.
Shout out to Capcom.
Yeah, Capcom. Shout out to them. But Saul, man, what's funny is when I hit up Saul, I'm like, "Do you want a Dead Rising?" It's like, "Yeah, if you can." And then I had to hit him up, and he's going to offer me a console one. I was like, "Do you have Steam?" Like,
PC.
Thank you.
You said
build
you can give the perspective on the ROG Ally because you played it on that, didn't you?
Yeah. So I mostly played it on that. It's funny when I was going to install it on the laptop, and right before that I had like a Windows update, and it was a Windows update and an MSI. I have an MSI laptop, so an MSI like BIOS update.
Yeah.
And those are the worst because every time you update that, you come back, your Wi-Fi is gone, your Bluetooth is gone.
Oh.
So I was like, oh damn! Like I had to go connect it to the Ethernet So.
The wonderful world of tweaking and twerking.
Yes. So I haven't had a chance to play it on a more powerful rig, so I've been playing it on the ROG Ally. But for me, man, like I talk about Dead Rising, and Dead Rising it's nostalgia for me, right? And I know like for Cog and for King, this game came out in 2006 originally.
Yeah.
And for me, it was one of the first games on the 360 that showed you what that machine could do. It really was one of those moments you're like, oh, this is what this thing is all about. We've never seen anything like this. You go on, and one of the first things you see in just pictures before we even see like a trailer of it is just this screen with this dude looking out, and it's just hordes of zombies. And I'm just like, what the hell is this? And admittedly, in the beginning, when I first saw it, I was a little turned off because you could tell already the tone is more comedic than Resident Evil, right? So I'm like, I don't know. But then you get the game in the house, and it's like, you know what? I'm going to give this a shot for what it is. And apart from being that technical showpiece, it was also one of the most fun, fresh experiences that I had up until that point on the 360. Because it was Capcom taking what it does well, right? Zombies and Resident Evil, stuff like that. Making, really doing the zombie apocalypse thing where it's like you're in this impossible situation and it's overrun, but again, it still has the trademark campiness and corniness and comedy that you kind of expect, ironically from a Resident Evil game, but in this case it was like that's what they're really going for. And so I love that game. I love that game, and it still holds this very special place in my heart, even more than 2 and 3 was like the start of the Xbox One generation. But the first one really was like, wow, this 360 is really doing some special things. So going back to it, and I know there were other remasters that came like during the Xbox One generation. They re-released the 360 version and stuff. And I have a 360 here, so I could still play the original version. This is the first one that feels substantial. The ones that came out during the Xbox One generation weren't really like, it was just, it was a little bit better or whatever. But here, it feels like graphically, at the very least, they built it from the ground up again, for the most part. The lighting, the textures, all that stuff.
It's in the Resident Evil engine.
Yeah, it is made in the RE engine, right? Which is, that engine is amazing. And so malleable. You could do so much stuff with it.
And that Resident Evil engine shows you that, look, Unreal is the popular by far, but there are other engines that are capable in this industry.
Yeah, and the RE engine really is one, again, when you talk about running it on the ROG Ally and stuff like that, it does really, avail itself pretty well, no matter like settings and stuff like that. It does really well. So just going back to it and looking at it, I'm like, oh wow, this really does, to Addict's point, feel more like a remake than a remaster. It is that game. It is, they haven't changed much in terms of what you remember from that game. It just feels prettier and more polished, and obviously running a better frame rate, stuff like that. But going back to it, man, it's the same thing. It feels so fresh because I've been away from it for so long. So this idea of going into this mall and having this timer on you and going in there and seeing like all of these zombies coming at you, and basically you can pick up anything and turn it into a weapon. And it's just a matter of how you control the crowds, and like the goofiness of changing your outfits and doing all this stuff. The picture taking mechanic, which gives you experience and stuff like that, and how you can improve Frank and his arsenal, and the wacky stuff you can do with the weapons and stuff like that. It's all done super well. The only kind of maybe mini gripes that I have, I would say, like maybe from the way that it looks, you could tell like most of the work was done on the characters and like the textures and that. When you look at the world still looks kind of like a 360 world, a little bit sterile. Again, the textures look better, but it's not like they added like buildings and stuff like that. The facial stuff and the way Frank moves, he still feels like a little bit heavy, right? So it in that regard, it does feel like a almost 20-year-old game at this point, right? 2006. So it does feel that way. But immediately something that I noticed was the quality of life stuff that did change. And it was like, hey, remember before you had to stop to shoot, right? You had to stop, shoot.
Yeah, you can move and shoot now.
You can move and shoot, and that turns the game like same way with Resident Evil 2. It's like, oh my God, this is a new game. It feels different.
Yes.
So just being able to do that, it like I said, that's why it feels so fresh. Like when you play other parts of the game, like when you talk about the psychos and like the boss battles and stuff, you could tell the AI is still not quite, it's still a little dumb, whatever. You can get it to fall into the same traps that you could before, get them to get stuck into geometry and stuff like that. But the game is no less fun. And for me, I enjoyed 2, 3. Obviously, at the start of the Xbox One generation was special, and I haven't gone back to that one specifically. Also, because I bought it, I guess, years later for a couple of bucks on PC, so I know it runs better. Yeah. I'm not sure how it runs on the series consoles.
That's a good
right?
question, yeah.
Right. I never kind of went back to see what it does. But I would love to go back to that one because that one felt like the culmination of all the things. It wasn't with Frank, obviously, but again, it was the taking all of the wacky things that they figured out in 1 and 2 and kind of putting it all in one game with kind of a little more of a serious tone. But at the end of the day, the end product is always goofy with again, the types of kills and the way you're dressed and stuff like that. But one is still very special and still encompasses that moment in time for me where I was like, wow, this Xbox is really doing something. And again, it's for people who say that I hate Xbox, no, I do not hate Xbox. I don't have time to play Xbox.
I hate Xbox.
Yeah, I hate Xbox. But it just harkened back to that, and to see what they've done with this game. I don't know that it's going to necessarily appeal to new players, although it heartens me a lot that Attic feels the way he feels about it, not having played the other ones. So that means it's still very playable as a modern game.
Yeah, it is. I would feel like if I were to expect like a Dead Rising 5, it would be this game.
Right. And 4, the problem with 4 was they came back. I think they eliminated the time mechanic, right? So it didn't feel as kind of, there was no rush to do it. And I remember the first time I played, right? I was like, what's this timer thing? I don't know, whatever. Sure, there's a timer there, but I know how this works. And I was like, and then I'm running around what I do, let's see what's over there.
Explore. Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, like when you're deep into the game and you get this prompt like, oh, so yeah, you won't be able to see this thing now. Oh, this thing won't be resolved now because you didn't get to it. And I'm like, oh, word? Like, okay, I really do have to adhere to this timer thing. So yeah, it is the timer thing. Some people's mileage will vary on how much you like it or whatever, or if you feel restricted. But again, that was part of the charm of the game that I had to learn to sort of accept and play within those bounds. And it makes it that much more exciting is what I found, right? So I am really thoroughly enjoying my time coming back to this game after not touching it since the original, really. Although at some point in time I have bought every version of it except for the Wii one that we talked about earlier. But yeah, Dead Rising is good, man. And as a concept, it still got it. Like that was a time when Capcom, 360 Capcom, they brought back Street Fighter 4. They had Lost Planet, which I love that series as well. Azura's Wrath. They had a bunch of different stuff that, Capcom was really in their bag, 360 generation. Then, things changed.
Shout out to Microsoft, because you can make the argument about Microsoft. Dead Rising wouldn't be a franchise. 3 out of 4 of the Dead Rising games have been exclusive to Xbox.
I did not know that.
The fourth one was a timed exclusive.
Yes.
But did one ever release on PlayStation until now?
I believe it did. Don't quote me on that, but I believe it did.
Showed its light on PlayStation.
Yeah, 3 not.
And I think 3 was probably my favorite, even right now.
Yeah. So again, I'm having a lot of fun with this. It feels good to play. The quality of life stuff really is an improvement, so it feels a lot more modern. It does still feel like an old game because they didn't change a lot of the guts of it, but the things they did change, I think, really do make it something that would be appealing to a modern gamer. It's good.
Did you walk around as Nemesis?
I threw it on. Oh yeah, shout out to Capcom. We got the hot version.
Oh, I got the extra trimmings. The extra trimmings.
Yeah.
You can literally go in there with any. You can literally go in there with almost any Capcom game you could think of. Like that's why the Ken thing happened, because I was walking around dressed as Ken, and people were like, "You got to cosplay as Ken now."
That's what's up. That's
well, in Dead Rising 4, if you did. I can't remember exactly what you had to do. I'm sure someone in the comment section can elaborate, but you can actually get the Mega Man
Cannon Buster if you do like side quests and stuff, and it was ridiculously overpowered. I think that's been in every Dead Rising, to be honest with you, but I've never played the Dead Risings to the extent to get all of them. So.
To get all that stuff, So I'm looking now. So the Dead Rising, like that first remaster, they have a PS4 version, right? So it came to PS4. On PS3, I think you got Dead Rising 2, right? And then the off the record stuff that brought Frank West back. You never got 3 though. So yeah, you didn't get the original Dead Rising on the PlayStation platform, from what I can tell and hear, till the PS4.
Oh wow, no, that's big.
Yeah, and Dead Rising 3, it's got the most serious tone.
Yeah,
it's like a little bit more open world. I still think they kept the time aspect. It's been years since I played it.
That's the one that came out for the Xbox One, right?
Yeah,
launch title. I remember that one.
That was because Microsoft funded that.
Yeah,
you know, that's what I'm saying. You can make the argument without Xbox, Dead Rising would not be a franchise right now because they're always backing that title. And I'm like, Xbox, man, just go over there and because I do think that Dead Rising and State of Decay can coexist. It's a good game, man.
Yeah, 100%. It is. The tone is totally different.
Yeah, different take.
Different take, but it's so much fun. So if you have nostalgia for it, or if you want something different from a Res Evil it's a little lighter in tone, but no less like it's you're gonna have fun with this game.
It even got like similar soundtracks to you would see in a Resident Evil, like the original one. Because I was sitting there playing this, and I'm like, I was enjoying it, man. You get to like these cult leaders that are everywhere in the mall and stuff, and like they're ridiculous.
And it's the changes.
I think all zombie games can like coexist. I mean, listen, send over Days Gone. We'll like that. We'll send you some Redfall.
And shout out to Capcom for even taking a risk on Dead Rising, because they already had Resident Evil, so you can make the argument that they don't need this game, but they wanted to experiment.
Okay, so what they used to do back in the days, right? They would give you some off-brand something to just experiment with tech.
Yeah.
Right? And we thought Dead Rising was just them experimenting with tech that was going to be inside the Resident Evil. So they will always give you like even the fighting games, like what was Plasma Sword?
Plasma. There was the Revenge of Bill Steen and we love Plasma Sword, bro.
Exactly, pause. But it's just like that.
You love those swords. Shoot that plasma.
Gladiator.
You love it.
If you have a plasma sword, you need to go to the hospital.
Let's go with the other name. Star Gladiator.
Sure, that's busting out plasma.
Listen, that could have been what Usher was really talking about.
Continue, King.
No, that was all.
Oh no! Okay, Saul was finished.
Yeah, I'm done. But I'm having a great time with it. They did a great job with it. I mean, at this point, 20 years later, would have been nice to get like a full-on remake and like really like add crazy animations and make it like into this real next-gen thing. Yes, you could have. But again, like I said, the core game is so good and the idea is so good that that first one just really encompasses it so well that I still think it's worth playing all these years later.
Yeah, and shout out to Capcom for raising the bar when it comes to remakes. Like they're always raising the bar on bringing back older IPs and making them. And that's why I say, like, if companies are doing something and they're doing it well and they're showing you that you should invest your money where your mouth is, like, reward the publishers that are actually doing something good and not just the bad ones that just only do bad stuff. Like,
they're doing it super well, because I get Resident Evil 4 is a full on, that's a new game in a lot of ways, right? And then you have this that is so super faithful. And both of them work. So yeah, shout out to them.
King, any other bars for Dead Rising?
No, 0.
All right, no doubt. For me, like I said, I didn't get a chance to play. I played the old one, but I mean, to see you guys, really be excited about it is super cool. I love Capcom taking risks. Obviously, I like the relationship with Xbox and them have improved it, because, I get something like, Kunitsigami, you know what I mean? And seeing that game, let's be honest, in this type of climate and culture, most are not going to take a risk on something like that. But to Dead Rising, to your point, King, I remember Dead Rising 3, and I don't care what nobody say, I love the Xbox One launch lineup.
That launch lineup was amazing.
One of the best launch lineups in the history of games, but Dreamcast only surpassing it. When you stood on top of the truck, saw the
whole tech. I was like, wow. Because it really was proof. This is what I talk about with consoles. I need to see proof of concept of why I should get this new system.
Right.
And look, we know the Xbox One fumbled the bag with the TV reveal before that stuff. Right. But when it came to the game showcase, remember they were like,
the launch titles for the Xbox One weren't that bad.
Exactly.
They were good. It was Dead Rising 3. We were just talking about Rise of the Rome.
Rise of the Rome.
The only things,
but Digital Foundry came out and cut their legs out. Let you know what's up.
I played Assassin's Creed Black Flag 720p on that Xbox because I played all those Assassin's Creed on 360. I was gonna make that jump. It was not a big deal, but the narrative had just run away at that point. And PlayStation, all they had was. They had Killzone Shadowfall. They had Rezo Gun.
The last Killzone.
I love that Killzone.
Yeah, Killzone was great, and then Rezo Gun was a great kind of arcade shooter, and the other one they had Contrast as well. Remember Contrast?
That was what you call it, Compulsion.
Exactly. But it did not compare to what Xbox had.
Like I'll never forget the tech of your man standing over.
Yeah, but $100 talk more than all that stuff.
That $100 and better frame rate and connect in the box, but 1080p versus 720.
You know what's funny? I remember because I got married that month, right? And I'm like, so I was trying to push my wife to move the wedding to spring.
Man, trying to get that console.
So so I was like, damn, because I knew that the PlayStation was coming out early in the month. I got to play it, but again, I wasn't as excited because those launch games they didn't do as much for me. I liked them, but it was whatever. Yeah. So by the time the one came out like 2 weeks later, right? It was a 2 weeks delayed launch. So it was funny. I was already in PR, right, prepping for the wedding or whatever the case may be. So I knew. So Kai, I was like, all right, Kai, this is the first time. Now you can go, you pick up my thing because he wasn't going to pick. You could pick up that Xbox One, play Rock It Out.
Yeah.
You're playing, but play in my house. I don't want that connected. I was so petty. I was like,
I remember that.
Yeah. Beastie.
I was like, listen, man, you could rock out. I don't want to know about it, enjoy, but I want it in my house.
So, you know what's funny? Saul was extra with that stuff. I remember when the Xbox Series X came out. Like I went to GameStop because I bought one from my friend Jansen, but it was going to be like a week and a half before I got it. I was like, no, we ain't doing that. So I went and waited out. And I remember calling Saul. I'm like, yeah, my brother's going to drop me off. I'm just going to wait outside until, and this is the illusion I might get one. I didn't know if I was going to get one. It was just, it might be there. There might be enough.
Extra.
So I got there and there was like 3 people there. I was like, they got to have more than 3 consoles. So I sat there and I called Saul and I'm like, look, man, I'm going to, I'm going to take a risk. He's like, oh, can you get 2? I was like, no, it's one per person. He's like, would your brother be interested in being bought? And I was like, what do you mean? He's like, I will send him some money right now to wait in line with you. And he did. My brother waited in line the whole night. And Zach, my brother was the last one to get the Xbox. And I went to a UPS. And I was like, look, and keep in mind, Saul works like 18 jobs, doesn't really have time to do anything. And I called Saul. I called Saul and I was like, Saul, like, okay, how do you want to see first class?
Bro, no. Next day air, whatever, overnight.
I was like, it's gonna be like an extra 200. I'm good. I'll send it right now. Like,
PayPal Poppy.
I had so little time set aside to play this console. I'm like, no, nothing is folding it, and I couldn't get the pre-order. I tried to get a pre-order, and the bots folded me. So, Addict, shout out to Zach, shout out to Addict. I was like, what y'all need? Y'all need snacks? Here you go. Go
get that. Go get that.
Because it was right next to a Walmart. Zach walked into Walmart and literally spent every penny you gave him on snacks and ate it.
Salute, man. So Capcom does for us, man. Gotta have us out there with that Dead Rising, that launch lineup. But I wanted to shout them out for that because I definitely saw the jump in the tech and the horrid technology as far as the amount of zombies. I saw it on
Attic Arena. Everybody go to Attic Arena
and check it out.
Now I really got to throw on that 3 on PC and see what it's doing.
I need to play on the Ally real quick.
Oh, so on the Ally, okay. On the Ally, the thing is, the great thing about the Ally is you can put everything down to low and it still looks great because it's
720p
screen.
Yeah. No, I run it. It was actually running it at 1080. I'm running it at 1080. You could run it at 720 and kind of up some stuff. Runs great. I Live and Die by ROG Ally Life. Go to that website.
Oh, great website for settings on third-party games.
Settings on ROG Ally. Yeah, they're very good because
to get your tweak and twerk up.
Yeah, they're great with the tweak and the twerk. They let you know how to do that.
They're great because they will tell you, and they will tell you the best settings for different TDPs. Right.
Yes.
So if you're trying to play it unplugged, right?
What's the TDP, sir?
TDP is the power consumption. Consumption. So if you're able, the max.
We don't know. We don't know
the power consumption.
We don't know your jargon, sir.
So max.
Next thing you said
on the ROG.
I went to the website and got the RTAGA, and then they told me the NGWA I got to use, and then
somebody come to my house and be like, "Yo, you want some of this TDP?"
Whoa,
my guy. I don't know what you're talking about, but that don't sound cool.
You got to go use that into the Rogue dictionary that comes with it.
Wow, that's crazy.
It's very simple.
It's very crazy,
gentlemen. You just don't care to do it.
Not in my story,
but it runs very nicely,
no doubt. All right, so we got the super chats and the final choice. We can get out of here, big. We got super chat. Any super chats?
Let me see. We have a super chat. Just a couple. Let me see. Let me see. Okay, Fia Maria. We just have one more. Invincible with the $2 super chat. We happy for you up at Sony.
Wow.
Yeah.
But everybody take your pills.
That's different.
And the sad part is that was a good game. It just it's development hell made that game what it is. Like the concept was dope and the DLCs was really good, but like the base game just needed to be restructured.
Yeah, South of Midnight coming.
Yeah, no doubt. So we good?
Yeah.
All right, final topic. This is King. I'm gonna set him up. EA unveils AI system for instant game creation. Shout out to Mario Nafal, who's the one actually kind of got the tweet going about this pretty much a press conference that EA did. And basically their imagination to creation concept allows users to create and modify games instantly using simple voice commands. No coding required. In a demo video, users conjured up a maze game, tweaking everything from scenery to game rules on the fly. Want grenades? Just ask and they appear. Fancy a different setting? Say the word and it changes. While EA heralds this as the dawn of personalized gaming, not everyone is cheering. Game designers and artists fear for their jobs, arguing that AI shouldn't replace human creativity. Critics also poke fun at the demo's uninspired cardboard box mage, questioning EA's imagination. These AI system spotlights a growing dilemma. How do we balance cutting-edge tech while preserving human artistry in gaming? So the debate is raging on social media. Shout out to the source, also Futurism and Jeff Keighley. So King, this is your topic. You're very passionate about this subject, so the floor is yours. EA unveiling this AI system for instant game creation.
My heart goes out to each and every last one of you college students right now in school, learning how to code to be the best programmer and game designer on your way out. When EA came up to the stage and said, "No coding necessary. Let's get Bob from accounting. Hey, Bob, come here. Come here, Bob. Come here. I want you to sit down
janitor.
They
get the janitor.
Yo, listen. I'm gonna get you. They got the glizzy stand, man. Hank. Come here, Hank, sit down. I want you to sit down right here. And Calvin from what you do, Calvin? I'm the mop guy. I do the mops over there, and then I got fries.
Best mopper.
And I got fries in the afternoon at McDonald's.
Oh,
all right, Calvin.
so
y'all sit down here, and what I want y'all to do, I want y'all to come up with your best game. Oh, we don't know how to code. No coding needed.
Yo, tell me how when King will say they're going to get the glizzy dude to code.
Dude. Who, Hank?
I was thinking someone dressed like this.
Oh Lord, let's see what he says. Oh Lord, yeah, that's what I was thinking for your Halloween.
Yeah, that's gonna be your costume.
Oh my God,
King Glizzy.
Yeah, that's what he's talking about.
So
continue.
When they did the demo, bro. Now, see, this is the stuff that I've been hearing about in the background. Mm-hmm. And I found out that they were going to do their presentation, and I was trying to find it and I couldn't find it. And then somebody in my DMs hit me. They was like, "Yo, King, I found it. Mm. And I was like, all right, cool. Let me check it out. I check it out. I was flabbergasted. I was flabbergasted at the All right, so we know they throw sauce on it. I know this is a controlled environment and this is sauce on it, and they act like this and stuff is acting. And hopefully we pray that that was scripted to the sense that the level of ease of use in which they got this stuff up, running, and done, and the fear factor that I know is in the industry. EA boldly proclaimed that they have 101 games. The 101 means a lot. That's binary code if you understand stuff, but that's very scary because EA is bold enough to tell you their plan. Now, if you think EA, a third-party company that has ushered in new titles to consoles all across the world, to platforms all over the world, EA is very centric in getting these games out to us. You don't think that other companies have something in line with this, like EA, that's going to displace hundreds, if not thousands, of jobs in a blink of an eye? For EA to tell you they have 101 games in development using this tech here that really didn't need anybody to do too much to cut down work time, to cut down workforce, to increase productivity. You don't think that these companies are going to use this tech to destroy the industry from the inside? And when I'm talking about, see, as a consumer, one of you guys are going to say, I don't care as long as I get my games faster, and I don't care. That's what you're going to say. And maybe it doesn't affect you in that manner. But the scenario I told you in the beginning, you have a college student right now who has $100,000 in debt right now, looking at his chosen profession show him an electronic car. He is a engine base, a oil engine base, gas. He makes gas. He's a gas car. You're being replaced immediately, and you didn't even, finish your courses. You are looking at what, and it's going to accelerate at a rate that before he can even probably graduate by next year, he or she, that tech is going to be prevalent in our industry, and the displacement has already started. And you won't be able to find the job that you're looking for. The individuals that you do know, like, I love when I hear Cog and Sovereign and Addict say the names of developers and stuff that they do know that worked on games. That's going to be a distant memory, because then it's going to be autonomous, and it's going to just fall back to the publisher. And we're just going to say stuff like, EA made this game, because there's not going to be an individual or a team that sat down and made these games. It's going to be agents without agency that's going to make these games, with little to no oversight in getting these games to market, because $700 million, companies can't take those type of losses. So if you look at it from that point, if you look at Concord and you say, if Sony's not interested in that tech, you got to be crazy, because that will mitigate loss at the highest level. That's what you're supposed to be fearful of. The human element to interaction, and I've been championing this for a while, and they're on full display, peacocking it in front of you, showing you how proud they are that you don't have any coding necessary. And I told you weeks, if not months ago, that they had tech that you did not need to know how to code, and they showed proof of concept on stage in front of millions of people to validate my claim at being 98% right all the time. And they brought it to the table. I bring this to the table because now no longer am I screaming Skynet is coming, Skynet is here, and I want to know what you guys feel about this.
Lord Attic, I don't know if you got a chance to see the EA AI demonstration or whatever, but if you didn't, just based on what is described with the cardboard box game, no coding necessary, What's your thoughts on this stuff?
Look, they can wish for all kinds of stuff. Doesn't mean it's going to produce the way they think it is. You know, when you have all these variables, you have a lot of variables that can go wrong. All it's going to take is one or two of these games to bomb financially. It doesn't matter if the game, you know, doesn't necessarily take a lot to make. They're not going to return the money they invested into the program to make it. So it's just like we've seen over and over again where it's like, look, like AI can be very useful to cut corners because the program does it itself, but it's not. People play games, not computers, and people decide whether a game is good or not in the market, not computers. And until they get that in their head, you're going to consistently see this. Like, they can do whatever they want. They can try to replace everyone with AI and this and that. It's going to be very interesting to see if a computer can make a game a person wants to play. Not a computer, a person wants to play. And we've seen, and he's talking, what they talk about, 120 games, King?
101.
And now we're talking about flooding the market on top of that. So it means 101 games, no one playing. So now the only people looking stupid is the one person designed the program to make those 101 games.
Very compelling topic. Solve your thoughts. Don't know where you stand on this. I don't know if you saw the EA demonstration. You know what I'm saying? Obviously, the new AI system that they are touting. No coding necessary. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, we talked about this a little bit when we were talking about, I think it was the last week before we mentioned the whole thing with that there was a Doom-like game being made, basically like on the fly, right? And it's the same thing. It's text to code. It's text to code. You just say what you want, and the AI does it. And without us understanding exactly what the underlying process is to get there. And I think the problem with that is that in my mind, it's making a very surface level experience, unless you are telling it specific, like down to the grain specifics about what you want. And then we still have to see if it's able to achieve those things. I think coding and game development, things of that nature, it's so complicated that I cannot see this being truly viable as a replacement at any point in time, except for, you know, dumb repeatable tasks that devs don't want to do anyway.
Yeah, and not to mention, this might help AAA developers do certain tasks that, you know, not necessarily there, but this is going to help indie developers compete with AAA games, because now you don't need 50 people to do one task. You can have 5 people do that task that used to take 50.
So at the end of the day, it's still going to bring about change that's going to be destructive to the structure that we know now. It absolutely will be. People will lose their jobs because certain people that are paid to do those jobs that kind of nobody wants to do, or it is the grind work, right, of building a game out. If they can figure out a way not to pay somebody and have a machine do it, and it be comparable to what somebody can do, because it's part of the job that doesn't require, you know, necessarily creativity or whatever the case may be. It's kind of just placing this thing there 100 times or 1,000 times, whatever the case may be. Those repeatable tasks, absolutely, it'll help everybody up and down the board in getting games out faster and being more efficient. But at the end of the day, it does mean that somebody who does that job will be redundant. So it is hearkening change. It 100% is. I just, like to King's point, you know, this is a very controlled environment. Them telling this thing to build this thing out, and it does it. I don't doubt that it can do it. We were already seeing it before. But like to Addict's point, does it get to the point, when does it get to the point where it builds something out that is interesting to play and it has heart? And I think, you know, when you think about how people sometimes flippantly look at games, it's like, you know, I firmly believe that we have too many games out now, and that means that a lot of great games get lost in kind of the shuffle, because there's just too much out there. Smaller games get lost. We talked about discoverability on different platforms, right? Like, it's a very difficult thing to get your game to be seen. So them talking about, like, you know, however 100 games in development and you know what that means, if they're thinking about these games being something that, you know, people really want to play and being kind of top of mind, what, you know, when they announce them or whatever, it just feels weird because I just don't know that this thing is capable of that. You know, we've seen firsthand, like we've seen firsthand some of the things that the AI can do, and it's like, wow, oh wow, right?
We saw some things.
We saw some things. Yeah. And I, you know, as a fan of tech, it is a little bit, it's kind of awe-inspiring to see that we've gotten there. But there is so much involved in game development, up and down, the creative aspect, everything about it is creative, but the technical aspects are just so, there's so much detail and minutia that goes into that it just feels like something's missing there. There's going to be something that's off until they continue to teach it and whatever, and so do I believe that they're going to try to get there? Sure, because they're trying to make money. You know, when you talk about the talking heads at the top of a company, money is always at the forefront. But ultimately, how it affects game development, like on a big AAA scale, my hope is that it's just, hey, this thing is going to be more efficient and done faster. You know, these games that are taking, you know, part of the problem is these games taking so long to make is that's why these budgets are ridiculous, right? Yeah. How do we get it back to the point where we can make a great AAA game while still reusing assets or whatever in 3 years or whatever the case may be, right? Can we get back to that point? So I hope that's what it is, but, you know, see, you know, people at the top of companies, people, you know, tech bros, you want to call them whatever, yeah, they're always looking at the almighty dollar, right? So we'll see how it gets utilized. But my hope is that it gets utilized in a way that makes sense, with the understanding that it will bring about change that will have people lose their jobs. But I guess you want it to be the same jobs that were lost, like when we went from, you know, building cars by hand to doing it on an assembly line. Right. You want it to be those same jobs that evolve to something else, and obviously a machine is going to do it at that point. Not taking away creative jobs from human beings that have input. That's change that you kind of expect, and it's sad all the way around, but it is change that you kind of expect with the tech progression.
I talked to a couple developers, and they said a lot of the reason, and that's not everything, you know, there's different perspectives that goes into making these games, but when a game is like mad long and you know, the distance it takes to make it, like 6-7 years, it's from development hell. It's from deciding midway through the project, this isn't the game, we need to restructure and do something different. Like, it's not just games are taking longer to make. A lot of it has to do with the people at the top of these companies don't know what the hell they want to make until they figure it out, like the last 2 or 3 years up into making it. And that's another thing. It's like, you can tell a computer to make something all you want. We've seen so many times where, like, one person had the creative opinion to drastically change a game to the point where it's not recognizable what it was before. For instance, Cory Barlog. You know, when Yoshida came up there and tried God of War 2018 and said it's missing something. I don't know, but it's missing something. They figured out it's missing Atreus.
Hold on one second.
Yeah, what go?
Hold on one second. I want to salute my guy BG. I want to salute BG.
Sidebar, y'all. Sidebar. Some good stuff just happened in the community.
And I'm not taking credit for anything. I don't care about that part. What I am standing up on and I'm standing for is he's a stand-up man. He's a stand-up individual, and he's always shown me that aspect of himself. Facts. So on this day, I am proud of the community. I am proud of him, and I'm proud of what we as a community has cultivated, and it's cultivated reasonable thought and second chances. So I do appreciate BG for standing 10 toes down and handling business. I appreciate you, brother, and I respect you as a man, as the OG in the game, and as a guiding light for a lot of these individuals that follow you. So with that, what you did today, you show a whole lot of people that follow you how to stand up and how to take accountability of things. And I appreciate you, brother. I appreciate everything you just did.
For those who don't have context, there was obviously a situation between two members of the community that we really rock with, and it was cool. Looks like just right now there could be a resolution to that situation. So shout out to BG, shout out to Fratang, and hopefully, like I said, we can move forward. So that was super dope to see, no doubt. So what do you, King, for bringing it up? But Attic, I'm sorry, did you finish your boss? And I was gonna go.
And it comes down to it, it's just like, look, like, I'm not saying that AI can't do jobs. I'm saying there's so much human error in itself. How many times have we heard about a game being where it was because they messed up development, they left it there, and it ended up being one of the key factors of the reason the game was successful. Like, it's like, look, as much as us humans screw stuff up, sometimes that human aspect is the reason these games turn out the way they are. Like,
no, human element in artistry. Yeah, I'll jump in. Shout out to King. I know he's passionate about this, and he knows, what I'm saying. I try, even when we are opposed on things, I always try to be empathetic to my cousin in terms of where he's coming from, what his motivation is, and what he's seeing. He's very future facing, and this is something that's very concerning. I'm saying to him, and I get it when it comes to human artistic creation. I get it when it comes to the future of game developers and development, of people wanting to get into an industry that's already volatile. It's hard to get a job already, and now you talk about this tech that's like, we don't need you. Poof. I get it. You know what I'm saying? And look, to your point, what I'm saying, even though I know we're opposed on this issue, you are right. Companies are going to cut corners any chance they get. If there is an opportunity to improve productivity without paying you, guess what? You ain't working here, and we going to utilize the tech, the voila.
And at that point, it's a course correction. When the market sees how bad that game did, they go, oh, you want to come back?
And that's why, as much as I am a proponent for AR and certain things, and I joke with the Skynet stuff, forgive me for having complete confidence in human intelligence and the human spirit. And what I
had that confidence, and Concord came out and shattered it.
Yeah, and guess what?
Shattered the space between my ears.
Guess what? Because of that colossal.
I love how we're off PlayStation.
I know, back to PlayStation. We back to PlayStation.
I'm just talking about that was all humans, right?
Yeah, right. But here's the thing. Because of situations like Concord, and because of potential future situations with AI versions of Concord, we will have moments like this when companies get the worst financial flops in history, when they experience these kind of losses, that inspires them to say, you know what, this may not be it. And the thing is, the reason why I have confidence is that one thing, shout out to my man Fosby in the chat. One thing about gamers, when something is whack, when something is not fun, when something is uninspired, we're going to let you know. And we're going to not play it and not support it.
And the ones that don't let you know, we are practicing toxic positivity.
Shout out to the Busted Hearts, because they will drag this thing on social media. They will tell you how terrible you are. They beefing about creator player options.
Stay strong.
The Busted, listen, I got total respect for them. They made so many people bend the knee just recently, or companies. So that's where I'm at. And here's the thing, my whole thing is concept video. It sound nice. It sound nice that you put the cardboard box and you did this and hello, got it. But I also come from the era where we had Peter Molyneux on stage talk about Milo, and this is the future of, and this is a fully AI kid that you can interact with and do this. And we look behind the mirror. I'm still waiting for exactly. So all this sound great as concept, as all that, until they had a dude in there implement it and say, yo, yeah, we did that. We did that.
Yeah. That ain't it.
Yeah, listen, man. I come from the era, King. We've been there before.
We have a Nintendo moment. It worked good on
paper.
Yeah,
it worked good with a controlled environment. That sounds nice. But we come from the era of these dudes finessing with vertical slices.
But this dude is a habitual line stepper, bro.
Oh, no, the question. But I got confidence in
He was bold enough to say 101.
What Cog is saying is they're definitely going to try it.
They're going to try it. King is right.
They're going to lay mad people off. They're going to go straight into the Lion's Den. Yeah. And then the Lions are going to eat the hell out of them when they're leaving.
And dude's going to see AI Concord 2.0 and going to be like, hell no, don't you ever do that. And this is trash. This is whack.
I think a lot of them is mobile games.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. You could get away with that with some real simplistic. Yeah. I'm with Saw. When it comes to complex actions, a fully functional game with multiple systems and personality and narrative and lore and story.
All right. So let me give you the double end of that story.
Go ahead, go for it.
The opposite side of that. You know what that did for me?
What?
I want to make an Iron Lords podcast game.
Okay.
You know I don't program.
Yeah, I feel it. Here's the ILP.
There you go.
Here's the ILP beat 'em up, simple.
Exactly.
You can get that.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
Then I could just turn my Xbox into a development kit, like they do, because it's $20.
Oh yeah.
Do that. You could become a developer today. I could call EA up, purchase the AI program, whatever that is.
Facts.
If it's $10,000, I got me my AI agent, and then I'm gonna sit there with the NVIDIA
gonna blow
Blackwell.
up. Yes.
There we go. And then I'm gonna make Skynet here, and then we gonna get rich.
And that's gonna be great for people like that. There's gonna be people that utilize that. Right.
You know what the story is for our Iron Lawrence podcast? Cog goes rogue and becomes the leader of the Skynet army, and we have to fight.
I'm working with them.
So they captured my cousin and they put a chip in his head. Elon put the Neuralink inside his head, so we got to get Robot Cog. And because right now he's fighting in booty shorts and he's getting rolled up.
I can't with you. You're ridiculous. But to your point,
every boss is one of the different personas that we have.
I don't like this deep lore with me. No deep lore with me with booty shorts and lubed up. Let's not do that.
The little sprite cutscenes.
That's the final boss.
Imagine the little sprite cutscenes where Cog's in a room with all his alternative egos, and he's talking to corporate Cog, BP Cog.
You're gonna have bad skins.
He got the ninja. He got the defining dude. He got the last workout.
Y'all stupid. Anyway, like I was saying,
Cog is the final boss, you guys. We're gonna work on this AI stuff. Let's get it together.
You're ridiculous.
It's Ultron Cog, where all the Cogs come together. Ultron Cog.
Y'all ridiculous. Look, man. All I will say is that, like I said, I have confidence in the human spirit. You know what I'm saying, and what the discernment of that. And then look, in defense of AI, though, I'm gonna say some stuff. I mean, look. There's going to be some things from a tooling perspective that's going to make games better. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to run away from that. I'm as a techie, I'm about that. So look, this is the part they said that I did like. They said this tech or whatever, they have a discovery tool for 100 million assets available to developers that would supercharge development by making these shared assets between teams easier to find and easier to use. No longer will they struggle if they aren't sure something fits their game if it's already sitting and waiting to be used. That's a big deal on dev time. These games take long to make and they cost a lot. If you can make this more efficient and help them get the tools and the assets they need, that's going to help it. The other thing solved that I like, I ain't going to lie, this is when I was in my team AI, my Skynet mode, I was in my Miles Dyson. Listen, we got to be real. We're at the point now, and Attic, you know where I'm going to go with this, of diminishing returns for graphical fidelity. We just got to be real. Yeah, we're going to get more pixels here. We get a little ray tracing there.
The gameplay is going to evolve before the graphics.
Yeah, like we always keep saying, what's the next step, though? We're at that point of diminishing returns.
We've been there for a while.
Yeah, Switch is now catching up to the big boys. Like, yeah, we got DLSS. We can match y'all. So what's going to be the separator?
Let's not go that far.
I mean, but, at least they could get competent ports of popular games because now they have more power that's, comparable. So what I'm saying is the thing that they talk about, this tactical AI joint, they said they're going to leverage real world data. They talk about this sports off to reflect how real team and teammates play together. An ongoing issue of chemistry between two teammates that emerges throughout a season could be shown within the currently released titles in theory and not have to wait for it to be programmed in the game. To me, that's dope. If you're a sports simulation fan and you're like, yo, we building up the rapport between the teammate, between the pitcher and the catcher or the quarterback and the thing, and that has effect in the game from a simulation and tendency, these guys don't have good rapport. Yo, he don't pass me the rock and the guy may fumble the ball. You know what I'm saying? It's like that deeper sports sim stuff. That's kind of dope. That a chemistry system. Hey, that's awesome. I'm sorry. Call me Skynet. Or I want that. I want games to feel realistic. And here's the thing. Y'all talk about Fight Night Fridays. Y'all with Tekken 8. Y'all could download the Ghost of whoever you want, and it literally has some of the more realistic tendencies of these people y'all fighting. Me and Kaibatsu test out this joint. I'll be fighting his ghost. I'll be like, yo, that's really him. I gotta try to figure out how to stop this move he keep cheesing me with. Or, bro, that's the future. Like, I'm not gonna fear Marga something that could be actually revolutionary and improve gaming if done right. And to King's point, if regulated. Now, where I'm 100% with King, where I will definitely denounce AI on, is the voice acting part. Like, if there is not anything in place to have protections for voice talent, it could get scary. And they don't have the rights to their joint.
And sadly, that's probably one of the easiest to replace too.
Right. So to me, like, I look at the game like, what is it? The finals, right? Bro, they got the AI announcer in there running around, doing whatever. And to me,
it's not bad.
It's not bad. So I understand the art. I understand both sides, because my thing is, you got to protect these people that are doing these really great performances, and they need to get their bread. You know what I'm saying? And you see Capcom doing it with Street Fighter. At least they paying dudes for the announcers to do the different announcer stuff. So look, there's ways that it can be used in a good way, but to King's point, yes, there's ways that it can be abused. I just feel like it's going to be up to the community to decide what is trash and what is not. But there are going to be people who, like King said, are smaller developers who don't got the bread to pay Peter North or all these dudes, Nolan, what's his name? Nolan North, and all these voice actors. Whatever I said, Peter North. I said Peter North. I just said Peter. That was wild. That was wild crazy. That was wild crazy. That was wild crazy. But we gonna move on. So when we go,
Did he have the baby on?
that was a Freudian slip. That was wild crazy.
We went too long on this topic. Pause.
We definitely went too long on this topic, but there would definitely be people that would use. Utilize the chat.
Shout out to the GOAT, Peter North.
Shout out to the GOAT. Shout out to the GOAT. Baby oil season. That would have. I was definitely baby oil season right there. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day,
He was at the freak off.
he was definitely at the freak off.
Oh,
I got my actors mixed up. So anyway, shout out to the OG outside. Put their work. You know what I'm saying? Original freak off. So look, at the end of the day, there's gonna be that small development team that's gonna be like, yo, we
clip that.
that is that. We gotta protect all the actors. We gotta protect all the talent. That's top talent.
Attack Mr. North.
Protect the AI in this situation. So anyway, cops is outside. I was flagrant on the film. So look, that's gonna say, yo, we ain't got that bread. We ain't got that bread. We a little indie team. Yo, can you replicate that? Yes, please. And they gonna do it. And we gonna see how that joint come up. But that's all I got. We out here. We gotta end the show now. We gotta end the show. We went too long.
Dead or alive, you coming with me?
And on that note, we are closing off the podcast.
I'll buy that for $1.
Well, that's when we go 6 hours. See, this is what happened. This is the 5 hours, and now I'm mentally tired.
I'm delirious, bro.
Anyway, so I'm super chat. Oh, we gonna do the poll
That
question.
was sick.
Poll question first.
We got a few, yeah. Just a
I
couple.
don't know.
Let me see. We got J Channel, $2 super chat. I finally found your podcast. Been a Dukes fan. Shout out to J Channel. Welcome.
Who that? What's the homie name? What's the whole name?
J Channel.
J Channel. Salute, man. Roma the Dukes in the building. Salute.
Yes.
Love to see it.
Then we got Spartan Ghost 17, £2 super chat. As a coder and AI engineer, AI bros are all hype. Yes. Yeah, a lot of people feel it's just a grift and trying to just get people's money. Hustle. Let me see. Spartan Ghost again, 17 again.
And that's what that guy in the horse and buggy was saying.
Before he lost his job?
Yo, he said, those cars will never catch on. Ain't that right, Betsy? You wonderful girl. Somebody give me an apple for my boo-boo.
Then it was
and
over.
Now she's glue.
Yeah. Yo, you stupid.
Spartan Ghost again, £2 super chat. Most AI agents are just good companion tools. Yes. Hopefully they stay that way.
That's
the ones you got.
There we got Danny Passion official, $2 super chat. Not more microtransactions than games will cost $1. Well, bad games will
Bad games.
cost that. Then we have Jeesh, $2 super chat. Hey, Fatal Fury is bringing Cristiano Ronaldo. I saw something earlier with Fatal Fury and Ronaldo.
Wow.
I don't know what that is. You know,
He better be getting a bag for that.
better get a bag for
For likenesses and usage, whatever.
Then we
Pretty
got
sure.
Flight One. I mean, Ronaldo. Yes, he will be.
I'm pretty sure.
And we got Flight 116, $5 super chat. It almost sounds like what 2K Sports did with ESPN 2K5. Going in there and shutting it down.
Shut it down.
Then we got Jorvar Ingi, $2 super chat. Don't fear Skynet's future. Feel the Wally future.
That's real. Shout out to Jovar. Hit me up. He's in that space. He knows a lot about AI, and he does have some concerns and stuff. So love to hear your thoughts one day, sir.
Then we got Spartan661, member for 10 months, Lord Bronze. The PS5 Pro is a joke. It's a money grab for the weak and the sheeple. Buy an Xbox Series X, the original RDNA 2 console for 4+ years. Sony sucks. No PS6.
Why is this? Sony wasn't even in this topic. That's
as I just finished purchasing a disc drive for my
you got the hustle. Okay.
The funny thing is, I've been digital for years, but in the off chance that, and this is how crazy it is, in the off chance that I might be able to get GTA 6 early from a mom and pop shop, I'm gonna get a disc drive.
No doubt. Shout out to
That thing
Risk.
ain't coming out to 2026. What's wrong with you?
Shout out to Risk for the yeah. If we see you from Australia, yep, we're running late. That's never good when I see
when Risk show up, we
supposed to be gone.
Yeah.
So that's the last one.
That was the last one.
Oh,
yes.
shout out to Black Boxing King. You already know in the building. You already know, King.
Yeah, that's right. That's P Flex
P
right there.
Flex
What's
right
good?
there. Now,
I saw
what's
you
up?
on your cruise, my guy.
Yeah.
You look happy. You look happy. I
That's
gotta
the
get on the
homie.
cruise.
VX in the building. Started. All right.
Go.
So ILP Poll, let's get up out of here with the latest information regarding Concord costing $400 million to make.
Seven.
King tax, I know, on top of it. But how concerned are you regarding Sony's decision making moving forward? Choices are A, very concerned on all future live service games and milking remastered projects. B, not concerned. Sony is still selling consoles at a phenomenal rate.
Losses.
Or C, I don't care. More Sony games will come to PC and Switch too.
And Xbox.
You're ridiculous. Shout out to those in the chat. It's going down. Risk it. No, we do not have no more topics left. We are signing off. Once I see you, don't even start. Right. Shout out to all those in the realm. Lord Addict. I told you we going to go late regardless of what. I knew it was going to happen. We too passionate about certain topics.
It's funny. The topic in question wasn't even a long one. It was the other one.
Switch.
The Switch.
Yeah, Switch went crazy.
Appreciate it for coming through. I do have some personal things that I think I'm going to start implementing on the podcast. It's just going to take a little bit of time to do it. I want to do a little bit more in terms of the way certain stuff is visualized, and I also see a lot of people complaining about the way we do super chat. So I think we're going to discuss a better way of handling that too. But I appreciate it for coming through. We're gonna send you to me actually because I figured I might as well just go ahead and play some Dead Rising because I want to play it. So I might as well just go ahead and play it on stream. If I'm gonna sit here and play it, I might as well play it on stream.
That's what we do, bro. That's what we do.
You got to keep them cat ears going. You got a bet to fulfill, sir.
There we go. Keep the cat ears on.
The cat ears are retired.
Nice. You got to sleep with the cat ears.
The cat ears are retired. This was my last obligation.
This is furry life.
Wait, don't you got to go through the whole day?
Yeah, furry life.
Stream.
Okay. Yeah, but that's
only on
I
stream?
agreed to do. Stop it. You are just as bad.
I want you to fulfill your obligation, sir.
I've fulfilled it tenfold. Stop trying to get me being these cat ears.
You sure you're not in violation of contract if you take them off during the next one?
I'm just saying.
Yesterday was the last day technically.
Okay.
I mean Friday because I was
So
supposed to do it
now
a week.
you're just doing it pro bono.
No. Because of the color of the ears, we have agreed to do it another. You know what?
Hold his feet to the fire, y'all. We got to make sure he does not violate
he took him
the
off
rule.
that
might be
Who
over.
is this man?
Hey,
Who is
guys.
this man?
I don't know, but he violated. Look at this. We got him in 4K without the ears. Look, y'all. If y'all feel cheated, y'all know what to do.
Yeah, so
What days it
definitely
is.
pop over there and enjoy that. I will be thinking about doing the Ken thing. I don't mind the Ken thing as much. It's just I know you guys clip things. You guys love clipping things. Like I mean, we just saw what you guys did today. So definitely we're gonna be sending.
You started that off. No, you gave them inspiration. You Nintendo'd them.
You inspire people all the time. Don't mean that they don't got to do it. So
This is true. Thank you. I appreciate you.
So,
Hashtag
I
PlayStation 6.
appreciate everyone for coming through. No, I'm not dressing up as Cammy.
That'd be wild.
Again, this week, first off, Saturday next week is going to be me, King, and J-Dub playing Chain together.
Ooh.
Yep. Oh, that's gonna be fun.
That's gonna be good.
So it's going to be us three chained together, having to cooperate and move.
Not literally
courses.
in a game. Not
In a game. You know what's funny?
What booty shorts involved with that?
No booty shorts.
No baby oil for that one.
No, it's funny. Kai streamed with speed, and he was literally chained with speed. So every time one of them messed up,
so I get to tune in to see y'all chained together.
Yeah, chained together. They would get up and literally tug each other across the room and
no!
So we're gonna be doing that.
You ain't yelling out pause off a tug each other.
Yeah, I was tugging each other chained together.
No pause.
Let's get up out of here. Hey, hashtag no diddy. Get him out of here, son.
This is a game or a freak off. What is
how
this?
It's gonna work is this week, probably tomorrow. I'm gonna play Starfield. I'm gonna start my Starfield streams. Tuesday, I'm probably going to play more Dead Rising because I don't want to play Starfield all week. And then the rest of the week, I'll probably be finaling that character out to play next week when it comes to the expansion.
Okay.
Also, Saturday, like I said, is that stream. I have no clue how King and J-Dub going to work together.
Yeah,
I don't know.
They got to be
We
chained
ain't
together.
never done this. This is
We ain't got no problems.
Yeah,
We got no problems.
Yeah, all three of y'all like being chained together. All three.
Pause, bro. We got to shut you down.
You know it's late with my mind. I'm turning. It's ILP dark for me right now.
Somebody pull his AI shit.
I guess it just depends on like who's chained in the middle. Who's gonna be
who gonna be tugging who in the middle?
Yo. Attic don't care as long as he ain't the center.
We're having no Oreo.
Technically,
What's that?
Making an Oreo cookie.
Yeah, that's an Oreo cookie.
Technically, if we making an Oreo cookie.
Yeah.
You my friend.
Klondike bar.
Yeah, little Klondike bar.
Oh, you my friend. It's in the middle.
2 black pieces with the white in the middle.
Oh, man.
ILP after dark. I'm sorry, I should be podcasting this long. This is what happens when y'all got me out here this long.
All right, but
You wanna
appreciate
stay
everyone
together,
for
you
coming
in the
through,
middle.
man. We had a very eventful stream. I appreciate it.
Louis, unfortunately, podcast keeps getting longer and longer.
Yes.
Shout out to Lady Sov. You're gonna
about
get killed.
to pay for it right now.
Yes.
But I'll probably hopefully try to play some more Dead Rising. But I'm excited. The 26th, Zelda Echoes of Wisdom.
Yo, the chat. I'm sorry, they singing. What would you do for a Klondike bar?
It's horrible.
Would
So
you get like a chicken?
Hey, man, they make some really delicious Risi Klondike bars.
Oh, this guy here.
This guy here.
yes. So I'm excited to play Zelda. Let's
Yes,
move on.
yes. Let's move on. Okay, that was it. And on that note, Lord King, where can we find you going on? All you were trying to say was Zelda.
Oreos.
Xbox Frontline News dropping videos every day, and you can catch me on Twitch as King David ILP. And Friday is Community Day, where we will be probably playing Halo multiplayer the whole day, having fun, acting up, throwing grenades, shooting them guns.
I can join in on that.
Make sure you PlayStation dudes have that hi-fi powered PC to play with me.
You mean like the ones in NZXT, Simus?
That's what I'm saying. Like, shout out to NZXT
what's your
for
bill?
making this possible. But also, we might be playing Concord. Oh, no, we won't. That game's dead.
And on that note, that's all I got, everybody. Enjoy yourself.
Actually, one more.
Oh, one
super
more?
chat.
We got, okay, what we got?
Mescalito, $5 super chat. Why is everyone only in a tech panic now? Blue collar has been screwed by automation 3 decades, longer than that. And they tell them to learn code. Only PC Master, I guess PMC fears matter.
They tell them to learn code. Now they tell them that you don't need to learn it.
learn to talk to the AI that does the code. That's what they're telling you. Right.
Linguistics.
No doubt. Look, everybody, enjoy your Sunday. We are out of here. Peace.
Peace. Sorry, got to drop that.